mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you step like a bull? Step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you step like a bull? Step for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode. Whoops, this is not the right screen. Episode 144, where China flexes its military muscle with its superb military parade. I understand that this is the biggest parade ever, and yeah, on a very weird occasion because the Communist Party did not really fight the Japanese, but it's to celebrate the 80th anniversary victory of over the Japanese. So and yeah, so I'm going to drop the I dropped the link to join in the live chat of the YouTube and the Rumble channel, and I'm dropping it now into the Twitch. So I hope you guys can hear me. Oh my god. Oh my god, can you guys hear me? Okay, so let me see. Let me check my audio. Yeah, you should be able to hear me. So I just need to put on my headphones. And yeah, so no, I'm yeah, so my formation now changed. I have changed my feng shui in my room. I'm now facing a different direction. And you can see the yeah, the silver plug for the 100k subs for the main channel is actually only is viewable from here. So let me change my speaker mode to the Galaxy Bud, and yeah. So for those that want to join, the link is in the live chat already to check it out, and I'm going to drop it into I forgot, I need to drop it into the Open Mic speaker lounges for convenience sake. And and yeah. So how are you guys? How are you guys doing? It's been a tiring week for me, super tiring, and yeah, there's only 24 concurrent viewers, but that's not many. Yeah. Yep. So gonna say hi to people then. Hi Joe Stone, hi Masbo, hi El Zoro. Oh, good morning El Zoro. Hi El Glenn, hi Supriya, Johnny, Rune, Vaun, Days, and then Johnny recently, Rune Tosson. I think I just said Rune already. Kefka, and yeah, hi Mr. Eric, and hi John Doe. Yeah. So anyone want to hi Anders? Yeah, it's a late evening thingy. Yeah, because the past few weeks I done like earlier. Hi Steve. I've done earlier, and then the European speakers, most of them didn't come out, and I end up monologuing for like a good 1 hour. I got a feeling today is the same. Oh my god. So. And yeah, since I have bought some stuff, and I want to let you guys check out my new katana. Ta-da-da. Check out my katana. And this is a real sword. This is not this is like a real sword. It's a real thing. Yeah, but it's actually is acting as a guardian angel to my office. Yeah. Hi Yvonne.
I was hoping some more people would show up quicker, but that battlefield's looking pretty active.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff going on.
So for those that didn't watch the front or was not subscribed to the Frontline history or to the Patreon, the full Frontline history, basically the final number, in August the Russian captured 3 times more grounds than in July. 3 times more. It's insane. In July is already a lot, but then in August it was 3 times more. So there is some kind of a major collapse of the Ukrainian frontline. It's just that, yeah, somehow the front line is holding again right now. It's largely holding again.
I think a lot of it has to do, though, too. they've been like rushing a lot of reinforcements in and trying to, rush people here and there to plug holes. And I think probably the only thing that's probably saving them right now is the Azov guys. It seems like they're the only ones that can get in there, and maybe they can't save the day, but they can at least slow it down. But supposedly there's Azov guys up in Kupiansk trying to hold open that bridge area or hold that area anyway to keep it from getting cut off. And then, you've got that new little sprout coming out of the evil rabbit. But and then you got Seversk and Lehman and sitting out there, and then Pokrovsk and Mirhad. I mean, there's just too many places. Then you look how much of the line they straightened down there around Komar, and that's probably not even. It's probably worse than that. I mean,
most likely
they're probably across the river. That down there. I mean, they probably did stop along the river, but who knows? They probably kept on going by now. But if you look at it, it's like Pokrovsk and Mirhad. Those that's done. That I've talked to some other people, and like that whole area is nothing but a kill zone. They said it's completely saturated with drones, artillery, airstrikes, everything moving that's military gets targeted. So it's just a kill zone. And I mean, really, if you look at it, it's done. I mean, that's Encirclement's so tight around it now, and they're already infiltrating into the city in multiple directions. I think it looks like they're at least in the suburb area of Mirhad on the east side. And then they're for sure somewhere down there in Pokrovsk, probably back in that center area. It sounds like they've gotten back up in there again. I mean, so that's all over. And then you got Kramatorsk hanging out there, or Konstantinivka hanging out there. But they're kind of pushing up on it from the south, and they're getting around it up from the north, kind of. And they're already they're already northwest of Lehman, and they're sitting there above Lehman already. I mean, in Seversk, they're going. I think that whole Seversky forest is empty. I think the Russians have already got probably almost all of it. It's probably because if you remember, there was a lot of Azov and other elite formations up there, so it might just be a matter. Those guys probably left a lot of booby traps and stuff behind and left. But, that might be the only reason why it hasn't been fully recognized is because they haven't, there's nobody there, but they haven't walked through every trench and cleared it yet. So it's still showing. But it looks like they're launching an attack from across the river down behind Seversk. So more than likely there's nobody around. And it would be foolish for anybody to still be in that pocket in the woods anyways. It's like all you can do is run west, and they're going to be coming through the woods the whole way along that route. But yeah, I was kind of looking at the map, and I kind of feel like long term, however long that is I think if they really want to do some damage, they should probably. I mean, once they get Seversk, that kind of takes care of that south side of the Lehman salient, the penetration, and it kind of puts Kramatorsk and Sloviansk on alert more, and they kind of got to worry about that area. So why not advance west towards Dnieper, the Dnieper city, along that like P-79 highway is like a western guide. It's pretty open. The terrain's not bad, and obviously the Russians can continue to do what they're doing now, where they just blow the hell out of anything that pops up and keep on rolling. But I think they could threaten Dnieper by just going along, a westerly direction, kind of southwest towards, maybe not directly towards it, but you get above it. There's some road there. You cut that, you're done. They're done. And it looks pretty open. And I mean, it's probably one of those areas where the Ukrainians haven't really had a chance to put anything in place. And it seems like it's the path of least resistance. I mean, why go along the road or through any cities? And you can bypass a lot of stuff. Same with those rabbit ears. I mean, if they keep working those up, they're already kind of behind Kramatorsk, or they're already behind Konstantinivka, but a little bit more, they can kind of be cut some of the east-west roads into those areas too. And then if they're sitting there, they can fly drones out and attack them even farther. I mean, there's a lot of that going on too. I think a lot of damage being done to the supply lines, because there's only so many places they can get in there, and a lot of these places, they're not like right on it, but they're close enough they can put drones up and use artillery and other stuff to do it. I mean, there's somebody saying, I think around the Sumy area, I don't know if it was Sumy or Zaporizhia, but there's like a massive increase in the number of Lancet strikes, which could be, them preparing an area for more of an assault, getting rid of the support stuff, any kind of fixed positions or artillery or anything like that they can find, or air defense, anything that would impede that. But I mean, just looking at that, I mean, you can write, Pokrovsk and Mirhad, that's gone. So that takes care of that whole, I don't know what you want to call it, the Nika penetration or something. I don't know. But I mean, once you get rid of those, you can pretty much start heading towards Pavlograd and pressure it from that direction. And then, once you, you're working, Chavashard and all that's done. So you kind of fill that out and straighten it out. And you've got pressure on Konstantinivka on the south and the east. And you can come around the north a little bit. And you don't even have to mess with that. You just want to put pressure on that. And once that city goes, if it does go, then you've got another pincher hanging down there around Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. Once you get rid of Seversk, that takes care of the north side of those two. And you can just start heading west, like I said, along that highway. Not so much along the highway, but just as a kind of a general guide, and work your way down, north of Dnieper. And now you're threatening Dnieper from the north and the south, and that's contingent on how many Ukrainians show up. But I mean, something like that, another big push in an area like that with a large focus could, that's going to draw. They're going to have to send everything there to stop it, which works for the Russians again, because once you're moving, you're a target.
Well, they keep, it's just like up there where they're doing up there in Sumy, where they're leaving the front line very porous in an effort to encourage the Ukrainians to try to probe back into it. And it's still the meat grinder, and they keep falling for it. And 3 years later, they keep falling for that technique.
But yeah, I mean, just looking at, I think there could be you could call it the Izium axis. That might be an advanced west. Because seriously, once you get, Lehman and, Izium and all that, which it seems like that's going to happen because they're pushing through there. And like I said, it doesn't even matter if you take that. All you got to do is, secure that area. But Seversk is the key. If you take Seversk, which it looks like that's going to happen, you've got all those woods. You can push right up to Yampol and Lehman and all that, or you can even, if you want to go in there. But once you get those taken care of, there's really nothing stopping you from going west if you want to just meander past the big stuff. And that would be make the most sense anyways, because your drones and stuff are going to go out ahead of you. You'll have artillery and air support. And why not just create this, penetration that they have to respond to? And then they're going to have to, you can kind of look, you can see if you pull back, you can kind of see these bigger pinchers around, and think about it. The other one, Kupiansk, once that's gone, which it's gone, let's just be honest, it's going to go because there's really no way left to hold it except getting out south. And who knows if the Russians are down there or can get down there. Even if you can run south, they still have fire control over the area, so you're not going to get away unscathed. Once you take care of like Pokrovsk, Mirhad, and Kupiansk, you kind of got a lot more free hand to start creating more problems and put some focus into those areas. Because, like I said, I think Seversk is the key there. If you get rid of that, it's going to pull a lot of people down that way as it's going down, and that might open up that access along from Yampol or Lehman or Izium towards Dnipro. And, like I said, I was looking at the maps and the terrain's not bad. A lot of it's fields and tree lines, so that could be dealt with. And plus, who's to say they've even got time or people to put any kind of defensive effort into that? And it doesn't even have to be serious. You just have to start heading that way, and the Ukrainians will have to come to it.
Yeah, just enough to make them respond. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is I'm pretty sure a lot of this is being done because they want to keep trying to attrit these elite units like Azov, because that's like the only ones that seem to be able to stop them or slow them down. So if they can create a situation where they have to come in, like Kupiansk sounds like they might be down that way. I'm sure they're floating around Pokrovsk and all that area somewhere. You know, there was reports of that. Supposedly they counterattacked, but it doesn't look like anything came of it, or whatever they did got wiped out already. But I mean, that's the whole point. They want those guys there. So all they have to do is keep, and that's the thing. Every day they get more and more opportunities to create these problems because they have, you know, look at what they're talking about down around Zaporizhia. There's still reports of a massive buildup. There's another massive buildup, I think, around I don't know if it was Seversk or no, Pokrovsk. Like they might be getting ready to finish off Pokrovsk. But it might not be an assault on the city. They might just close it off and then just keep going. I mean, really, if you look at it, all you got to do is move up from Kotini, maybe 10 clicks, and cut that road, that last road that kind of moves east-west, northwest.
Cut the roads, cut the rails.
Yeah, I mean, sit on that road. That's a wrap because then there's no way out except a little trickle ways out, which that's fine for them. But yeah, I mean, and think about it, they might have to take some extra casualties to do it, but it's not like they can't afford it.
Well, and I'm still kind of expecting the end of summer big push. I've kind of already expected it, but it hasn't quite happened yet. But I'm still expecting it.
Well, that's what some of the people were talking about, like Pokrovsk. This thing at Pokrovsk might be the big push to finish off the summer.
Sure.
I mean, and who knows? You got all this other stuff going on. I mean, and plus anything can break open at any time, it seems like.
I just find it funny that the Russians use the same strategy on at least three different fronts. They are flanking, they're surrounding and flanking north of Pokrovsk, and then they are doing the same thing now on Konstantinivka. Then they do the same thing now on Liman. You know, they are always flanking north, and then they are enveloping and then flanking north. Like they keep using the same tactic, and it keeps working. And the Ukrainians have like no solution to stopping the flanking operations coming. Now they are flanking Liman, So, and then Seversk I think is similar. I think they're going to start to flank north of Seversk again as well. Along the river, the Seversky Donetsk River. So they end up flanking north of Seversk, getting Dronivka, go to the rear position. Then it's like there will be 4 different positions using the same freaking, strategy.
Yeah, you would think organically in 3 years that they would have learned it. I mean,
the solution is to retreat. To not get enveloped, you have to retreat. You create space. You trade space without time. And then when the Russians, are like trying to fill up the space, they're not ready to defend, and then that's when you counterattack. Like you have to maneuver. You have to like.
I don't think they're allowed to. I don't think the Ukrainians are allowed to maneuver.
That's the problem.
I think they've been told to go to this spot and to hold that spot.
Too, like supposedly, like some of the fighting around Sumy, it's not in Sumy, but it's in that area.
Sure.
They say that some of the Ukrainians they've captured have been told they were forced to fight under threat of execution. So these are just Mobic guys.
Which explains why they're not moving back, right? Why they're not dynamically moving backwards and forwards to have the best fighting position. They've been told to take a position and hold that position, and they're holding it, or until they die.
I think in American football it's the same as soccer. There's always this when you track back, right? You move backwards. Your whole team in the game move backwards, and then you go a counter attack. You do a big throw, and then you catch them out of position, and then that's where you run behind them, and then you do the touchdown. I think soccer is the same thing. You absorb the attack, and then you do a counter attack. You just pump the ball up, and then you go behind the defense. We don't see this in Ukraine. Ukraine don't do this. They just keep sucking up all the. They just eat up every single attack, and then it's like it's pointless because this is a long war. There's no point to keep losing men over very little. Like you hold the ground, but it's like Ukraine is a huge place. They're not fighting in Belgium or what. You can always get back the ground later. But then now they have lost so much men that it's like counter attack is a bit difficult now. They lost too much things.
Well, and I think we're also seeing where the Russians are doing a lot of insurgencies. I'm hearing kind of some reports down around the Kupiansk area where the Ukrainians are referring to them as aliens. a couple of the people I've talked to keep referring to as the aliens keep showing up in town and the surrounding areas. And when I pressed them about that, all I got was, they're aliens. We've got to worry about the aliens. So,
Nika.
Well, I
know.
mean, think about it. I mean, supposedly there's reports they've got a newer or better thermal, and they've been able to do a lot of infiltration with those, like some kind of thermal blanket. I've seen pictures of them. I mean, if they're laying on the ground still and it's got a little bit of camo on it, I mean, if you didn't see them lay down, you wouldn't have known they were there if you're whizzing by on a drone.
Sure.
I mean, and then there was stories about a pipeline thing, but they were showing pictures of them in the skinny pipeline.
Yeah, that was just to tease me.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because it was like, why would you even show anything that was ongoing? It's like,
it's not.
You know, that's the Patrick Lancaster show, like 2 weeks after the actual mission.
Yeah.
You know, you'll get to talk to one of the guys in the hospital that almost died from lack of oxygen. You know, like he did that first time. He interviewed the engineers, I guess, that some of them that did the initial work.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Good. The encirclement thing is like inevitable, because if you don't have enough troops, you will get encircled. Everyone here, I think, majority knows ancient wars. So if you don't have enough troops, you will get a thinner line to face off the enemy. Because if you get the flanks, you are cooked. So it's the same thing, but on a large scale with advanced technology. You have a thin line, but the issue is, if you have a thin line, you should defend yourself. You should conserve your energy. But they keep attacking and make it more thinner until they have gaps now, and Russians are using those gaps. So whether they see the encirclement, they cannot do anything with it in it. And the counterattacks, it's making the thing is like more
Well, what was that?
more rapid.
Many had that term. I can't remember what it was called, but it was something's box. And it's like, once you have this box around a section, you know, you control the section. And I mean, if you look at the map pulled back way out or up close, you can see large, medium, and small boxes everywhere, especially in the areas where they're really trying to, you know, get the, you know, where the most of the action is. It's like everybody's surrounded on, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 sides, or, you know, encircled. And then there's the larger ones, like around, like, you know, at this point,
now you don't need the whole box to close in. You need only 2 or 3 sides, and you can.
Well, that's the point. They control 3 sides of the box, so they control the box. And that's
well, if anything, the Russians are allowing the back of the box to stay open so they can flee. Because I don't think the Russians want any more,
or give them hope and keep sending in reinforcements.
Send in more. Exactly. Sure. They can.
It does several things. It entices them to send reinforcements, which is you know, just more losses. And then it also, if they do finally decide to retreat, and most time they don't, it keeps the Russians from having to take additional prisoners, because at this point, with the disparity between prisoners, Russia doesn't want any more. All right. I mean, how many million people are they holding right now? 500,000? 750,000? We have no idea. But it's got to be a lot.
I think it's only in the tens of thousands. Like,
it's been a long time since they did a sizable exchange.
Yeah, but I still think that they're really trying to focus on the professional units and the elite units more than the territorials. Like,
that's true.
They seem to have pity for those guys because they know most of them are just dragged off the street. But
sure, but it's places like Kupiansk where it's getting so. Where they've got so much insurgency going on past the city, at some point they're just going to completely bypass the city, and a lot of those residents that are in Kupiansk, they're just going to, you know, they're going to be there, and I don't think most of those people care.
I just want to add a comment. One thing, the recent counterattacks, I think, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I think it's they were like amassing forces for another stupid offensive, but maybe they have a good sense of things and think that it will be a waste of man and time. But now they using them. I think they using them more smarter than attacking them in the Russian land.
They might have been forced to use them like fire brigades to go break them up and send them places to use them.
At least it's a bit smarter. At least that they can like slow down the Russians. But I don't know if it's the right strategy. But even White said they need to retreat, but they need to retreat, and you need to have a line or objective for retreating. You cannot retreat to retreat. You understand?
Well, I think at this point the Ukrainians don't have a goal. Their entire thing is to be present and to try to resist the Russians.
They have a goal.
Well,
sorry. No, but
maybe up in Sumy they do. I think in Sumy the only reason they're doing these counterattacks is because they're trying to keep the Russians from holding 100% of a buffer zone.
Yeah, but
I think that's the only reason why they're probing up there around Sumy. I mean, why else would they be doing it? All right, that area is not strategically important for the Russians or for the Ukrainians. So the only reason it would be important is so that the Russians don't hold a significant buffer past the line that was already established 3 years ago.
In my opinion, and this is my personal opinion based on what I see and what I hear, the military, they don't know anything. They don't know what they are doing because it's hopeless. And the political leaders who push in the military are trapped with plus their greed. So they need to lengthen the military operation, because if it stops, they will die or they will flee. So they need to decrease the original the military operation, and they are, in the other hand, obliged by the radical parts of the society to keep it, and there is no logical goal. Let's say, okay, everyone is distracted with upgrade.
He's too handsome, you know. People just cannot not get distracted by him.
I know. I got distracted too.
I can remember when I had such a baby face. I think it was last century.
Upgrade. So upgrade. You're gonna look like Mr. Ted in like 40 years, or 20 years.
Well, he probably doesn't have any hope of being this sexy. I don't think he can pull off a mustache like this. You got to be a special American to pull off a mustache like this.
Honorary American.
America.
Yeah. Maybe the tariff will make Switzerland a part of United States.
Oh, yeah. We didn't want it back in 45, so we probably don't want it in 25. Yeah, or we'd have taken it back then. Yeah. Oh. We already have enough people from Switzerland living in the United States. There are plenty of places in the United States that are little Switzerlands.
Oh, really? Talking about annexing, I didn't know that. I saw news about Western Canada. At least 2 or 3 of the provinces are looking to secede from Canada. Nika, is it true?
That's nonsense. Yeah. There is some movements. But the most the secession is like, yeah, exactly, the Quebec region, and they cannot, even with their population and their like natural resource, they cannot sustain themselves. So the West and those crazy guys, they will starve, man, in the snow alone.
Well, they're doing all kinds of anti-federal stuff, though. They're wagging the.
Yeah, Canada at a whole is barely maintaining itself. Imagine if a portion that is not populated, there is like some resource, will secede. what they
Well,
would
I
do.
mean, look at Alberta, right? The provincial governor told the feds that none of them are going to enforce these gun grabs. They've flat out told the CMP and all
those
these
are
other feds that they're not going to do it, and if they try, that there will be consequences. So you've already got the
those.
provinces pushing back on the feds.
Yeah, this is this is normal politics. All the like from the recent history of Canada, it's always like this. This is nothing special. It's just like the political scene now is secessions with Trump and stuff. So, but the
Yeah, but
way that
except Alberta is Texas North. It's got all the oil reserves.
yeah,
It's
they have
got
the oil, but
all the infrastructure.
they are like they cannot survive alone. Even with the oil, they cannot survive alone.
Oh, they have lots of grain and cattle too. I mean, look at how much cattle and grain of Canada comes out of Alberta and Saskatchewan. It's not just oil, baby. Does Nika know that his microphone just died?
No, he just muted himself.
I muted myself by error. I wanted to open it, closed. Even
I wasn't
Quebec
sure if you were
with
cussing me and you didn't want it to.
No, I don't. I don't curse. I don't curse, man. Don't even. Maybe if you push me enough, I will curse, but I will not.
Oh, challenge accepted.
You need to push hard.
I'll push the teddy bear.
So even Quebec, with a larger population, like I think 1/3 of the like the one of the biggest cities of Canada are in Quebec. Like Montreal is one of the I think second or third biggest city in Canada, with its resources, with its territory, with its access to the sea, cannot like survive economically. Imagine Alberta. Like I think the population of Alberta is
There's a
like
huge difference between
30
Montreal and Alberta, or for that matter, even Calgary.
Quebec.
Like
Quebec
Montreal
and
is a
Alberta,
big
you
city,
cannot.
but the only reason it's a big city is because it's right across the border from the United States. It doesn't have any resources.
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
river, the river access. It's the river access, not it's
The
close.
river access is all maintained by the United States.
No,
It might be on the Canadian side, but it's all funded and controlled and infrastructured by the United States.
Historically, Montreal is the one of the oldest cities in North America. The fact that it exists in this area, it's not because it's close to America. It's the access of the river. That's the cause of its existence. Is the river, because it was
and the only reason it's still relevant is because of all the trade that the United States does that goes through the St. Lawrence Riverway.
No, but it have access to the big lakes and have access. It's a very important crossroad for Canada itself until now.
Well, it hasn't been relevant for the last 50 years.
Canada in a whole isn't relevant this past
well,
years,
I agree there.
man.
I mean, it's America's hat, right? It exists solely out of the benevolence of the United States.
Yeah. It's normal. It's normal when you are close to a big nation. For example, if you are close to China, you will be like the shadow of China will close to Russia.
If you were close to China, you would be China's yarmulke.
Yeah, I mean, Canada is America's hat. There's a reason for that.
One thing plus is that they didn't play their cards well. They made everything dependent on Canada, on USA. It's normal, but you need to play the long strategic.
Well, Canada should have chose an exclusive partner. They've had the luxury of being able to play both sides of the fence, in that they take a lot of their stuff and sell it back into the United Kingdom, which they're still technically part of, and Europe, yet they rely on the United States for everything else, including a lot of their trade.
Yeah, they should have
I mean,
been. They could have been friends with benefits. Now they're just benefits.
Yeah, at the time they used to be friends with benefits, and then that since 2002 that has waned significantly. And
However, they signed just a deal, I think, with Germany, right, to sell some LNG gas, right, not so long time ago. So they're trying to diversify a little bit, but they are very, very dependent on the US. That's
too little, too late, and it'll still be more expensive than United States LNG, so it won't really be competitive. I mean, the only reason why Germany's buying it is because there's not enough LNG on the market for them to buy exclusively from other places. So they'll buy the more expensive stuff coming out of Canada. But who's funding that project? Let's actually look at the LNG project up there, right? It's not being funded by the Canadians, and it won't benefit the Canadians. So, it's just like every other LNG product process facility that's going on in the United States or anywhere else in the world, right? All of them are being funded by these interesting little conglomerates. And yeah, I mean, you look at the last 5 or 6 that were built in Louisiana and Texas. It's the same thing. It's somebody should be paying attention to and connecting the dots, but no one is. And it doesn't take very long to build one of these facilities. They've got them. Yeah, they're down to modular systems, so they can just cookie cutter them. So all you need is 2 square miles worth of land and plop one down.
Yeah, and to add on what Nika said, I think with the secession part, I mean, like every country has that. I mean, like if you go to Spain, how long Barcelona wanted to become their own country, or in France,
well, I mean, think about it. In California, you got California, Washington, Portland, Idaho,
Texas.
Yeah, Texas. There was that thing back in the 1860s. It's not our first rodeo.
Yeah, every country has
every country. I think every country there is a region who wanna be who think they are so smart and so badass they can.
We had a neighborhood area, part of town called the West End. It's pretty poor and run down, and they always say they get in a bad deal with the cops and stuff. There's the cops were spending too much time there, but that was like where all the crime was. So like, where else would they be? It's like, duh. It's like if you weren't doing shit for them to be there, they wouldn't be there. So they were threatening to become their own city, and it turned out that their entire tax base for this proposed city wasn't even enough to pay for like the police force that was sent there to deal with the crime, which, however many cops that was a month, they wouldn't have been able to pay for those guys, let alone a bigger police force. Cause people got to have overtime and days off and shit. But yeah, that's the kind of thing you get these people that, we're going to do this and break off. And then it's like, then you start looking at like, well, where are you going to get your food from? It's like, we'll get it from Utah. Well, now you got to make a deal with Utah because Utah's probably going to be told by the United States, like, don't be selling them motherfuckers no food. Or if you do, sell it to them for 300% over retail.
Yep. Huge tariff.
That's the reason I'm talking about Alberta secession is a stupid thing.
Yeah.
Look, you know how much the population, I checked it, it's between 4.5 million and 5.
But they have oil, right?
Yeah,
they have oil.
Oil.
They have almost all the oil.
They contributed like basically insane amount of the budget of
oil
Canada. So once they leave, it's not Alberta will die.
But
Alberta
listen,
have the money.
Wyatt, oil is not the magic recipe for everything. Yeah,
it is for this country.
Yeah.
When we're talking about Canada, you're talking about mining, oil,
listen.
farming, and cattle.
Fishing,
Canada
Trump will make sure that Alberta will become one of the richest new state of USA.
Yeah.
Listen.
It'd be New Texas, baby, or North Texas.
Alberta has just oil, man.
It has
as a whole.
Look at what's the percentage of what's the percentage of cattle coming out of Alberta?
Hear what I'm saying. But if oil price dips, the whole country will stop. That's what I mean. But as Canada as a whole, as a country, it have like some.
You don't think we're gonna start some shit somewhere to keep the price stable? You know, I mean, come
Like
on,
usual,
man.
like usual.
Either OPEC's going to play ball with the scheme to keep prices, good, or we'll just go on our own and freelance it,
I think there's a very hopeless.
I mean, think about it. If you're being honest, dude, you got Russia, the United States, India, China, and then the Middle East conglomeration. I mean, it's not like they wouldn't work together to make sure they all got paid and they're all friendly enough with each other and they all know they need each other. So, and think about it. Parts of the Middle East are friendly with China and the United States and Russia. So it's not like they can't all, I mean, it's like, what are you talking about? Like five big, a group of five, with one of them being like a small, the Arab countries. But you're talking about basically 5 people. What, they can't, hey, yeah, let's keep it about 65, 70, and we'll all be happy. I mean, and the people, that's cool. People can say, that's collusion or whatever. It's like, yeah, but you're never going to prove it. It's like at a gas station I used to work in. They always talk about people collude on the price and shit. Well, we used to go around in the morning and I'd see what the prices were on the nearest 3 gas stations and we'd mark ours a penny cheaper. That's all, And
that's not collusion, that's adjustment.
Yeah, and the thing is and those guys are doing it with us. They check up, and they probably do the same thing. And it's not collusion. And the thing is you don't really make any money off gas at a gas station. You're making like maybe 7 to 10 cents a gallon. The government's making like $1.50 in taxes off that shit, and they don't even pump it. They don't do nothing.
Nope.
What I mean,
However,
listen.
to
Why
I
said this session? Just
wait,
1
wait.
second.
Oh, okay, yeah. Go on, Nika.
Why I said this secession movement is doomed to fail, because even with more potential in Quebec and with more population and with like more regional and historical and linguistic like movement, they couldn't like reach the 50%. Imagine in Alberta. That's what I mean. It's not with all that if
Alberta's got a better chance than come back.
There could be little green man or little brown.
Well, I mean, think about it. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to get hung up on it. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen. Historically, in the modern world, it's been very difficult for anyone to do it. I mean, all these states that talk about it here, it's like then you read about how you can vote to do it, but then you got to get the 2/3 of the states to agree to let you leave, and then the federal government's got to be like, yeah, we don't need your tax money. I mean, it's like there's no way it's going to happen.
Never.
So I mean,
never.
We understand. I mean, but there are ways, because they do have commodities available that are worth money that they could probably, if they could actually pull it off, they might be able to survive because they could import and pay for what because think about places like Brunei and shit like that. They got fucking ungodly amounts of money and ain't no motherfucker starving there. Or
look to South Sudan. South Sudan they are the most poor, one of the most poor countries in Africa, and they have oil. What they did with the oil? That's
probably bad management and bad decision.
Yeah. Who?
I mean, you're not playing the same game that Saudi Arabia is playing. Saudi Arabia is rich and prosperous. You're fucking around down there, and it obviously shows.
But who guarantee that Alberta will do better than the Canadians? You know that as a whole.
Well, I mean, if Alberta doesn't attack Canada and start wars and shit and insurgencies, maybe they won't have, or go against NATO, they might not have a problem. I don't know. I don't know what
they're going to be a friendly trade.
They made bad choices, and that's why they're fucked. Saudi Arabia made good choices. That's why they're fucking sitting pretty. The UAE made great choices. They're fucking rich as fuck. I mean, look at the Gulf Arab states. They play ball. Whatever game they're playing, it's working for them. I mean, Libya's got fuck tons of oil, but people fucked around and found out. No matter how you want to slice it.
I mean, like you said, Vaun. I mean, like this will never happen, right? The best example was like not so long time ago. I took the example of Barcelona. Then just the Spanish government just went in with the cops, and with the almost military units, and just beat the shit out of the people at the poll station. They couldn't even vote for leaving the country.
But there's a difference. United States is next door, They're going to come in and, guarantee, the freedom and independence of the Albertan people. And then,
if they were going to secede, though, they should have done it 25 years ago when there was a huge contingent of Americans up there.
Nika, what you don't understand is Alberta can never be allowed to possess nuclear weapons.
Yeah, but it's also a difference. It's also a difference, right? It depends on the regions. Like, for example, in France, there we have outre-mer regions, you know, some islands, and they want to be independent. What are you gonna do? You 1000% dependent on French government for everything, for subsidies, for gas, electricity, all the facilities. If you're an independent country, it's great, but if you can't, you know,
yeah, I mean, like with that, what are they going to do? They can't sell enough fish.
They're going to starve to death.
They can't sell enough fish to import what they need to survive.
Never. And to come back to Nika, what said, desperate situation. You talk about Canada. France is in even a bigger shit now. Monday we're going to have a expected confidence vote in the National Assembly, and probably the 6th Prime Minister will fall, you know, again. So it will be it will be chaos.
Do the Prime Minister even do anything? Like, you know, we only hear about Macron.
We just complain that he cannot go do anything.
It's a figure. It's a figure. I think I know, but I don't like. I'm very. But I think it's the more important figure is the president. He have all the authorities in his hand. I think.
He has nothing. He has not even majority. He has nothing. That's why his
as a system. I mean, as a system, the president have more power than the prime minister. Prime minister is just a figure. Is that true or not? Yeah, just
probably more like it. Maybe not an advisor, but has input at least. But the president probably makes the final call. But they probably make sure they all have some kind of consensus too. So everybody gets a little bit of what they want probably, and then he agrees to. Well, you know, I'm just saying. I mean,
it's not going to happen. That's what I mean. It's the problem is that nobody want to make any concession, and the problem is that the country is very much divided on 3 axes, I would say, right? And we have 3.3 trillion euros in debt. We're in very, very bad shape right now. And it's going to be very, very interesting what's going to happen Monday, because it can bring the country into chaos even more than it is.
I love that.
Now.
You are giving me goosebumps. I love that. I love seeing France in deep shit.
The 10th, the 8th is the confident vote.
I love seeing France in deep shit.
The 8th is the confident vote. He will get kicked out. And the 10th is a big strike. They're going to make a huge strike in Paris, like the left parties already said. They will all go out in the streets, probably like hundreds of thousands of people in Paris, and the police is already like scared because they know that it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. So if you see some,
well, I mean, think about it. You're gonna have the people. You're gonna have the people protesting, then you're gonna have all the idiots out there taking advantage of the chaos and doing other shit.
Exactly, that's what they're
scared. So it's gonna make it even worse. And then you'll have people. You'll have people here on the States going, France is burning, Paris is burning. Exactly, then I'll go talk to RL and Shadow, and Shadow be sipping a 2-liter, going, yeah, it's fucking fine. Yeah, here. I didn't hear shit. RL's like, I drove to work, I didn't see shit, you know, nothing's going on.
Is he living in France, or is he living in Belgium? Because I'm always confused with him.
I think he lives in Belgium, but he might drive to France to work or something. I don't know. And then, like, but when there was all those fires last summer, Shadow and them were like, that's like hundreds of miles away. It's only in the city. It's just a bunch of dumbasses. I mean, nobody out here gives a fuck or is doing that shit.
No, but the problem is the overall.
But this is a lot worse than that. So.
Yeah, the yellow vests were much worse. But right now, the situation is very bad because they cannot make anything go through. They cannot even vote on the budget. You know, so nothing goes through. You know, and the country is just sinking slowly in a very desperate situation. And
get the manure sprayers ready.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Drive downtown, spray shit all over them. That's one thing I like. At least y'all get to do that.
We can do that. Yeah, we can do that.
So I don't understand. No, is what's going to change? I don't think nothing will change, right? Like
nothing will change. He will get just kicked out, and then they will have to vote on a new prime minister. But the problem is nobody wants a left leaning, and nobody wants a right leaning, and for sure nobody wants the Macron's party to get one. Because
anyone in the middle can't do anything. So
no, nobody can do anything. That's the big problem. Nobody can do anything because nobody has enough, people to actually have a majority. And that's why it's like I think in Belgium it was not so long time ago always the case that they couldn't find a consensus between the parties. That's why they didn't have a prime minister or something like that for years because they couldn't find it. Yeah.
So what's the solution? Like in United States, the solution was MAGA. MAGA was the solution to the problems in United States. So what is the solution in France?
The problem is that there is let's take the example of France because France is a very left-leaning country. So every time a right-leaning party, especially right extreme party, how the left is calling like Iran and Marine Defense Party, will never get through. Never get through because all the time is the same. We're talking about that she will get elected, and then after a while, all the parties will say, we need to vote against her. So everybody will go against her. And that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Bridget, quit talking shit about France and say it to his handsome face.
Yeah, we could use Bridget on here.
I mean, like it's a shitty country, but it's still one. My blood is still French, so I cannot
In North Africa, we are preparing our Coast Guard to sink any ships coming from France to the refugees.
Come on, man.
We are preparing.
You guys, you can help us. You can help us.
Hey! All you gotta do is say there's some drugs on them boats and stink them.
Exactly.
The United States will just sink them.
Yeah, just tell us just say, hey man, I think there's some. Look, there's some cocaine. Just say, hey, there's some cocaine on that boat, and then we'll shoot it for you.
Those savage goals will not accept that. We don't want to change our culture. Those savage goals.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you guys really have anything that resembles a culture by Western standards.
No. I mean, eating frogs and snails, maybe. That's not exactly a culture.
Quite good, actually.
Yeah, sewer rat may taste like pumpkin pie, but I'd never know.
But
you guys were talking about secession and things like that are never going to happen. I was wondering if you're familiar with the different theories of like cyclical theories, like Peter Turchin. I think he has a 250-year theory of great changes. And there's the Strauss-Howe fourth turning that's 80 to 100 years. And they're all kind of coinciding of what's going on now. So a lot of things that were, would be considered not possible previously in history could be very much possible now. And like some of these theories have been used to predict things like the French Revolution, the British Civil War, World War I and II. So I was wondering if you guys have any input on that.
Super chat.
Vaun, Libya was doing well until you guys touched it. Why you guys molest Libya?
Yeah, I agree. It was.
It had American oil in its ground.
You had the terrorist attack, the Pan Am thing. So you kind of had like there was that on the shelf, like they could pull that as an excuse, and they did. Oh, he backed terrorism, even though he was killing ISIS and Al Qaeda guys that popped up in Libya. Which that's probably why we were mad, because he's killing our guys. So, that's what I'm saying. I mean, some countries played it smart and lay low. I mean, everyone knows there was a bunch of Saudi hijackers on 9/11, but, we still fist bumped the king and Obama bowed. So
you attacked Iraq.
Yeah, because they had WMDs, man. Remember? That's what I was told. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
They must have had weapons of mass destruction. We just quietly destroyed it out there in their Turn the Desert Green Again project. You guys want to go down a conspiracy rabbit hole?
I mean,
look at that. Yeah.
I mean, he gave up his nuclear programs and all that as a goodwill gesture. Then they went back and killed him anyway.
Yep.
And like I said, he was hard on militant Islamist terrorist types. So, They weren't coming out of Libya per se, not with his blessing anyway. At least that's the story. And then all of a sudden he had to go, because he was going to use gold and shit or whatever the hell. There's so many fucking excuses they have for killing him. It's just, I mean, you can see what it did. Libya's a shithole now. Syria's a shithole. I mean, it was pretty fucked up with Assad in it still, but now it's even worse.
Yeah, Iraq's a shithole. I mean, like Putin.
Yeah, I mean, Iraq's basically an Iranian playground,
Yeah. So.
And then, Turkey's all over the place. Then you got a bunch of ragtag idiots strung out between probably North Iran and Syria and Turkey. I mean, it's great. It worked out. And then half of North Africa is fucked up, all because of that shit. It worked out great. That regime changed seven countries or 5 countries in 7 years or 7 years, 5 countries, whatever.
It's all because that little country, that the so-called country.
And Ukraine wasn't even on the list, and they're fucking that one up too.
It's all because of the bad president of America, Netanyahu. It's all because of that.
There are a lot more reasons than the president of the United States and Netanyahu.
No, Netanyahu, president. No, the president of the United States, Netanyahu. I mean, the whole sentence is one sentence.
I didn't think you were that stupid. I knew you were dumb, but I didn't think you were that dumb.
You discovered a new thing, Who said go into Iraq will be the best thing to happen to the region, and who went to the Iraq? Who can guide American military? It's the U.S. president. So he
are you so naive to believe that those things can't be mutually exclusive? Are you that naive?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're a young kid.
Yeah, daddy. Anyway, so don't tell me that Israeli politicians don't rule your
I am telling you that. Country. I'm telling you that. The United States has it in our best interests to do all kinds of things in behalf of Israel. They can be mutually exclusive. Yeah. And I know that you can't get your head around that concept.
Well, I mean, think about this, Nika. There's also the theory too that the United States uses Israel as the bad guy, which allows them the cover to.
They are the wedge in the Middle East.
You know what I mean? It's like they're always the if something's fucked up in the Middle East, it's fucking Israel, and the U.S. is happy to let them take the heat. We get heat too because it's like we're supplying them, but it's not as bad as us doing it ourselves. I mean, that's one way people look at it, like they're just a proxy sucker patsy.
Very much.
Who's paying?
The thing is, it's probably a combination of those things. There's things that work for us, probably the best thing that works for us is that we can blame Israel most of the time or let them take the blame.
And instead of them being a terrorist group, they're actually a nation state.
Yeah, and there's things we do for them that help us, and then there's in exchange for them taking all the blame, we probably do some things for them that help them that don't really help us.
And they're a mechanism for us to.
I mean, think about it. It's like they're a junkie. They're addicted to all this USA, so they got to play ball with us too. So to get the money, so I'm sure it's a mutual.
And we want to go destabilize Syria, and who do we have do it? We want someone to go in and stir up Lebanon, and who do we have do it? So let's not forget who's the dog and who's the master. And
I don't know. Sometimes it can be reversed.
I mean, you're right, Nika. It can be reversed, but I do think
but
overall,
it's not.
Because you do have a lot of. You got the APAC, and you've got all but 1 or 2 people that have APAC reps, which pretty much guarantees that at least no matter what, Israel's concerns are always at least mentioned before a decision's made. So that's pretty important. And that's probably. Hold on.
And what's crazy is all of this is.
I'm not saying that necessarily means it always goes through, but that's pretty fucking nice that you get to at least have input on literally everything
Vaun.
through hundreds of people. And sometimes it works to your benefit. Sometimes it's a joint benefit. And like I said, sometimes we got to give Israel some crack to do what we want. And
what's hilarious is once they do the whole redevelopment of Gaza into the Trump Med, all that oil that's out there in the Mediterranean that's off of the coast will be U.S. controlled oil.
They need to win first. They couldn't.
They are already there. They've already made a land swap and an ocean ground swap with Egypt. And who do you think's going to develop either one of them? You think Egypt's got the deep enough pocket to do it?
You can dream of it, but that will not happen. That's a good dream for you guys, but it's not.
Put your money where your mouth is, because they're already going to do it.
I said from the start of the war that will not happen. Hamas will not easily win. They need to eradicate the whole population, and then the region beside it.
I guess you haven't been noticing all those people fleeing to Egypt, huh?
Who's people? There's no one
the
fleeing
people.
Egypt.
They're not fleeing to Egypt. I think they're all just trapped in different areas and they just move around because Egypt's borders are closed. But yeah, I mean, eventually that could happen. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is with like the oil and shit off sea stuff, they don't really need they don't really need to be stable on the land to go in there and take that shit and start doing something.
What I want to say is when I did the joke about the president is who have the more influence to the other. When America like there is so much influence of the Israeli lobby into the American political system for the both political parties, they have such influence that you cannot even do anything against Israel. And you cannot do anything against it, even if it's against the well-being of American and the well-being of the American. I mean, what I forget the word.
Interest.
You understand? Exactly, interest.
But the thing is that they have a balance. You see, I think Israel's task is to protect the Middle East for the United States. So it's like Saudi Arabia, all these things. Israel's job, is to actually secure the region for United States, and like Saudi Arabia is feeling safe because Israel have the military to actually fight.
I think they are doing it in a bad way because even if there is no Israel, like even if there is no Israel, there's other threats. There's like the American doing the American things. So Israel is just.
But if the United States didn't have Israel, the United States would be either have their own boots on the ground, which the American population wouldn't tolerate, or would be using private contractors, which once again the rest of the world wouldn't tolerate.
We have Israelis.
Yeah, we have the Israelis.
Yeah,
I mean, look how often the CIA used the Mossad to do our dirty.
There were Syrians in Iraq with us in Desert Storm.
Yeah, we have.
And other Arab
invested lots to use them as private
you had Saudi Arabia, you had the UAE, all the Gulf states were participating by providing either bases or support facilities, airfields, troops. Syria was there with their T-72s fighting against the Iraqis.
Yep.
That was the coalition of the willing.
I mean, if Israel is so competent, why they needed American boots, American weapons, American money to invade Iraq?
Everyone needs American material.
It's kind of like drones, dude. Why would you use your own fucking shit when you can use somebody else's?
Yeah,
I mean, especially when you only got a few million people, anyways. I mean, what's the big? I mean, how big could their army? How big could their army be if they mobilized everybody? What, 5 million against how many Muslims in just the neighborhood? What, 500 million?
Yeah,
probably in just the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I mean, why wouldn't you use a tier 1 military for free? And have them give you free shit.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying. Who's controlling?
And they got a lot of influence. We know that. And like I said, it's got to be very. Like I said, it's got to be very nice for the Israelis to be able to have at least their concerns heard whenever the decision is made that has anything to do with the Middle East or Israel. No other country, probably even Saudi Arabia, can say that. I mean, I'm sure if it's something that concerns Saudi Arabia, maybe they get a heads up or a call, or they might run it past them. But you can't. I'm not going to deny or act like I'm denying that. Yeah, Israel gets a fucking seat at the table on everything because they pay people to do it, and that sucks and it's fucked up. But obviously,
in return, though, the United States gets a tier 1 military.
And think about it, and think about it. They're in this great position, so of course they're going to exploit their position. Maybe they do blackmail people to make sure they get what they want, or they always get a seat at the table, or they always get say over anything that has to deal directly with Israel. Maybe they got that kind of pull on somebody. I don't know. It seems like they do because that's the way everybody talks about it. But yeah, I mean, the thing that makes the most sense is a combination. They're our patsy. They do our dirty work. They keep things the way we need to keep them in that area so that we can benefit from it somehow. Whether it's price of oil, geopolitically, whatever thing you can think of. I mean, I'm sure there's a million reasons to have the Middle East fucked up like it is for somebody, especially if you're a big power. I mean, if China was in the same position, would they be doing the same thing if it was beneficial to them? I mean, or Russia, if they were if they were in our position, would they be doing the same thing? If they were the number one economy on the planet?
Who says other countries aren't doing the same thing the United States is?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying.
Even Saudi Arabia privately funds Israel.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I mean, it's not like some weird behavior. It's just maybe right now we're able to do it bigger and better and more efficiently than other countries, and other countries do what they can do with the resources they have and the assets they have. I mean, some countries can go big, other countries can't. So. But like you said, it doesn't mean they're not doing some form of that. And like I said, Israel's in a unique position. They literally get to fucking sit at the table on everything.
I'll ask you
you can't beat that. Nobody on the planet can beat that.
Pretty good trade-off.
I will ask you a question. Okay, who's benefiting, in your opinion, for example?
Both.
Who's benefiting more? Who's benefiting more in this
situation? The United States.
And what you said, Vaun?
Probably the United States, because you keep all kinds of things, oil up and stuff like that.
Yep. I think it's the Israel who's benefiting more.
Well, they get a lot of benefits. I mean, think about it. They get to have nuclear weapons. They get to hide behind our skirt.
Can I say
but in exchange for having nuclear weapons and having a skirt to hide behind, they have to go out and kill 40,000 civilians. Okay. They have to flatten Gaza. They have to destabilize Syria. They have to, assist in assassinations in Iran. They got to do a lot of dirty shit. In exchange for that, you get nuclear weapons. You get to be in the club. You get us to protect you. You get, just call us when you need bullets, no problem. But you got to do a lot of dirty shit to do it. I mean, and of course, if you're going to be a dirty ass motherfucker working for this guy, you might want to have some, in case anything ever happens to me, I got a dead man switch, or I got a little bit of dirt over you to make sure I'm always given a square deal. It could be simple like that. I mean, they might have some dirt to make sure they always
the same deal, right?
Yeah.
Hamas and Hezbollah is the same deal with Iran. It's the same deal.
Sure. Same deal.
It's just a lousy. They don't have nuclear weapon. That's all. No, they are like lower grade. No, like discount Israel. They are discount Israel. Upgrades finger is tired.
I was cut like nonstop. I cannot speak. Ted and Vaun was cutting me back and forth.
We can't even see you. All we see is the golden dome.
Yeah.
So you gotta let upgrade go, or you show your face.
Yeah, my head. It's practically my head, so it's the same thing.
Yeah.
We didn't say that,
I don't know which one's ugly.
Hey, stand up in it, make it look like a yarmulke on your head, like a golden yarmulke.
That's just keeping the rain off that Israeli talisman. That's all it's doing.
I think I agree a little bit with both of you guys, but let's not forget that Israel, without the protection of the United States, maybe wouldn't exist. Wouldn't even. We don't know, right? But I mean, like all the Muslims, next to the Jews, they already don't like them so much. So you don't think if the Americans weren't behind the Jews that there would be no attacks, relentless attacks, from all.
Well, they got the nukes though. That's that's one thing they probably negotiate. Like, we'll do all this shit and be hated, but we got to have the final solution.
Yeah,
think about it. They've made sure that no country in the area that had the money that wanted to could have nukes.
Let's not kid ourselves that the protection of the United States behind the Jews and behind the Israel state is a big factor that also don't know people do more crazy.
I will push back.
October.
I will push back a bit. Without United States behind Israel will still get weapons somewhere. Maybe they will buy Chinese, buy Russian. But the way they fight will be different. They're going to be brutal. They're going to kill like like you're gonna get the genocide that like for real. No, it's not gonna be like this PR genocide. No, you'll get real genocide because for them, like you said, if they have no security, then the only security is to kill off. Like in the medieval era, you just kill off the enemy. So the fact that because they are allied with United States, they have to do all these PR things. They have to throw the leaflets. They have to try to gain some kind of peace with the Arab neighbors because the United States will it. So if there isn't this alliance with United States and they don't give a damn about how the Arab neighbors think, then they will be more brutal. They will fight like the Mongols or whatnot. Or like the Bible stories, when
I mean,
Moses
he's right. They won't waste.
They
won't waste money on precision munitions at all. They'll just buy cheap and plentiful bombs and rockets.
They are not doing it. They're not doing it.
I know. I'm not saying they are. I mean, I think a lot of that stuff's been flattened by precision bombs. Just by the way, got flattened.
Like recently they are.
Whatever. I'm just saying. I mean, like he said, if we cut them off, they'll go somewhere else and they'll just go ape shit on whoever because it won't matter.
The most important protection that America is doing is bribing and controlling the neighborhood countries. Because if they cannot control
that's the whole game, right?
Egypt, Jordan,
I mean, but what are they gonna do? They gonna break away from us and go build their own armies up and then go attack Israel?
This is why I said Israel benefits more because Israel got the money, Israel got the weapons, Israel got the political support, Israel got the propaganda support, Israel got it's like, who's the bigger and smaller country here? Who's giving the money to whom? Who's giving weapon to whom? Who's giving political asylum to whom? I mean, you need to be like politically like out of your mind if you say like America is benefiting more or equally to the Israelis. Like let's call it. I know it's not like.
I mean that's fine. I'm just saying. I mean I guess it depends on how you look at it.
Let me speak. Just let me speak. I will not go to the extreme and say Israelis are controlling like puppets American. No, they are buying them. Just buying the politicians. But I'm saying Israel is the most side that benefits than America. Congrats, Wyatt. Everyone needs to see the plate. I like it. That's what I'm saying. The money going to whom? The weapons going to whom? The technology goes to whom? The NATO, the UN support, the political support. Who's going to whom?
All right, I got it. But what I'm saying is I was looking at it probably more like a financial benefit. But if it comes to perks, then obviously in the relationship they've got far better perks than we get.
Everything.
I don't know. I mean, how much benefit does someone like the United Emirates and Saudi Arabia get because of Israel doing what it's doing? I mean, there's benefits coming to everyone. You're just hung up on that the Israelis are there. Period. I don't know where your deep-seated hate is coming from, but
I'm telling you,
it's a useful tool. Admit that it's a useful tool. It's a useful tool for everyone in the region, including the United States.
When the tool is more benefiting more of the master than the tool, it's not a tool anymore. Is the tool benefiting more?
But the thing is, the presence of Israel secures the entire Middle East for the United States.
Not necessarily.
And that secures the US dollar, the petrodollar.
I mean,
the US dollar as a reserve currency worth way more.
They need to secure the whole region for Israel, man. They need to secure the whole region for Israel to survive. That's what I'm saying. It's not
if you want to call it a tool, if you want to call it a tool, some tools get taken better care of than others. Maybe that's what you want to look at. We just take care of this tool better than other tools.
If you spending more on the tool,
they get oiled after we use them. They get put in the toolbox. They get taken care of.
If you are spending more on
we take care of them, they take care of us.
If you are spending more on the tool, the tool is getting more of a benefit than what you are. It's like if you don't have
yeah,
any
but you don't take into account the people that are getting the benefit. Maybe in their minds they're getting more benefit. Maybe they're more focused on the financial side than the blackmail side and the power side, or the I get to write this paragraph in every law that's written side. I mean, there's people that just want to fuck whores and kids and drink kids' blood and make money. I mean, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about the policy as long as they get their fucking babies to eat and blood to drink and money and coke. I mean, they're all happy in the deep state.
Copy.
Thank you. Yo, my bleach Negros. Why are you being so late with all this? It's late for us here. Okay. Getting a little bit off the drama part, because the thing with the money in US, that's what the US is. It's the forum and money talks. So everyone who is part of the lobbying, they are the patrons. And this involves countries, any country like Norway to Qatar, for example, as well. We just gave Trump straight up a plane for 400 million, right? That's how it kind of goes. It's like Vaun said, it benefits everyone. It's like it scratch each other back. Now, I want to kind of since we are talking on the Middle East, I just came across earlier just a headline, something about that Turkey was going to cut trade ties with Israel. And I wonder what the
it already did cut not only trade but cut airspace.
They fucking say that, and then people do stories about how there's stuff still flying through their airspace and ships still docking.
That's the political. They say there is no Israeli airplanes, or will go to the.
I'm gonna go look at Flight Tracker right fucking now.
Turkish airspace, and no boats or any ships that will go to Turkish airplane. Anyway, so it's a total cut. That's what I'm saying.
Salgat said, please stop fighting at every open mic to determine who is the master and who is the puppet. Who cares? The US and Israel are the same. Both are killing Middle Easterners. Let's change the topic.
No, we're not changing the topic. We have hit. I just came on because of the topic. And the Middle Easterners, they're very good at killing each other. In case you haven't noticed, like whether you have Israel and the United States, there's not going to make a damn difference whatsoever. They have I think it's really infantilizing how many of you Westerners be thinking like these Middle Easterners have no agency whatsoever, no incentives or any drives, no other kind of like inner things going on. It's all the the US is bad, so that means that they must all be good, and then if they are either with the US or against the US, but guess what? It's actually pretty fucking intermingled. So let's take Turkey. Like, that's the reason I'm mentioning this, right? Because if Turkey was, for example, to go through with it, that's a very clear indication what path they're going. I'm not sure if Vaughn's picture froze, and it's a perfect timing for it to freeze if it did. It looks charming. We should screenshot this indeed. Anyways, because as far as I recall, Turkey was one of the biggest trading partners to Israel. And Turkey does have a lot of military reach, both like not only having a fairly sizable army and being fairly well, like they can situate themselves fairly well in Syria if they wanted to. Although I get the impression that they might be lacking the infrastructure to deal with all the hardware that they have, but that's a minuscule thing, I think. They also have a reach towards the Red Sea with military bases in Somalia, I believe it was, and so forth, which... Not the Red Sea. Yeah, Red Sea. So they will be they could, if they really wanted to, they can really, like of all the adversaries that Israel has had the last 2 years or so, Turkey would no doubt be the more formidable one. I mean, the Islamic Republic, I expected a lot bigger fight from it. It turned out to be not even a paper tiger, more like a paper kitten. It's like, I cannot take the Islamic Republic seriously, but Turkey, this one, I will be very hard pressed to believe that it will be just like mopping up a few commanders here and there. I don't think it will be that easy for the Israelis as it was with for example, the Islamic Republic was a decade long and so forth of an investment to even pull off all of these things. And now with Turkey in place, if they have cut the trade and the levels of animosity or enmity, I guess you can say, between Israel and Turkey reaches a heightened level, then Israel's ability actually to strike Iran would be weaker, because then Turkey could actually put their air defenses into Syria, because it was Assad's fall that actually made it that much easier for Israel to strike at Iran, right? So now then one must ask, like, what does Turkey actually have to gain? Because there's a very serious risk. Sure, one can say that, okay, for Turkey, the trade is maybe not all that important as it would be, for example, for Israel. Yeah, they're probably not likely to be as beaten as badly as any of the others so far. But how likely are they to be having this control of Syria? Like, if they antagonize Israel, hi, Desi. If they antagonize, keep trying to get an envious position with Israel, then of course their Turkey-Qatari pipeline is going to be a pipe dream, right? Like, it's going to be a long time before anything like that happens. So I guess now that I've been talking and mentioning it, because I don't really know all that much about it, but Vaun, did you find any flights going over that like artists?
Yeah, I just looked. There's a 747 out of China flying to Tel Aviv that just came out of Turkish airspace and headed into Tel Aviv. But I don't know if that means the same thing because it's a Chinese jet, so maybe the Turkish don't want to piss off the Chinese, but maybe that only applies to like actual Israeli aircraft and Israeli flagships or something. I don't know.
Well, I do know that El Al flies quite a few flights to Turkey, but the alternative would be Cyprus. But as far as I understand it, Cyprus isn't big enough to handle a relocation of that kind. So
that's what I'm gonna say. Cyprus don't have the capacity to handle things like Turkey have. Turkey have a bigger infrastructure.
Right, and so the ways for Israel, like if that's just, so this makes it actually a very big, like I would imagine it have a fairly big impact on Israel that Turkey chooses to cut off, because what are then the other alternatives?
No,
Greece wouldn't be all that far away, but Greece then again, like it's not like they have like the most sprawling airspace infrastructure either.
You have that infrastructure used by a lot of things, so you will cut a portion. If you need a bigger portion, you need to pay more. So don't forget that the war that's happening is eating a lot of money. The economic situation in Israel is not the best because a lot of people are like closing doors and going outside of the country because of the pressure, because of the conditions, because of what's happening and the insecurity. It's not good for business. So that's why it's not. They have a lot of deficit in the budget, and
because what I just read from the abstract of that headline, because I didn't have time to go through it, but as far as I've understood it, it was focused on so it wasn't necessarily like passenger flights. At least that I didn't read that. It was mostly like
everything. They said everything. They don't even be allowed to go through the airspace and through the economic water stuff.
Okay, so that would be irrespective of any airline, any like it wouldn't matter. It's like if its destination is Israel, it's cut off.
I don't know the details, to be honest, the whole details, but
to be fair, it's a Chinese cargo plane, so it might not be included in the thing. It's just that's its final destination is Tel Aviv. So maybe that's not, since it's not an Israeli-owned aircraft, that might be why. But and plus, they're probably not going to fuck with China.
With China, especially with China, Turkey cannot upset China and call it a day. So
have there been has there been any responses from other countries in that regard? Because
like what?
Lindsey Graham sent a mean tweet.
Ooh.
Ooh. The Turkish are scared now.
No, I mean, Lindsey Graham, he loves Israel for the same reason he loves Ukraine. It's like the best money we ever spent.
Yeah, I mean, he as far as I know, he hasn't, but that's something that would be right up his alley. Some kind of crazy off the wall tweet about a threat. I mean, that's what he's good at.
But because I was thinking a little bit about this, like, everyone like it's like pointed out, like Israel could disappear and they would all go fighting at each other anyway. So like if you consider like the history of the region, like the three quote unquote natural regional powers have always been Turkey, Egypt, or Iran. That has been traditional. You can call them the Sassanids. You can call them Sassanids. You can call them Mamluks or Egyptians. You can call them the Turks or the Ottomans. Sorry.
No, there's the most like historically and even recently, the most important regional powers are Turkey, of course, the Iranians, and the Egyptians. Now, the Egyptians are like more than followers of the Gulf states more than anything else. So instead of Egypt, now you have Saudi Arabia because of the oil and the wealth that they have. So now you have the three major pillars of the Middle East, like aside of the influence of the Israelis, you have the Turkey, Iran, and Emirat plus Saudi Arabia, but they competing in influence.
But I kind of got the impression that the Emiratis and the Saudis are kind of like both kind of like frenemies, basically. And the same would be with Egypt. I mean, they had wars after all. Like before the 6-Day War with Israel, the Egyptians were at war in Yemen and bombing around in Saudi Arabia, and they've always had fairly tense relations. Now, I understood that it's kind of loosened
Egypt,
up.
whatever Egypt is doing, even if it shows Egypt have a big potential, but the current leadership is screwing everything up, and the situation isn't good. So they are sucking up to the Saudis and Emiratis, and whatever the Saudis and Emiratis says, Egypt will follow. That's the thing.
So, because I kind of get the impression that the Saudis and the Turks are trying. What?
Thank you. Can I just chip in?
Sure. You're a little bit low though, so if you can kind of get your volume up or something.
Just a second. Can you guys hear me? Hey, I have my volume up all the way. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now
we hear you. We hear you.
Oh, cool. So I think, you guys put it well. Historically, there has been just four main ethnic groups in the Middle East. The one is the Turks, the Iranians, the Levantines, whether they are under Egypt or Syria, and the tribesmen of the peninsula. And even now, it's very similar. You have Turkey on one hand.
The Egyptian too. Historically, you can add
Egyptian,
as the fifth one, Egyptian.
True. But at the same time, a lot, if you look at the history, whether during the Crusades or even before that, a lot of the time the Levant was under Egypt or under the Turks or under the Arabs. Right?
The one, historically, sorry, Jesse, I will cut you. Sorry. Historically, the one who held the Levant always wanted Egypt. The ones who held Egypt always wanted the Levant. They complement each others, and they are very powerful if they united. So continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also saw that for a brief moment in the 20th century, when Egypt and Syria, became the same nation very briefly, until of course Assad's dad took over. But we have gone back. I mean, history always doesn't repeat, but always rhymes. And again, we have four, as you mentioned, four powers. One is obviously the Iranians, who are anti-Israeli. Another one is Egypt, and Egypt has been an American vassal state and can't do anything against Israel, at least since Mubarak. But even before that, I forgot the name of that dictator who was bald, who came after. Anyway, then there is the Saudis. Sadat, Sadat. So yeah, since Sadat, Egypt has been pretty much an American client, right? And the Saudis and the Emiratis, on the other hand, sure, they have these regional tussles. They have some political differences in the way they practice Islam and implement Islam in their own nations. And some regional economic rivalries, but at the end of the day, they are both more or less aligned. They are both very much reliant on the West, Saudi more than Emirates. And let's not kid ourselves, this the bombing of Yemen, right? That is more, that has that's more towards the interest of Saudi Arabia than it is to Israel, because the Saudis had tried to eliminate the Houthi leadership for for how many years, 6 years, I think. They couldn't, and Israel did it for them.
It's like 10 or
no, I mean while they were at war, but yeah, they have been wanting since 2013, I think.
This is why I always said there is nothing will happen in Yemen because the American and Israelis were helping Saudis that were bombing and shelling Yemen nonstop, and even with ground troops, and they couldn't do anything. So that's why I was sure nothing will change in Yemen situation.
It
But
still won't. It still
one
won't.
thing I want to
Even
throw
with
in on
the
this one.
elimination of the leader. Yeah, go ahead, Copen.
It's taking on Egypt here because, well, Egypt is clearly like I'm just gonna say it, it's a bitch, right? Like after Yemen was the Houthis were stopping on this, that hit Egypt the hardest, right? And they did nothing, didn't even say a word.
They
about
cannot
it,
do
right?
anything. Like let's be realist. What they can do that
It's ask Israel.
Saudi, what they can do that Saudi didn't do. What they can do, even U.S. troops like retreated from the area with an agreement with them. So you cannot do anything. Plus,
Right.
they have a lot of issues inside Egypt. So anything that will like disturb things more than it's disturbed, it will be fucked up for the Egyptian government, which is not liked at all now in Egypt.
But if I can kind of like kind of base this one a little bit on going back to like the historical, like it's not so much a historical connection necessarily, because it's also very much a geographical one. These places like the Turks, the Iranians, because the Arabians, they're actually kind of late in the game here. I mean, the Turks and Egyptians and the Iranians, they are thousands of years. And the reason is because they were located in places where they had a high population, right? And they had resources and everything. They natural empire generators, so to speak. So Egypt, while it is a fairly weak kind of at the moment, like it's always a latent one. It's always a possibility that it can become relevant, right? So look at this. This bout with Israel and Iran, right? Iran becoming just this pussy, and in the process, Turkey moves in, right? Now Turkey is clearly the regional power. Like Iran is not even a consideration by comparison to Turkey, right? Iran is sort of like Egypt now, right? Like it's there, right? You know it's there. You know it has a thing, but it's not like
it's not the same, man. It's not the same. Iran have
I know it's not the same, but they're comparatively like they're comparatively ineffectual. That's my point.
I know what you are saying. I know what you're saying, but I disagree. Desi, go. You are first.
Well, it will be on the detail. The point I was getting at here was that for Egypt, it's still going to be in its interest to somehow reacquire a little bit control, so to speak. And one of its issues is the Muslim Brotherhood. This is something the Egyptian army has been admitting for many years, that what they consider to be their biggest threat is actually internal, tied to the Muslim Brotherhood. And they've openly criticized Turkey for funding and aiding the Muslim Brotherhood in a variety of ways. And one of these ways would be going to Syria. So one of the people who were ahead of the so-called general security, the state apparatus forces that the al-Sharia had taken control over, this guy was Ahmed al-Dalati, and he was a Muslim Brotherhood affiliate, but Erdogan's henchman, right? So basically, I know this is not going to be the same. Obviously, it's not going to be the same. But I wouldn't be surprised if Egypt is kind of like secretly hoping that there's going to be a fight between Israel and Turkey, because that will, of course, the Israelis get a beating. I mean, they don't like the Israelis at all, even though they have a peace or anything like that. And also the Turks will be weakened, which may have them reduce their ability to influence with the Muslim Brotherhood, what the Egyptians consider to be their biggest threat. Okay, sorry, Desi, for the...
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can see the current leadership might be wanting to do that, but I doubt the competency of the current leadership. And even if the wet dreams all come true, and like Turkey does get destabilized or Israel get destabilized, Egypt can't do shit. Not the current leadership, right? I mean, it's and this is the problem with Egypt, right? The leadership is incompetent, and the opposition, the Muslim Brotherhood, is also just as incompetent, right? And you can't like Muslim Brotherhood has devolved into like HTS basically, right? They have devolved. They had roots. They had like it was better. Both the military, the secular military dictatorship, as well as the Muslim Brotherhood, were much better, like in the last century than they are now. I'm not saying that this is a permanent thing. They can improve, but in the current situation, Egypt, I don't think anyone should take Egypt very seriously. They are not a regional power at all, whatsoever. On top of that, they also have the problem of geography, right? Geography favors Turkey. There will be population growth in Turkey. Egypt has reached maximum. Egypt cannot grow anymore. Sure, they are making huge these artificial agricultural lands, but that will only make it more vulnerable for Egypt. Currently, at least from according to me, Turkey is the only regional power in the region. Okay, I'll give it off to you guys, but I just want to say my point. The only ones who we should take seriously is Turkey, and the fact that they have taken steps against Israel is the biggest thing since like Iran stepped in. Right, the only regional powers in the region who are sovereign and can be independent are Turkey and Iran, essentially. But Turkey more so than Iran, right?
Speaking
And
of Iran, one question I have, because I asked this on the previous open mic, and I wanted to get to both you and Nika and anyone else's opinion on this. There have been reports here, which have been for a long time, but this time it was considered quite acute, a water catastrophe in Iran. And this was an admission by the Islamic Republic, by Reuters, and by the UN. And I had the ChatGPT try to give me give me three adversarial sources to each other that have corroborate that this is a water crisis, and it was indisputable all across the board. Everyone agreed this was serious shit. They had land subsidiation, and there were so many things going. There was and so the estimates. Then I asked it to give me the estimates of how many people are estimated to from the low end to the high end to be displaced. The lowest estimate is 800,000, which would be a little bit less than 10%, I think, of the total population. No, sorry, it would be like 1% roughly of the total population, which is pretty bad, anyways. Because quite a big, I think it was like 80 or something, like a ridiculously high amount of the country was underwater duress anyway. So that's just going to ripple effect. But then the highest estimates, now that sounded terrifying, 50 million. That is effectively a complete collapse of Iran. From a 90 million, that's around half of the population. Like, I think my fellow Europeans can kind of see this with a little bit of foreboding. We saw what happened with Syria, a country with a total population of 3 millions. The few millions we have over here, well, I mean, they're here, and whatever issues, that's another debate. But now, if the worst estimates, let's say if you go in between, just like 15 to 20 million people on the run, displaced, right? Where are they going to go? Where are their the neighbors are not doing much better either. Iraq is also under heavy duress. Armenia and Azerbaijan much better, but they're also tiny countries. Like, you would be tripling their population with so many displaced people. So, well, they're probably going to come towards Europe, right? I mean, I think there's a lot to be said about that. Yeah, right. So I think Nika held the finger before upgrades, and then it's
go upgrade. Go.
Upgrades been having. Yeah.
Vaun will pop up.
Come on, coping. Come on, man.
I'm a gentleman. I cannot do that to upgrade.
You cannot do that, Nika. You know
even
that.
For a French one, I cannot do that. Even for a French one.
Thank you very much, Nika. Thank you. No, to come back to Turkey, what was the initial point which we started from, right? Coping. I mean, like, Turkey is economically a shambles. If you see the inflation which they have is like 30% constantly. I have a lot of Turkish friends, and they tell me straight up, when they get their currency, they change it in US dollar or euros because it's so bad, you know. So there may be like better off than other countries around them, but to say that they are peak and that they will do very great in war, I don't know. You know, war costs a lot of money, and I don't know if the Turkish economy can stem that, you know, especially on a long period of time. And to
but no,
upgrade,
I just want to keep with tradition and break in while you're saying, but no, I mean, it's need not be necessary that a flailing economy will perform badly in war, right?
Yeah,
and I'm not saying that they are going to war or anything, but it can be it can be the other way around. That
No,
a
I'm not saying
failing
that they will
economy.
perform badly. I'm just saying that if you want to wage war, it costs money, and when your economy is already fragile, it's difficult, especially when you have countries
Don't
around you
forget,
which will
don't forget
actually
the
help
enemy.
you,
Reich,
which
Don't
are
Reich,
not
forget the
helping you at all.
don't
I'll
forget the situation of the
and
enemy. Upgrade.
yeah, okay.
yes,
They're
and
just
don't
just
forget
let
the
me
Reich.
finish my
The
point,
Reich,
and then
the Reich's economy was absolutely in shambles. They still
yes.
marched all the way to the
Of
Stalingrad,
course,
right?
you can always take examples of history and come back and say that it didn't went like that. I'm just saying that's just a point which I was mentioning. And to Turkey, they're playing both cards all the time. They're in NATO, then they go to Putin, then they go to China, then they go again to the United States. They are playing both hands. It's like Azerbaijan, right? They were just not so long time ago. They were in Beijing, but they're giving a lot of oil to the European Union because now the European Union had to find a little bit of other ways than Russian gas, so they import now a lot of Azeri gas and oil, So Turkey is an example of we are here, we're playing both sides, and we try to get the best deal out of it what we can. So is it smart to cut off Israel also if you have very high inflation and your economy is not doing that good? Maybe you can find other ways. Yeah, sure. But that's what the European Union said also about Russian sanctions and gas, and oil. And then you see that after 3 years, we are the same spot like before. So I don't know. Nika, go on.
First of all, I
Before,
don't think.
No, I think I had my finger up there.
yeah,
No,
John
no,
had.
no, no, no.
John,
I
I didn't
was
see. Sorry,
before
John, I
you.
didn't see you.
Before you.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, no, I
Come
just I
on.
just wanted to say that the as far as like the inflation goes in Turkey, like that's been an ongoing thing for many years, and a lot of people who live in the United States or the West don't realize there's many countries that have really high inflation by our standards, and they keep going on and on for decades. I mean, Egypt, it's the same way, and they develop like these parallel economies all the time, and they still manage to keep going. So it's not really, you can't, it's apples to oranges when you're comparing high inflation rates, like let's say what would say France, like, or wherever you live, compared to what's going on there. So it's really not like that. The people, um,
It's
like
definitely not great, John, right? It's not great. I mean, like I have Turkish friends, they tell me it's not great now in Turkey. Of course, the society will move on, and there's always ways because the economy, I mean, like they have nothing, right? They're still doing something, but the inflation is eating up a lot of their savings, and that's why they're always changing their local currency into foreign currency because
right,
they
well,
know
yeah,
that
but
many
my,
times
my,
they can
my point is
collapse.
that like in Egypt they do the exact same thing. And there's also they have all sorts of internal controls, but there's like black markets and stuff like these countries do, like precious metals, for example. um, they all buy gold. So they have these parallel economies that exist that still allow there to be economic growth. That's very hard to measure because it's kind of like a black market. So it still continues to
Don't they also stabilize with IMF loans often?
not so much Turkey, but
No, not Turkey.
but
Not Turkey.
but
But
yeah, and usually like the IMF thing, it's like borrow money for the mafia. It's generally not a good idea, but in the long term. But so that's not really an issue for Turkey because Turkey is as far as a regional power is getting stronger despite their economic challenges. So that's really not I mean, yes, it's true what you said about
Because
high
everybody around them
inflation.
failing. That's why.
Right, but that's
no, but consider this upgrade. Like even in India, before 1991, we had a average inflation rate of 15%, right? And we still became a regional power. We still have an average inflation rate in like since the 2000s of 7%. That's quite high. That's quite high. We don't feel it at all. It's like no one notices. Only when it like reaches 8 or 9%, that's when people start complaining, and even that happens in very smaller economies in certain states in India, right?
But Turkey, we're
Uh,
talking about 33% over a long period
it's a
of
lot.
time. It's not
It's a
like
lot.
it's not like
It's a
recent.
lot.
It's like
But
John mentioned.
if you consider like in the 70s in India, like we had 5 years essentially when our inflation rate was around 28%, I think, right? 28% inflation over 5 years. We won a war against Pakistan and liberated Bangladesh in the meantime. So sure, the common people will suffer.
But COVID
Israel,
inflation is a totally different thing, right? You know, COVID inflation
yeah,
is like everything times two, at least, and that's across the whole world. And even like Singapore, we have a lot of reserve. We pump the money. We didn't borrow money. We just pump our own money into the economy. We are still almost getting like 1.5 at least. No, so
We have
this
many
and this
many commodities that are way over 100% inflation in Norway. Like
yeah.
this was so glaring that it even had to come out on mainstream media. And then it was like
everyone is
level.
everyone is affected. Like, you know, Egypt is struggling. You know, Turkey is struggling. It's not a surprise. And the problem is these countries have been struggling before COVID. No, it's that is the main problem. They have, so the COVID only made it worse. And I think Egypt is just focusing inwards. You know, it's like, you know, Turkey is focusing outwards. They're trying to play all these geopolitical games, despite the economy is shit. Egypt economy is shit, but they having a demographic crisis. But their demographic crisis is the opposite. They have too many people. They are struggling to find jobs for them, find food for them, and find water for them. So no, they are investing inwards. They're building a new capital. They're building all these things. So they have no time to deal with, you know, the outside things. They don't dare to go to war with Houthis, which is killing their trade. You know, the whole Suez Canal is like, you know, the money is dried up. So, and recently they just cut the cable. No, so no, the some internet cable was cut in the Red Sea.
I think the other thing too, nobody's really mentioned it. I mean, Turkey's part of NATO. And you got to worry about Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine's probably going to be an L for Europe and NATO. So after they take this L in Ukraine, are they going to allow something to escalate between Israel and their Turkey, or are they going to stay out of it because they're too weakened to get involved or commit? Are they going to, or is NATO going to break up because some countries are going to use it as an excuse to finally dump Turkey, or, you know, they don't want to be involved? I mean,
but Turkey
I don't think anything's going to happen in that way until after Ukraine, because people got to see where they're at before they move on to the next thing.
Turkey is also giving weapons to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Via NATO. So they're playing the both cards game. That's what I mentioned before. They're playing always the both cards game. Whatever the chip is falling for them the best, they go there. That's Turkey. They've always been like this. They're always done like this, and they're also in a very strategic point in between Asia and Europe.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, like I said, I mean, depending on how bad the L is, does NATO get involved to help Turkey, or does NATO break up and say fuck it? You know, it's not worth it. We can't afford it. We're already depleted. I mean, I don't think anything's going to happen until after that's settled.
I think Western Europe has a lot of grievances with Turkey itself, because don't forget, like, Turkey backed the other side, like in Libya, right? Western Europe was backing one of the parties, and Turkey backed the other, like general, essentially. So yeah, Upgrade is completely right when, like, he says the Turkey is playing both sides to get ahead for itself, and that's why
Turkey also has issue with Greece in Cyprus, and they are also and we should I consider this more to be signaling towards the region that they want the rest of the region, which is going really shitty, letting them know, like, no, we are the strong ones around here, and that's why they're signaling towards Israel, but actually their commitment is going to be Ukraine. Nika, I see that you, Habibi, has been standing so long and sweet with your finger up. It's your turn, man.
I was about to go after Upgrade, but he's a Frenchman. What do you expect? Anyway.
Nika, John was before you.
No. I was even before. Desi gave the talk to me, man. Anyway.
Sorry, man.
Anyway, no, but what a lot of what was saying is good. Just comment on coping. Comment about the water is very, very important in Iran. The problem is bad management and corruption, because they can use a lot of techniques like drop by drop like techniques, but they are not using it and they are not focusing on it. And corruption, a lot of corruption, because Iran sadly is there is a lot of corruption in Iran too, and that's making the bad decisions for everyone. And if they keep that up, we'll have a disaster in Iran. Iran have a lot of water resources. The drought is not making it easy. Drought is going into the whole region in this
Well, it's also a
period.
result of a long-term agricultural reform, right? Because they went from like asparaguses and stuff, and then started going for economic autarky.
That's what I say. That's what I say.
Yeah.
Bad management and corruption and the drought. Because, for example, in Syria now,
Well,
there
it's
is
bad management of water infrastructure. Plus, they have a policy that consumes a lot of water. And
yeah.
Like
It's three things that going bad for them, and they are not. At least they can control too, but they are not doing it. And the drought is forever. Like it's a problem for everyone in the region. There is a big drought, like for 2-3 years now, and this year is one of the baddest. There's some rivers and some dams are empty in Syria now. I watch every day what's happening in Syria and keeping the situation, and it's bad water-wise. The war had a little say in that, but I think if they, it's not. I don't want to give hope, false hope. It can be reversible if the certain measures will take like quickly, like the whole agriculture need to be reorganized, and the whole like corruption things need to be tightened. Second thing, the only two the independent states now in the region are Turkey and Iran. So I prefer weak independent states that follow its
footsteps.
It's needs better than a strong puppet states. We see the European states how it's going for them. There's no inflation, nothing, but it's getting shitter and shitter because of the compared to Turkey and others. I mean, compared to the no, I know, but you see, if you are independent, what Turkey is doing is abrogate what's saying is correct. Yeah, they're playing both sides. It's nothing wrong with it. What's the most important thing in for a leadership to do for his country? Why I respect Putin, even if I disagree with him in other regions, he's protecting his own country's benefits. What's the word?
National interest.
National interest, exactly. And they will do anything to protect that, even going to war. Turkey is doing the thing. India is doing the same thing. China is doing the same things. United States is like in between. Sometimes they do it. Sometimes they do things that will devastate them, like going to anyway. But what I mean, and for now, for example, what I said, like Egypt is the leadership. Why Egypt's in this position? But because the leadership, the only objective of the leadership in Egypt, it's not the Egyptian, it's not nothing, it's just staying in power for as long as possible. This is the problem. And this is the problem in a lot of the region area, and it benefits the West, so they need to keep them, and it benefits the leadership because they are staying in power. So the whole region, the Saudis, the Egyptians, the Jordanians, the majority, 80% of the region's leadership, our own objective is to stay as long as possible into power. Like Egypt literally sold a part of, gave up a part of its land to Israel, and that part of its land have gas, and they are buying that gas with 35 billion, I think, dollar or something like this, to take their own gas from Israel because they didn't fight back for their rights in agreement with Sicily and stuff, and with Cyprus. It's a messed up situation. It's like they gave up their right to that economical area, and practically Israel took that and bought it back to Israel to Egypt with the bad conditions too. It's a fucked up situation, and everybody in Egypt is mad about this. That's why Egypt cannot do anything but to obey what the West is saying, America is saying, because they're in very, very, very fragile state, and they cannot even fight back Houthis. I said Houthis is like, forget about it. Saudi Arabia couldn't do anything. America couldn't do anything. Israel cannot do anything about it. They killed civilian politicians, but like 3-4 hours ago, they got hit with a drone inside the airport. There's an airport that got hit by Iranian drone. Now, like it's this day. So anyway, upgrade.
Yeah, and also Turkey wanted and still wants, I think, to access to the European Union. There was a long debate about that, and there's always a back and forth depending on the years. Sometimes we say yes, many, and then no, but mostly people in European Union, especially some Western countries, not the East Europe, but West Europe, don't want Turkey to access. And to come back to Turkey's economy, if Turkey's economy was that great, why all the Syrians who are just next door didn't stay just all of them inside Turkey? Why they all went to European Union if it's that great? It's just a simple fact. We can always say that this it's an independent country, is doing his own thing. Of course, great, but there's reality. There's realities, and the economical part is one of them, and that's why also many of the Syrian fled to the European countries and didn't stay in Turkey. There were some of them who stayed in Turkey, but most of them went to the European Union. So
a lot of that has to
I'm
do
glad
with
to hear that
the welfare state that exists, and I mean, like there's a reason for
exactly,
why
exactly.
like
But
migrants
that's
like
also
from
part
Somalia,
of the. That's
they
also
make
part.
it to France, but then they keep going all the way to England because they get a better
Yeah,
deal.
but that's also part of the economical power of a country. If you can allow yourself to have millions of people come into your country and pay them money to do nothing, that means that your country has some economical power. If the other one has not, that means it's weaker. And that's not.
No, it doesn't mean that necessarily. It means
that means exactly that. If you can't pay people,
it means that they put like that's
man.
why like Britain's in the middle of like on the cusp of a civil war. Like I was watching some YouTube channels today where there's like a British historian actually predicting that the UK is on the brink of civil war because they're actually prioritizing refugees over their own people.
Exactly.
They're putting refugees up in 4-star people while their own people are getting raped and are starving.
I totally agree with you, John. I totally agree with you on that point. I don't think that it's a viable solution to just have people come in and just sit home and get the money from people who work hard. That's not the solution, definitely not. But the fact is that most of them come to European Union, one part because of the welfare state, but also because of security and other things. So always to say, oh, Europe is bad. Yeah. In some part it is very bad, yes, of course, but you cannot deny that these people.
There's a correction.
Just give me a second, Nika. It's just like the same give me a second. Just I will give you the word. It's like the same when the Mexican come all to United States. Why they come all to the United States if it will be that bad? You should understand that point of view.
It's the difference. Upgrade. It's the difference between
Gabriel.
Before I promise to Nika. I promise to Nika.
Yeah. There's something very, very wrong that you did say. I needed like data to back it up.
Okay.
The biggest refugees, Syrian refugees, are in Turkey, 3 million, then Lebanon, then Jordan, and then Germany. So actually, the biggest, there's 3 million and something in Turkey, 770,000 in Lebanon, 716 in Jordan, and like approximately 600 in Germany, and then Iraq, and then Egypt, like it's very, very far. The number is very, very far. Not everyone is going. There is a lot of Syrian refugees in other countries. I can give you the link if you want, and you can search it.
Okay.
Go, Gabriel.
Oh yeah, that what you're talking about, upgrade, is a profound misunderstanding of what economics is and what the strength of a society is. But it's okay because you have a pretty face, so you can say whatever you like.
It has to do with the reality of the economical.
No.
Of the economical numbers.
A person
I live in
who
Switzerland,
burns
one
his
of the
money,
most richest country in the world, and you
person
want
who
to tell me
throws
that
his
I don't
money
know
away,
about numbers, man?
a
Come on,
nation or
man.
a person
Get
who
the hell
throws
out of
his
here,
money
man.
away
You
and
come from a
burns it to
country
the
who is
ground,
bankrupt every fucking
it's
And the
not
super
year.
chat, Ender say, how about those French budgets? I thought everybody's supposed to talk at the same time, so no, I joined. Yep. And,
Yeah, thank you.
and GSA, they are in Turkey because of the deal with the EU.
Yeah, so someone who burns his money away and throws his house out the window and lets it be taken over by hobos, by vagrants and all forms of criminal activity is not richer on that account than the one who restricts the access to its own property, even to its own people. Like if a nation has its borders open and gives welfare willy-nilly to anyone who goes in, that's not a sign of wealth. It's a sign of weakness. And it's also a sign of desperation of the political class that is like burning through public funds for their own political gain, for their personal political gain, or for virtue signaling, which would be even worse. So no, it's not a sign of wealth. And the fact that they have a welfare state,
I think what he was getting at is the migrants look at the country that can give them the most as the strongest and the best, and that's where they want to be.
Yeah, that's what I said. Exactly that.
Exactly.
yeah,
that.
but it's not a sign of strength. It's a sign of weakness.
To them, it's a sign of strength. If they go to one country and they can't get nothing free, then they think they're weak and poor. But if they can go to another country and they get an apartment and 3 square meals a day and a debit card for $1,000 a month, to them that means it's strong. You're just got a different perspective. Yeah, in your mind it's weak. In their mind, that's a great deal and it's better than where they're at.
No, he's
And
saying
they think about it. They're in a rich country that can afford to give them a 5-star hotel and free meals.
But the point
to them, that means
the
strength.
country can't afford to do it anymore. Like, for example, I don't know if you just saw this recently, is that the UK's long bond has reached, it's the highest now of any Western civilization. Like, they're paying more on their long-term debt than any country in Europe. The UK is. They have economically, it's unsustainable what's going on there, and they're
all going bankrupt.
Their social services are collapsing under the strain. Like the national, what's it called? The National Health Service, like in the UK, is in shambles right now. And it's because it's being overwhelmed by so many people coming in from the third world that are, and they all have this entitlement mindset, and they get put up in, they get put up in hotels, they get free access to education, they get free access to, they even get spending money. I think they get £50 a week, and for every single one of them does. So it's completely unsustainable, and Britain is literally collapsing in its own weight. They're getting, there's riots going on all the time over there. I mean, you saw the thing about the axe girl, the axe girl, who, the rapes where the government had been covering up the grooming gangs thing going on for decades.
Oh yeah, and it's crazy because like in Latin America we get immigration, but we never get immigration like that. So like it's definitely a matter of cultural acceptance. Like the people, the governments, the law enforcement, the institutions have such a level of like pampering and kowtowing to. They have such a level of virtue signaling that all these immigrants, they feel like they have the right. It's called immigrants that come to South America, they tiptoe.
It's called suicidal.
They tiptoe and they try to be.
And that's basically what a lot of Western countries have adopted.
However, Joey, it's not just the immigrants, right? It's also a lot to do that the respective countries, just spend more money that they actually make. It's not just all the immigrants' fault,
No,
it's also a lot to do with the country's policies and how they spend their money. They spend their money not responsibly. They spend money like drunken sailors. Sorry to say that. we in Switzerland, why we don't want to go into the European Union? Because we see what's happening with all these countries around us. We see France, how they spend money. We see England, how they spend money like crazy drunken sailors. And we are like, how you can spend like 100 or over 120 or 130 of your GDP, what you earn? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's not sustainable. And immigration has a part of it, yes, but it's not the main issue of all the problems of these countries. It's a
well, I would agree that all countries are going to print more money, but and spend money like drunken sailors. But you have to realize that the impact of immigration. It's not just about money. Immigration, when you're having massive amounts of third world immigration coming into a first world country, it's not just about money. It's about social cohesion breaks down.
So maybe stop fucking around in those countries and making wars, maybe.
Well, my point is if you bring in people from the third world, people who have a foreign religion, a foreign culture, a foreign history, and stuff like that, and they don't assimilate, and they don't view they view their host country as something to suck dry, not something to like assimilate into, and that's basically what you see happening. All these Western countries, you have people coming from the third world, and they're there to exploit it, not embrace it. So it's not.
It's worse. It's worse than that. It's worse than that. They actively hate the West, because a lot of the people who are coming in are the ones who got bombed by the West. Don't forget that. So it's not just they want to suck you dry; they want to also destroy you, which is completely insane.
So let me add another layer to that, because let's not forget, because I don't yeah, the immigrants can be from like those barbaric savage countries and have those they are what they are, and that's maybe repulsive, and that is indeed true what John is saying, that causes social tensions if they refuse to assimilate at the same time. Like if you don't adapt and you don't dispense with incompatibles, those kind of things are also kind of usual if you have a sort of moderated immigration. But this is mass immigration rushed on, and one needs to kind of see on the what are the incentives, right? So what Gabriel was saying about the virtue signaling, yeah, there are indeed those who are actually buying into it because they are in their little cloudy palaces, and that's really all they're getting into. Like, what do they have left? Money doesn't mean anything. They just need to kind of feel good, and that's what you see with a lot of those LARPers on the street as well. It's usually like, what the fuck is that going to matter for you to be doing something a half a world away, or if you're going to be signaling that you're gay or whatever it is, right? But you see, there are always elements that give real incentives as well. There are underlying mechanisms that fuel this. For example, we're talking about these hotels. In the case of Britain, many of these hotels, they were slated for bankruptcy. What saved them? It was state, by bringing in a whole bunch of refugees, and oh no, we cannot do anything with the refugee conventions, and also we are a tolerant immigrant nation, and then all that rhetoric is spinned, and you try to mind warp the population to tolerate it as well, so you hush down all the social tensions as much as you can, so you can keep the money train rolling, because the people who are, you are now given the right, it's the bureaucratization, right? So we have the same thing in Norway, not in the same extent as with the UK, but like bureaucracy, it lives to feed itself often. And DEI, for example, and this refugee thingies and climate initiatives and all these other things, while they may be indeed well-intentioned, and do not doubt that there are many people involved in all those things that are actually like, they really just wish the best for people who are fleeing. They genuinely think like it's all, like it's very rosy and naive, right? And then you have those who are ideologically convinced, but more importantly, this needs political power and money. Okay, money, power, and political power, and you can get from the state coffers through bureaucracy, and then you can fuel it out to your. This could be the private sector as well, like all these hotels, right? But here you got connected to your little clique, right? It's the nobility basically getting together again, and so this has been like a long divisive issue in the UK, that a clear contempt from the upper class to the rest, really, and so. You will see most of those who are like, oh, get in these immigrants. We don't care if they're from war-torn areas or if they're already convicted criminals running away. We don't care that they're 95% men of military age and that have overt hostility. They say outright, we fucking hate you. We're going to fuck you up and we're going to laugh in your face while we're doing it and tear down your countries. Like, they're saying it while they're on their boats and then they're burning off their passports. Like, they're doing it with glee straight in the face. But, you know, that's just people fall into convictions and then you're gonna dispense with that reality. And so what I was gonna say, I'm gonna finish before I hand over here. So these people who are the strongest advocate and more importantly also have the money for it, they are never getting these people, these men, most of these men, they never get them in their neighborhoods. If that happens, they move away and leave that to be everyone else's problem, right? So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like suicide by virtue. I think it's just good old-fashioned corruption. And, you start to lose cohesion and you already have a bloated state apparatus that already, case of Norway, people generally are so trustworthy of the Norwegian government, even though like they really, really shouldn't. So we have had in the last year, I think it was like a 30 to 40% increase in laws and regulations on top of a very stark increase that had been already. And people are wondering, where the fuck is all this money going, right? Well, that's the bureaucratization. You pay for you pay for having people to deal with the things that are to be dealt with regulation mostly. It's not the same as the DEI thingy by itself. It's actually just piling on regulations upon regulations just to hire people. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I've been talking a lot.
Super chat.
Was a super chat, I guess.
Very fascinating.
There's multiple super chats. So Salgad asked me, you did coverage for the USA POW parade. Why didn't you do live commentary on the Chinese parade? I was sleeping. And,
because you hate Chinese. You hate Chinese.
Actually, not really. I actually didn't take notice of which date.
You are still hating Chinese. I'm joking.
Yeah. So the thing is, I was feeling very down. I'm not in the mood to really track all these things. Like the only thing I do is Ukraine war nowadays, if you noticed. And then I was sleeping, and by the time I wake up, I see it all over Twitter. I was like, nah, whatever, man. So and yeah, but it was a great parade. A lot of new shit. And then so I the one I watched is Binkov. I watched the Binkov review of all the new ones. So that's the one I watched. There's a lot of people doing all these reviews. So I think Willy or I think no Millennium 7 was doing live stream of it as well. I think so. It doesn't matter if I do or not do. A lot of people is covering it.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, people. This is DPA. When we get to that point, and that's weapons are being used against Taiwan, we'll be here covering it. Don't worry.
Hope not. So NGSA, I think that's Armenia. Don't get those immigrants because you are poor. True. And no refugees go to India. From Africa, it's like, oh, I'm so suffering. I want to go to India, or I go to Bangladesh, or Afghanistan. Like, no, they always want to go to France.
I think when shit happens, it's very important. If shit happens, for example, when shit happens in Syria, a lot of people went to Lebanon and to Jordania. Jordania and Lebanon are not the most prosperous countries. A lot of people went to Turkey. There is a lot of issues in Turkey, but when the problem happened, the whole region will suffer. That's what I mean.
And by the way, Wyatt,
India has... Wait. One more super chat. Wait. People think GDP equals economics well-being. It doesn't. You increase the population, you can increase the GDP, but you see living standards fall at the same time. It's true. That's why there is a GDP
in a million ways
and a GDP per capita. There's a difference, no?
But
if you look at GDP, China have a massive GDP. I think world number 2 or something, or world number 1. But if you look at per capita, Russia actually have higher GDP per capita than China. So
you can tweak GDP in a multitude of ways. But just one quick thing on what you said about the Africans going to India. Actually, not quite true. There are a fair amount of Africans going to India. I got to meet some people who were actually involved in trafficking people to India. I'm not sure if that counts as migration in the same degree, but I mean, many of the people who are coming over to Europe, they usually are kind of trafficked with boats and shit like that too. So that's migration, is it not? So people do go to India. India is a popular destination.
we actually
Yeah,
have
but
more illegal immigrants
two,
than America does,
two
because our
things.
borders are more porous, and we have like Bangladesh right next door to us, and a lot of people come from Bangladesh. A lot of immigrants also come from Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, a lot of refugees essentially. And India still has like the largest refugee population from a lot of the wars essentially. It's
Yeah,
so yeah,
just not
it's
necessarily from Africa. I mean,
yeah.
Africa
Yeah,
have a
Africa is like
nicer
beautiful.
destination, no?
Precisely.
GDP
I mean, the people who are coming here, they still want to go to Europe. It's just they can't afford to go to Europe anymore. So
yeah,
Well, there
it's
are a
GDP per
easier for
lot
them.
of
capita
Indians in
is
East Africa.
also
A
a
lot of
relative
Indians
Yeah,
in
thing
East
because
Africa.
yeah.
it's an average, and yeah, people who immigrate to a place, uh, it mostly has to do with the benefits that they can get more than with the actual economical state of that place. It's like the political immigrations policy towards immigrants is a lot more important than what actually accounts for the health of that economy. And the lack of people that makes the internal elite allow for immigration is also a sign of decline and desperation. You know,
Okay,
when
case in point to underscore what you're saying there regarding India and Africa, right, and Europe. So our immigration policy, it doesn't attract the best ones, but the
Yes,
Indian immigrants that are going to Africa, right, they are not the ones that are going temp workers. No, these are business owners, entrepreneurs, and
yes,
industry owners. Like they are big, big.
yes,
And so
yes.
and
I just want to bounce off what Coping is saying, right? It's the Indian businessmen are going to Africa, not illegally, by the way, and the children of African leadership comes to India for studying, and then a lot of African business people come here from studying. So India is essentially getting the best of Africa, while you are getting the worst, effectively. Yeah,
And you're
that's all.
also dominating the pharmaceutical industry, as far as I've understood it, in Africa, because you guys managed to actually fight against these patent laws. So you were actually able to make generic medication. It was like many Americans don't know it, that they should actually thank India for it. That they got some medication that could be, well, at least for a while it was cheaper, and then things got haywire anyways. But for Africa in particular, this had tremendous effect. So India was so quick at not only, of course, securing it for themselves, but they moved in fast in Africa. And now, like across the continent, pretty much every country, they generally are very, very well familiar with Indian pharmaceuticals being providing the generic one of that is cheaper but still works just fine, right? So
It's the
yeah.
same thing. It's essentially the same. It's the same thing. It's just the process is slightly different, and we don't charge extreme overhead. Like, for example, in my state, healthcare is free. State provided healthcare is completely free. Like, I once had an accident, and then like I had like found a clinic just a couple of feet away, and I went in the treatment, and I wanted to pay for that, and they said like it's free, you don't have to pay for it, and I was shocked. So yeah, it's free. Healthcare is free over here in India,
Yeah,
many
and
states.
something about what John was talking about, the suicidal empathy, like that's one prone of the problem. That's one side of the problem, because like on the like how you convince the population to accept all this bullshit is through suicidal empathy. But the real motive of the problem, so there's the propaganda that tells girls that, and bleeding hearts to accept these poor unfortunate migrants. But on the side of the elites who actually do the policy that allows mass immigration, that's just red line go up. That's just stonks. It's profit mentality, short term profit mentality, cheapen the labor, increase the market, increase demand for product, and that's it. So it's like suicidal greed on one hand, and then suicidal empathy on the people that are dumb enough, especially like the libtards and the lefties that are dumb enough to eat that propaganda of like, oh, poor migrants, let's help them.
Yeah, I'll tell
Pretty
this
much.
perspective to my bleeding heart liberal friends. I'll be like, well, I mean, they're like, okay, well, what about all the refugees? Like, well, they're coming over here because we're bombing the shit out of them, right? We made their country unlivable. We went to Colombia and told them you can't grow bananas, you have to grow cocaine. So yeah, they're coming here for a better life. People are like, whoa, yeah, we should stop doing that first. Yeah, probably blame
Super
private
chat by
equity.
Johari. Yeah, blame private equity for raising costs in US. Too much greed, but couldn't blame them as it is capitalism.
I think
Go
upgrade.
upgrade. Go.
Well, to add on what John said.
Then I want to go, please.
Oh, you're not on screen. We can't see you.
I can't even see you.
I know. Go upgrade.
Well,
okay. To add on what John said to the social cohesion part, I have a friend. She's a teacher in Germany, and she told me that since like 5-6 years now, in her class, from 25 students, she gets in average 20 to 23 people who can't even speak or read German at all. Nothing. Zero. So that's a big, big problem. She said that in their school, they are overwhelmed with that because the government is asking them the impossible task to make these people all literate in German in 1 year. It's impossible. And they wrote a letter to the German government to actually mention this problem, and nothing comes back. So they're just there with this people who barely speak any German, and that's a big problem because if you want to assimilate, the first thing I think is to learn the language, because if you can't communicate with the people around you at all, and you just speak with your own kind, and then there is parallel societies start to pop up everywhere, and we have that in Europe right now, and it's going to be very difficult to untangle that. And when you see, like in Germany, also the Bürgergeld, like it's the social benefits which the Germans get. From 2020, it was 35.5 billion euros for foreigners. That was around 37% of what the entire Germany paid in this system. Now in 2025, it's 52% with 46.9 billion euros. So you see what John is saying, it's not sustainable. It can't continue like that. Because if we just continue letting people without knowledge, just nilly-willy, just because they come from torn up countries, and we think that, okay, it's the right thing to do. It's actually not the right thing to do. It's not the right thing to do, I think, in my opinion. It's not the right thing to do to make people come and just let them there and decade, and they're not going to be successful, and they're not going to also contribute to the society in a positive way. And then there's this after effect, like John said, that there is this social tension between these classes, because these people are like, look at them, they're just doing nothing, and we working every day, and this guy is selling drugs or raping girls or doing this kind of stuff. And then this sentiment is starting to pop up, and most of the time it's not racist people who think like that. It's just ordinary people who think like that. But there is also this part of this racist people who come inside this cohesion, but that's another topic. But the main point is this: the failure of the state to assimilate the people because of the mass migration, because they take too many people in, and integration takes time. It takes time for generations to come in, to learn the language, to learn the culture. If you do it the right way, like we in Switzerland, we do it, I think, not so bad. So it's possible to have a large population who is foreigner, like in Switzerland, like 30%, and they still assimilate, they work, they're law-abiding citizen, they don't rape people around the streets, they don't cause chaos or have parallel societies. No, they integrate well. It's possible if you do it the right way. I don't know who was next. Nika, I don't know if you're still here or not.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I'm still here. I want to say that what you said is 100% true, because immigration is not a recent issue or a recent phenomena. from the start of dawn, when we are hunter-gatherer, we emigrate. We emigrate and to the four corners of the earth. So it's not a new thing. It will not be a new thing. It will still continue. This is one thing. People emigrate for two things: either of fear or for better economics. So either for war or for money. And people did that. The Huns, the Mongols, everyone immigrates. America is an immigration.
Oh my God!
Continuation.
Are you going to make that illegal immigrant apologetics right now? Really?
No,
Seriously?
No. I'm not saying that.
But that's a huge difference, though.
That's. Can I continue, please? Can I continue, please? I didn't cut anyone, please. So historically, naturally, people will emigrate either for money or for because they are afraid of them for themselves. This is the nature human. The nature human. So the other thing is whether I don't blame the immigrants. I don't blame the people who will like the nation that immigrants will come to. I blame the government. The government can make it successful, can even stop it, or can make it worse. As Abagay said, there's a lot of countries who work smart with immigration and can even like you can stop it. This is your right. This is your country. I don't say it's an obligation, no. But if you go and fucked up a country and that country's population come to you, you are to be blamed. If you don't like you accept immigration, you don't do what's needed to assimilate that immigration, is your problem. It's not. I don't here blame for example, the French or the people who's going to France. I blame the government who's, for example, either meddling and disturbing other countries, or that don't like provide solution for the immigrants that they
Yeah, but that's
for.
complete bullshit, because you're just saying that the Pakistanis that raped the English girls, well, they shouldn't be blamed for fucking raping them. I mean, what the fuck kind of argument is that?
Say that.
Yes, you did in a roundabout way. You say you can't blame them for fucking.
Okay, why they are not in prison? Why they are not in prison? Why they are not in prison?
Why they're not in prison is because
why?
Why? Yeah, no. Why are they not in prison is why I don't know. I guess the politics, but why they did
it. Oh, that's what I'm saying.
No.
Saying.
Even if they put them in prison, they still would have done it.
For me,
no. Let me finish, Nico.
No, they would not. They would not have
until after they did it.
They cut
they still did it anyway.
Yeah.
Even if you did put them in prison, there's still a bunch of fucking rapist third worlders raping fucking European women.
European rape. But John, two things can be. But folks, two things can be true at once. Two things can be true at once. What you are saying, John, is true.
They still would have had to rape
someone.
You would have the rapist, but Nika had actually a valid point. Why did the government try to cover it up? Why did they release them after they had just having placement? That's why they keep letting in more. That it's true. I agree with Nika here. Right? And you too as well. Those rapist degenerates should be getting their balls hung up by a tree. But you should also take the politicians to go with widespread political liquidation.
Listen.
John, listen. Gad said wrote a book about it.
Don't cut in me and then just listen. I say don't put them in prison. Cut their balls and their dicks and send them back to because in our culture, in our religion, it's forbidden. Cut their penises and cut their balls and send them back.
Just send back their heads. Just their heads.
No. Let them live in shame in Pakistan to suffer. I'm all the way to the punishment. I think corporal punishment are the best way.
Living, breathing examples. Thou shalt not kill. I fully agree with you.
You're making the case of I should wear whatever I want and mention rape. That's the case you're making, John. Okay?
What's happening, for example, in America?
Rapists you let strangers into your house. If you don't defend your house, and when they break stuff, you let them break stuff. And when they steal stuff, you let them steal stuff. And when they do stuff to your wife or your daughters, you permit it. Then, you are to blame. Like, if you give people permission to do whatever the fuck they want, then they're gonna chimp out and do whatever the fuck they want. Like you're
It's
the
not
one
only
who's responsible
it's
for
not
defending your homeland. And if you
Also
let
true.
invaders in,
No,
you can't
I
blame
agree.
them
the
for
most
Three
being
On that
things
like
are
part,
true
only
at
a
once.
chimp,
can I
only a
say
chimp
one
can
DPA
chimp out, right?
Trinity.
can I say
No,
Only
can
a
I say
chimp can chimp out, right? So they have
no,
to
can I
know
say
that
John,
first.
no.
John, John, you have to
Everyone,
consider the fact. You have to consider the fact that these
every
guys cannot
invading
do this.
army
They
from
cannot
every
do this
race,
back in the third world. They
in
cannot
our
no,
do this back
countries
in the third world.
the
Yeah, I
They'll,
agree.
rape
I agree. I agree.
the rape
right?
the rape the
Well, I
rape
don't know. I mean,
the
every
rape
every
rape
invading
Afghans rape
force,
little boys in
every
check
Afghanistan. So
every
You can't.
invading army, every invading people in from every race have already always pillaged and ransacked and raped wherever they went. Okay, invaders do that. That's what
yes
invaders like. It doesn't
you
matter
don't
which race they're from. Like if you
exactly
let people
exactly
into
it's
your
not a
territory,
religious
into your
or
capital,
all those third countries. No, everyone is doing it, but if you are incentive, yeah, everyone is doing it. Everyone do it. Don't do this.
Romans did
Some
that.
do it more than others,
Vikings
man.
did
Some do it
that.
more than
French
yeah, some
others.
French
do it
did it
more
in
than
Africa.
others. Some do it a lot more
French
than
did it.
others.
But
French did it.
this is where it comes to, you know, just now I wanted to react to Nika saying about the, you know, the caveman or the, you know, hunter gatherers about immigration. The thing is that in those era, when you immigrate, you're taking a risk. You will actually die. No,
Uh,
you bump into another tribe. Another tribe might just kill you off. They take all the women. They kill all the men and the boys. They take all the
They
women.
rape
So
you.
so is the difference is that in today's era, so that's the actually, you know, securing of your border, you know, that's actually securing your border. But the
That's what.
today's age, the European countries don't do that. In fact, they say
And
come.
who's to blame? Is it the government or the people who's trying to cross or the people who
Yeah,
stay? The
it's
people.
always the
It's
government.
the government. That's what I'm saying. I don't blame because you are the government. Your job is to protect the population that's living there.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
but
That's
he's
why do you
no,
think
but
Trump was
not
Maga,
only
elected?
not
Why do you
only
but
think
you are,
Trump was
it's
elected?
not
but
only
what's
the
Why
happening,
government's
was
Maga?
fault.
Trump elected?
It's not only the
Why was Trump
government's fault.
elected?
why they allowing pedophiles to go back to Israel without any punishment? Where's the MAGA? Where's MAGA? Why they are allowing it?
Well,
So Nika agree with Trump's administration, no, the securing of the
No,
border, lock it
I'm
down.
yeah, so
more
you agree.
radical
So
than
you
him.
agree with what Trump is doing, right? He's
I
protecting the
am
people, right?
no. Trump is sucking up to the Israelis. That's
Well,
it.
no, but no, I'm saying about as far as what he's doing for
No,
protecting the
it's
people
his
in the United
right. Is
States.
I don't
He's
listen.
sending the National
What
Guard
Trump?
into D.C. and they've had the lowest
Why is
crime
there
rate,
anything to do with the Israelis? Oh my
lowest
fucking
crime rate
god!
No,
in
I
the
was
history
talking
of
about
Israel
the rape.
Always the
under
Jews.
the Trump administration. It's never been
No,
this
no.
low. He's
In
protecting
this,
the people.
John, in this matter, I'm agreeing with you. It's his country. If you don't want anyone coming in, it's his right. I don't argue with it. If you
Okay.
don't want anyone to come in your country, it's your right. I don't disagree. Whether you are correct or not, whether it benefits you or not, it's your right
Yeah,
as a country. But you need to. The other one is an inside political decision. Whether you want a
yeah. Look,
military
Nika.
state, it's your up. It's your choice. It's your choice. If you want a military state, that's
Trump can do
I don't care.
99%. Trump can do 99% of everything he does for Israel, but 0.01% of what he does is for to conform people like John that believe that he's doing it for them. So
That's
he's
what.
still a good president, okay?
And I
Like he deported
mentioned
two
Israel.
people. He
One thing,
deported
Gabriel.
3 people. You know, even though everything he does is for Israel, he still deported 3 people, and he makes a big show about it. So he's still a great president, don't you know?
But he need to figure out that island, Epstein Island, and that issue is still going on. So he need to clear his backyard before going to
Okay,
other places.
before the conversation goes too far off, can I just like counter what Upgrade said, right? And also like bounce off from what Wyatt had mentioned. Upgrade basically said that and both Nika and Upgrade that immigration is natural; it always happens.
Well,
Sure,
migration is not immigration.
exactly, John. Because what is happening now in the globalized capitalist order, this has never happened. Never in history. The rate of immigration that is happening, it's completely artificial. It's completely. There is nothing natural about this, right? This
Yeah, and
there
not
are
only
there have
Yeah,
I mean, there are historical, there is historical precedence, like the Goths moving into Italia, or the Huns moving into northern Germany,
Mongols,
or the Europeans into the Americas. You know, like Gabriel, he's a white colonizer.
Like the Europeans moving to the Americas.
But that's different. That's different because that's an invasion. That's an outright invasion. It's not an internal policy. So like the Romans did, the Roman thing is very similar because they were like bringing people in to
give them nationality. Yeah.
But I think
in Chinese history, the last time the government of the Chinese Empire, opened the gates and allow the foreigners to come in, they turned from a Ming Empire to a Qing Empire. Basically, they opened the gates and then let the Manchurians in, and then they conquered the whole of China.
The movement of people from one place to another place for protection or for money is a natural human thing. That's why I said. But here, the responsibility of the government to regulate this and to protect people. The government can stop any immigration. That's fine by me. It's their right, and they can open the gates. That's fine by me. But you should go to your government and protest against that government who's allowing this. That's why I asked Sean, why the people
in Britain right now? That's what I just said in the beginning.
That's what, go punish them. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay.
Anyone who rapes.
Yeah, you guys agree, and then you guys fight over agreeing.
No. Anyone who immigrates, anyone who rape, whether it's an immigrant or not, punish them harshly. I'm with you 100%. Cut their weenies. I don't care.
I'm just saying get rid of them even if they don't rape, is my point.
Moreover,
this is up to the political establishment that will protect
but that's the argument I was trying to make. Maybe I wasn't clear about it. Is the point is that the government, at least in the UK and probably in France and stuff, but I've recently been watching some videos on what's going on in the UK, is that both parties, or the two main parties they have in Britain, I don't know how many they have altogether, are not listening to the will of the people. Not only not listening to them, they're actively operating against the will of the people.
That's the bad thing. The population need to move against
not simply is it a bad thing, it's unsustainable. You can't have a government stay in power for any length of time if they don't listen to the will of the people. Eventually, one or two things will happen. Either the society will completely implode in and on itself, or the pitchforks will come out. Those are basically, it's a binary choice. I mean, and history proves that out.
Precisely.
Moreover, what maybe this you didn't understand me what I meant. I'm totally on the side of John on this. Totally. I don't think this is something who is natural. I think, like you said, it's something totally artificial which is happening. But we don't need to neglect the responsibility of the government of all parties who don't listen to the people. When they say we have too much immigration, but they still do it. In the UK is a good example. Labour or the other party, they still imported hundreds of thousands of people inside the UK, even if they voted against it. That's the fault. Of course, it's the fault of the government. If the
half the people of UK voted for Labour.
You cannot take away the responsibility of a government if the people voting for something and they do the exact opposite. That's something which is the responsibility of the government.
Democracy.
The people voted. The policy. And that's the fault of the government. If the people say we don't want that and they do exactly the opposite, it's not the people's fault. They said their will. They said what they want. They clearly stated it. If you don't follow it, it's the fault of the politicians and all this.
Who vote for them? Who vote for the politician? Who votes?
Exactly.
Who voted for the politicians?
Upgrade.
Who gave the people the choice of which politicians to vote for?
Exactly. And first of all, I will address what Bradley just said, but Upgrade, you are before I get another power cut, Upgrade, you're the biggest defender of democracy. You have defended democracy here time and time again, and this happens. This is what you get from democracy, right?
But
when the left wants to virtue signal and bring in a shitload of people inside your country, right? Or they vote for Kamala Harris for like, because she's like colored or whatever, or some liberal, some other bullshit. This will happen when you have broad issue politics like this. Things will slip under the radar, and you will get problems like
Now
immigration and
invested.
stuff like that.
Invested.
And in terms of England, at least I will say, like, there is enough people in England who support this. I mean, there are people like Nigel Farage. There are people like George Galloway who definitely oppose such kind of immigration. But then you have both Tories as well as Labour with enough support from the people who actually support this immigration. So you cannot say that the people completely oppose this, because a lot of
If
people
you will make
in
a
the West
referendum
still
tomorrow in
support
these
this.
countries, I tell you, it will be 80% for getting out immigrants. They don't do it.
But you will never get. But in a democracy, you will never get that kind of.
They
But
don't want to
upgrade
do this. They don't want to do referendums because they are scared of the people's voice. That's why in France,
I agree.
Let me balance the both sides.
Yeah, just give me a
because
second.
upgrades the democracy in Switzerland is different. There's a lot of referendums, and opinions. In the British system is the one that we have like in India and in Singapore. The problem is that voting for a party doesn't necessarily mean that you agree with the policies, because you can agree with other policies but you hate this particularly immigration one, but because you voted them in and then they got it. Another problem is this dual party system where what the British have and what the Americans have, and that is the problem because it's a very entrenched system. So the entrenched system made it impossible for a third party to come in. That's what the Americans have this problem for a long time, until Trump came in and basically swallowed the entire of the Republican Party and managed to push a third party into a mainstream party, and that is very rare. That is a very rare thing. The British one is very difficult now, which is why Nigel Farage party is gaining steam, but it's going to take some time. Even in Singapore, our opposition party, the biggest opposition party, find it really hard to gain any form, getting more grounds. Like they have tried for like a decade. They only managed to get a little bit of grounds. It's really, really hard. So not to mention that you're talking about a bigger country with massive dual party, duopoly. Is very, very difficult. So it's as such. Both of you are right and wrong at the same time. You can blame the voters, but also you cannot blame the voters, because it's very hard. If you want to really change all these things, you have to go into politics very early, and then you have to invest for 20 years. And this is also why I hate Nigel Farage for abandoning the Brexit thing, because once they achieved Brexit, he left. He just said, "Oh no, now it's the Conservative Party's problem," which is like none of this dual party wants Brexit. And then in the end, they are being forced into a Brexit, and they have to manage this Brexit, and nobody wants it. And as a result, both parties just drag their feet and made a very good situation for the UK, where they can actually restart and reform the whole geopolitics and the foreign diplomacy, whatever.
Correctly, Wyatt,
may I quickly throw in an example of the Norwegian election, because we're having election right now, and it's actually going to conclude in just a day or two. So, and what you're talking about the entrenchment, because we have multiple parties. So
just scope in one. I wanna just add a 30-second comment. Isn't a big part of the Brexit was about immigration? Isn't
exactly? Yes.
It was a big part of it.
Most of it is it's about immigration, which is why the Brexit succeeded, but yet none of the parties really wanted to do, and the whole government don't want to do Brexit at all. That means the people's will is actually not. So both is right and wrong. That's why I say.
Because the contention here a little bit, it's not a contention really, but it's sort of like what Desi is touching on is that the democracy has a lot of inherent weaknesses, which is undeniable, right? And here's just to give one example with the UK, and then I'll pivot over to Norway afterward to give like what is the next evolution, right? So in the case of Britain, you had the same like the two-party system more or less like in the United States. It was Labour or the Conservatives. That was it. And the most dominant one was for the longest time the Conservatives until Labour came on. And the reason was because the Conservatives were the most anti-immigration, still just let it flood in. And so eventually you had a lot of protest votes that put Labor in, and you see, of course, that then it just goes amok. Now you're getting like new parties coming up, like Reform, and then they're starting to tiptoe and move a little bit away from the immigration issue, and so you get Advance UK, I think it is called, which in turn like tries to stick to the original thing with that Nigel Farage was kind of leaving off. So eventually down the line, let's put it like this: you get a third party that's actually able to challenge the other parties. Like the Liberal Democrats could be challenging the Conservatives, but they are actually mostly just eating from them, right? So the challenge for this new Advanced UK is that it's actually going to be eating both of the Conservatives and the Labour Party. Now, what if something like that happens? Now I'll bring you over to Norway. So Norway has been the same thing. You've had a two-party system, but we have coalitions on the side. So you have the right, and then you have the Labour, and they tend to they have shuffled now for two different terms. So like there was 8 years with the right wing one, and then you got the one with Støre and Stoltenberg, for that matter. I think it was like a little bit in it. Now it's tired, so I'm getting fussy. But now in the recent election, we're having one party that's always been like a middle player, so to speak, now becoming then this is FRP, which translates to the Progressive Party, but they are actually considered quite on the right. Now, what do you observe here, right? Because here's another. This is something I'm pretty sure most people notice with the United States. All those people that you find so famous, like they're speaking their causes, but the closer they get to the halls of power, the more you see that their tune starts to play the flute of the flute master, right? Same case with this party here, FRP, which is the closer it gets to power, the more it starts to kind of virtue sing a little bit like the major parties which is contending over. And so this is, of course, but this was anticipated by several smaller parties that are coming into play. So there are several Norwegians now, me included. We are voting for smaller parties just to get enough voice to be holding them up, to threaten them to take votes from them, because they need to know where they can lose votes. So like this new party, if they start doing the same like Nigel Farage, this new party knows already there are at least 3 parties that are liable to get a lot of votes from them if they don't hold up for their promises. And now they're probably not going to get a lot of power this year, but but this is kind of like a cycle you always have to fight with. Like I think there was a saying, I forgot where the quote comes from, but democracy is something that for it to maintain, you have to constantly fight for it. But arguably, is that any different from any autocracies or anything? Like if you first have gotten power by force, you also have to retain it. I mean, it's just a different type of game. I don't think any system is like particularly resilient if you kind of look at it. But I've been talking a lot. Sorry. Who have I kept from talking? Bradley, you have something to say, I'm sure. No, Desi, sorry, you had your finger up. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, people had their.
No, Bradley, you wanna go? If you wanna go, you go, Bradley.
No, that's fine. I've been half listening and half doing my own research. So.
Okay. So I kind of actually forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, to bounce off what Coping said, absolutely. I mean, you have to completely. So you have to hold the people you elect accountable, and if democracy needs to succeed, the question of accountability, how a population can hold its elected leadership accountable, that needs, that has to be addressed. Otherwise, you will have a Nigel Farage situation. You will have leaders like Modi who are like extremely, far right before the election, becoming a moderate after the election. You'll have, all of Trump being an absolute America first and then becoming Israel first after the election. So for democracy to succeed, and in fact for any form of government to succeed, accountability of the leadership is absolutely necessary. And in that fact, I completely agree with Coping. And third parties, especially smaller parties, newer parties, it's always a good idea. It's always beneficial for the people to challenge the ruling elites, to challenge the status quo with third parties, regardless of whether you're left or right, or doesn't matter, right? A lot of actual leftists, not liberals, leftists and communists, they're completely as like disappointed with the the Democratic Party or the Labour Party as much as we are with the
Everybody
Tories,
else.
everyone else, right? So vote for new parties, make new parties, organize yourself, participate
And
in
become
yeah.
like France. And become like
Yeah,
France.
I mean, why not? At least they're fighting, right? I mean, every now and then they will riot and
I'm from Singapore. I know I don't like the fighting. We don't understand fighting.
yeah, but
We only
yeah,
understand one party rule.
This whole
we
thing
we
about
understood
it.
that during the Second World War. No, but it makes sense, Wyatt, because you guys have a fairly competent government, and you have had that. And the same thing is the case with Europe. Europe used to have mildly, moderately competent governments that achieved the level of well-being society. Even in the States, you guys used to have some sort of competence at some point. And but all this blaming the politicians, it's the same thing as with the invaders. The politicians are also invaders, like especially in the case of a certain tribe, right? But even more so because they are foreign to the people of a particular state.
And
They are their
hostile to
own
us.
class of people, and so the level of tolerance that a people has towards their leaders and towards the invaders is going to be how much they can get screwed over by said foreigners. And so, like, I don't blame the politicians. I blame the people. Like in Scotland, for example, the only man in Scotland is a 12-year-old girl capable of wielding an axe. That's the only man left in all of Scotland. And the same thing happens with England, with the rest of the UK and with France. Like, so as the people can, and it makes sense, right? Because of a very like a first world nation, a highly developed nation, the well-being nation, is necessarily going to be made of very conformist populations. And so like you have these populations that have become super conformist because they have a well-being nation, and so they're at the mercy of their leaders, and they're at the mercy of the goodwill of their neighbors. They don't have that aggressive attitude that you might see in the foreigners. And why am I telling you this? Because, like, seriously, in South America, we have immigration, we have Haitian immigration, we have Venezuelan, and they do cause problems, but they keep it super low. Like, they try to act normal, they try to act like civilized, they try to be nice and kind. You don't get this issue of people like raging at the street at white folk or anything, because they know they're going to get curb stomped. Like, people aren't going to deal with that shit. If any little nigger that came here from another country starts making a mess of the place or starts making too much noise, he's going to automatically get curb stomped. And they know that, so they keep a low profile. They lay low. Maybe eventually, when the progressive thinking takes over the population and they start, like, then they might start chimping out like they do over there. But they don't do it here. They don't do it here at all.
Yes, don't blame the government. Never call the cops. Shoot first, ask later.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a very similar situation exists here in India also, because we just don't have immigration from outside. We also have internal immigration, right? We have several different cultures, and these cultures are wildly different. So the southern Indian states are much more polite, much more like the West, I would say, than the northern states. And then northern states, criminality, rape, and all sorts of bullshit is much more prevalent in the culture, and in some areas even accepted, right? And these people, when they come elsewhere in the other states, they will always cause problems, but it never escalates to becoming a crisis, because the people over here in India, they themselves will beat the shit out of them, right? We don't have guns, we don't have nothing, but two hands are enough to essentially let the immigrant know from another state within India that how they should behave and why they should adopt the local lay. And yeah, precisely. I mean, we don't even use a that's a little katana, damn. But yeah, I mean, when your government is failing, I completely support castle doctrine, right? Defend your homes, defend your communities, and let the people know that how they should behave. That's for sure. I completely support that, whether it's in your own homes or in your own communities. If your government is failing you, take it up in your own hands. That may be very radical, but when I'm from India, I know, I have seen governments that are absolutely incompetent and what can happen essentially. And if that does happen, there are still options available to the people around. But before I let Upgrade speak, I also wanted to compliment what Nika said, because Nika mentioned something that we just didn't acknowledge, is the fact that a lot of these immigrants who are coming in are also you know they are coming in as refugees because of a lot of the shit that America started in the Middle East, right? In Africa. A lot of the African and Indian immigrants who have reached the UK are there as a result of colonialism of like centuries past, and these guys have been there like for generations now. So essentially,
If they pull a
colonialism.
knife at me, I'll give them this machete. Or
Hell
they can
yeah.
come with the axe. That's the
Hell yeah,
appropriate
Kobe.
response.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Defend yourself. Do not just,
Unless you're
I
in
mean,
Australia. In Australia, you're fucked because they'll take away your machete.
oh yeah. I mean,
Before we go
it's
too far off of what Betsy was
Over
saying,
my cold dead hands.
I
Yeah,
just
go ahead,
want to
Reggie.
touch on this question of accountability. And I think that those people are allergic to that and immune from it at the same time somehow. Like, look at Victoria Nuland. Her reward for helping create the Ukraine war disaster was to get shuffled off to Columbia University to train the next generation of Russophobes. She didn't have to live in indigence and resign in disgrace. There was a soft landing spot for her. You're immune from accountability as long as you fuck up in the right way. You will be held accountable if you're right about the wrong thing. So like, look at everybody sees like the two-tier justice system. Everybody knows Biden was hardcore on drugs, like advocating for maximum penalties for drug users, but not for his own son. Go ahead. I think it's Upgrade.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on what Desi said. I think previously, like 5-10 years ago, when you raised this topic of immigration, most of the time in Europe, you were called the racist, you were called the Nazi, you were called all kinds of stuff. That's why the Europeans were very neglected to talk about this topic, especially on what Gabriel said, because we wanted to be nice and stuff like that. But now it's on a certain level that it's not anymore to be denied. Even the mainstream media, who is propagating a lot of lies about immigration, because they are actually in cahoot with the politicians who actually made this possible. Are just after a while your own eyes will not lie to you. You can tell whatever you want, but like you said, Desi, maybe in your country you treat it a little bit differently, like we do in Europe, right? We won't. I think we shouldn't beat up people just because they are from a different place. You know what I mean? Yeah. You get my point, right? But on the other side, it's not possible that people go around and rape our women and steal and make parallel societies and make drug cartels run certain areas where the police cannot even go through. I mean, like coping is from the Nordic country. When you see in Sweden, like how it goes, they export criminals around the Scandinavian countries, and it gets a problem now that even the Scandinavian countries together work, especially police, because they can't handle the criminals anymore. So you need to do something. It's nice to be a person who is nice and kind, warmed, in their heart, and thinks the good way. They see these people run away from these countries who are torn from war, and we have responsibilities also from these wars. That's why people said, okay, we want these people to come in. On another topic, what you said, yes, we need, but on the other side, these people who come like 2-3 generations ago, they're assimilated in a certain way much better than now. If you see the Indians who come 2-3 generations away, they are more British than they are Indian. you know. And that's the part who is now switching, right? Now people come in and they wave their flags from their origin country and they say, oh, my country is great, your country is shit. But they live in those countries, you know. They take the benefits from these countries, they take the money from these countries, and they, like,
talking about you, Nika.
I don't know who actually said it. They actually hate the country they're living in because of the wars and all that stuff. Yes, but after a while, if you, it's like mentioned before, if you invited in a home, right, and you just there's rules inside the home, right, and you just don't give a shit about anything on the of the rules, then after a while the people will say, hey, you're in my home, you need to behave in a certain way, and if they don't do it, then you need to force the people to do it, and it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly.
No, you have to also realize, right, Upgrade, that because they are coming from a different culture, different society, the things that work on regular white people or regular Europeans or, you know, Indians who have been living for several generations over there, that won't work for a person who just emigrated from the Middle East, or a person who just emigrated from like West Bengal or Bihar or some place like that, because there are the rules over here, the societal pressures over here.
They don't do that in their country, right? So why
yes,
do it in
because
your own country?
I have my finger up in response to Upgrade.
Because they're human beings, they understand perfectly
because
well
the that's the point. That's the point I'm getting at. Because the societal pressures and the legalistic pressures that are present in these places that prevent that kind of behavior are not present in Europe. Because the laws of Europe are meant for European cultures, right? You will not think that, you know, just because a door is open you can just go in and do whatever you want. They might,
okay,
because every door over here is locked.
I'll give you concise examples to all that. So what Upgrade was saying about racism is spot on, and it has also just evolved further and further. Like it's crazy. So to give an example how crazy it is, this is a guy you can search up. He's a YouTuber. He is a Pakistani origin, born in Saudi Arabia. His name is Shoaib Sohail, and he went so, because he was so sick and tired of it, he went so far as to actually go on like a boot camp, making himself uncivilized, and then he goes across the strait to France in order to enter illegally, even though he had a legal stay, and try to speak poor English just to see if he would get better treatment. Like, eventually he was caught out on this one, but the point is that through all this process, he was called a racist, right? Dude was like Pakistani, dark Pakistani, right? And he has the accent, and all that kind of stuff, you know. So what he did, he just doubled down on it. Then, like, if he was going to be excused, but he was harassed by cops and shit like that. He's walking on the streets. He get these lefties ganging up with like signs coming after him, and like race traitor, coconut, and all that kind of shit that they try to be like defamatory. Even though what he's really pointing out is that, look, there's like we're talking about accountability, right? There are community accountabilities as well, right? And he's like sick and tired of the censorship of it all. And so, but then you get the collusion with the government, because this here clearly again, now we're back at the government again, right? Because why would the police then be going on these kind of issues? Like, obviously these are fraudulent. Then you should go after the one who went with the fraudulent accusations. But no, they do nothing about it. When there's another Pakistani Muslim, like, she's born in Britain, but their parents are from Pakistan, Muslim background, right? Her name is Candid Lubna. She occasionally hosts open mics like these, right? So she has been threatened on her life by the Pakistani community and been called all these kind of things. The same way with like Shoaib as well. And when she was doxxed and they were threatening, and she's like with kids and stuff like that, right? So when she tried to get the police involved, what did they do? Obviously nothing, right? So so you have this, you're shamed for being a racist even if you actually belong to it. The immigrant community are themselves also subjected to the censorship, both from the world community and but if only by negligence from the government that ensures it, because it is threatening violence, right? Now the case with the UK, like I mentioned, our police state is better than yours in my handle here. This is because Norway is also partly a police state. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of details, But I'm just going to give you one example as it pertains to this labeling of far right. As you can tell, that it is, like, we all know that it's for talking points or whatever. But when you get into the judicials, being labeled far right in this way in Norway, this is like organized crime, but also terrorism. So if anyone else who is given the same label does something, you also pay the punishment, even though you have absolutely no affiliation. Now, that will make sense if we're talking about terrorist organization, because it's not like there are not far right elements, but they're fairly negligible at all things considered. So here's a good example, so you can see how the government is doing this to just shut down people completely. A dude in a high position in Stavanger, which is like the central place for like oil and gas in Norway. He was reporting gross violations in environmental regulations, right? He was accused, but he wasn't accused directly. So listen to this. He was accused as far right, extremist, right? We all know that environmentalism is pretty much a left thingy, right? So that's like obviously bullshit from the get-go. But this is how they do it when they label in this manner. They have all the consequences of being accused and pretty much convicted without going through a trial. And the only way you're going through a trial is as a witness. Why a witness when you are the one who is accused? Because as a witness, you don't have access to the evidence basis for your accusation, right? What proves actually that you are this and that, right? And that's how they have like a few thousand people in Norway just like that. And like we have like issues with whistleblowers of police. The same thing here. Like there's a mafia going through the police state, right? And so what did we see in the UK? They had tons upon tons of these NEDs and non-disclosure agreements, right? With anything from doctors to teachers to like, even though there were clear cases of children being violated, there would still be like, no, but I'm not permitted to talk about it. Why would you use that so frivolously, right? Because that's something that you would use in special cases pertaining to, like, let's say, national security, for example. But they were using it and they had I mean, I feel like I'm rambling on a little bit here, but it's like
no, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. This is important stuff, man.
Yeah. So I mean, this with the UK, for example, you could see that there was quite a lot of Labour politicians that were involved in this as well, and they were colluding with the police, who were also colluding with the grooming gangs, right? So who were connected to drug cartels. And while there's of course a lot of connections going with, for example, Pakistan directly via Afghanistan in particular with the heroin trade, for example, much of this also goes via the Turkish immigrants in Germany. So they are connected across Europe, and this is what the Upgrade was alluding to earlier. So, and like our organized crime units, they are not fit for the purpose. Like they're trying to catch up, but this is not the type of organized crime they have been accustomed to, where Interpol becomes almost impossible to deal with, and you have all these kind of like this kind of and you're seeing. So we remember when we were talking earlier in the Ukraine war about all the weapons being sent to Ukraine that didn't come forth. Like the CNN even had to pull down like a report on it. Even they admitted it. Like we don't really know where like at least 30% or whatever, right? Okay, so I had earlier this summer, I had a lengthy conversation with a hardened criminal who had just come out from incarceration. He had been incarcerated for over 10 years for murder. So he had been permitted parole. Now, I could tell for other reasons I'm not going to get in. This is anecdotal, of course, but it kind of corroborates several reports that we're seeing from, for example, Sweden having bombings every single day the first month of this year, right? So you can look that up. You can see that there was a wave of bombing going on with gangland warfare and so forth in Sweden. Now, what he had to say, because I was trying to corroborate the information from what is on the media and what is like whatever, and he was pointing out one thing that he, like of all the things he said, this one was the thing that stood out. He used the word skrämmandes. He was scared of the development that had occurred from when he was paroled for a short while and serving the rest of his incarceration for 3 years. In 3 years, the development was so drastic, both in quantity and scope and grade, closer and closer to military grade and whatnot, that even him, who was fairly used to seeing these kind of things, he was like, this, like, I'm like worried about this, right? So yeah, it's fun being European. Is a civil war coming, or is it just going to be like mass fragmentation? I mean, the predictions are going wild. But Grace Fox, long time no see.
Yeah. I just hope. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you, Ray.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just hope in and out. Coping. You what you're saying, I've experienced it when I was in Sweden. I was in Sweden for about 2 years in Gothenburg. And I could tell Sweden has changed since the 1990s. We had relationships with Sweden. It has changed in a negative way, in a way that everything seems to be collapsing, and it's collapsing societally and also immigration wise. Sweden has a lot of problem with immigration. They accepted a lot of people from Syria, from Somalia, and yeah, it's causing a lot of problems. And they're trying to be like, they're trying to be not intervene or whatever, but it shows that they're having problems. They're having problems, societal problems, and who knows what's going to become. And yeah, I've seen that.
I can give you one short example. They're supposed to have a very right-leaning government right now, and they have been openly declaring that they're seriously considering special military operations, literal special military operations in parts of southern Sweden, because the cops are not able to handle it. Right. So they, and they were also like they came onto power because they were against immigration, but they are actually part of the EU. Norway isn't, and we kind of able to, but yeah.
The right wing, right? Is it the right wing? The right wing won the last election. Who won? I mean, in Sweden, I don't want to go into the details, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are
think I can
increasingly
give you
jokes in Norway that maybe we should build a wall between us and Sweden, just like the Israelis did with Gaza. So, I mean, if that tells you anything, like we have established cells of criminal organizations that are rooted in Sweden. They are also nearly impossible to prosecute, also because many of those who are in charge, they are situated in Morocco, for example, or Turkey, or any of those other places. So, which also kind of explains like really the rationale here then should be, because take Netherlands, they have the same, especially when it comes to Moroccans, and they try to send back. Then the Moroccans are just simply saying like, no, we don't want them back. You just keep them right there.
Yeah,
and they have a lot of what they're, it's not like criminal organizations are not found in any, like, of course you'll find them with the immigrants in particular. They have, you will have to expect there to be organized crime element going about it, because this is a boon for any organized crime element to be just able to mingle right with the population over the borders, just like a corporation, if you like. Right. So
and you know what? Norway is a powerhouse in Scandinavia. When it's summer, I used to work as a dishwasher in Sweden. In summer, even the Swedes go to Norway just to get a buck or two. That tells you something.
Good.
And we often go over to Sweden in order to buy commodities there, and cheaper. There we have like a tariff barrier, so we are only permitted to buy so much tobacco and drinks, because that's usually, and that there's meat and stuff like that also being commonly bought in bulks. But this is also how we notice that the corporations are fucking around with us, because take for example a block of cheese that they used to cost like, let's say 100 crowns, and now it costs like 160, but then when you go to Sweden it costs 60. Right. So we have had a massive price rise, whereas they do price dumping over in Sweden. And why can they permit it? Simply arbitrary. It's like the IMF. The IMF did an audit on this. Why the inflation and the price rises are so high. Of all the things combined and factored in, the one thing that stood out by 44 to 46%, something like that, that was arbitrary price rising. Or the cartel, basically. No competition, so they all knew they could just stretch the profit margin up. And this happened. This is the norm across the globe, and then it varies depending on country to what effect. So, for example, the food prices have been rising a lot, like in Ghana, for example, as well, but not to the same degree as, for example, not even in proportion at least, as it has been to, for example, Norwegians. Norwegians have been a lot more complacent and compliant with, whatever the government has been doing. I mean, they're starting to kind of wake up, but unfortunately, many of them are still in a, we are a very insulated society, like generally speaking. We know pretty much jack shit about the rest. We're like the Americans, except we're fjord fornicators. That's the main difference. Upgrade. You have your finger up.
Yeah, and I want to continue what you said, Grey Fox, right about Sweden. What changed in this last 10, 20 years, right? Sweden was a very homogeneous country. And all of a sudden, a lot of immigration came in and the problem started to pop off. And then people say, "Oh no, it's not the immigration. It's because we can't assimilate them well," or like the usual lefty thingies, which are told to us. But there is a correlation with it. Before in Sweden, I know some couple who lived in Sweden, and they said before we could leave our doors open in the night and nothing happened. And now you need to have a security camera on your house.
I'm just going to interject. It happens in Hisingen, the small island in Gothenburg. People are not sleeping with their doors open anymore.
It's sad. It's sad because if you had a society where you had so much trust in it that you could actually leave your door open in the night, and now you need to have security cameras on your doorstep to be sure who is coming just to deliver your mail. Yeah, we get to a point which is very sad, and it's just going to continue if we don't address the problem. And I think now it's time to address the problem, and the society is also ready for it. There needs to be drastic, changes on the way we tackle immigration, not just on individual country basis, but also on the EU basis. That's also a big part, because if if just some countries don't allow, then the EU will interject and say, yeah, but like in Hungary, you need to pay a fine.
Yeah, you're right. I think that the Swedes have to manage their immigration, because they would allow, when I was studying there, they would allow Polish guys to come in and they do all the work. And at the same time, they would allow people from, I can say this, I will have a backlash. They will allow from Somalia. Now you go and roast me as much as you can.
And no, I will not roast you. You can see it also in Sweden when you have like cities like Malmö, who was like 20 years ago not like that badly, was still criminal, but now you see how it is. It's horrible.
I was in Berihue in Gothenburg. It's basically taken over. The Swedes, the way the immigrants do is that they come in and they take over, and the Swedes just evacuate. They're like, okay, we don't want to.
Exactly. And that's why also you have also problems now, because Denmark is a pretty strict country regarding immigration, and when they have people from Sweden who come over to Denmark, and making a lot of problems. Now they have like I mentioned before, to coping, they have like this police who cooperate with each other, because they can't handle all this criminality, because before there was no criminality in these countries, and now the criminality goes through the roof, and that's a big problem. But maybe this.
I mean,
well, I mean, we used to have biker gangs that did have
but
several degrees of connection eventually to some bigger mafia. Maybe in the United States, there were also some down in Europe, but it was nothing like this. These have been like, but these are now like taking a back seat, leaving like the immigrants basically do it, and they're kind of partially subsumed or have just found a way to kind of like, okay, we hold on to this, so make sure that you guys can get that done, and that benefits both of us.
But
like that kind of agreement.
Go on, Desi.
I don't know. Maybe the whole immigration.
Oh,
sorry.
No, go ahead, Bradley. Bradley, go ahead. I'll speak at the end.
Oh, right, my bad. Sorry, I didn't see that. Well, I was gonna say that I think that I don't understand the whole immigration problem altogether. Cause I feel like, on the one hand, I can see how it's in America they can have immigrants come in, they can give them rights to vote. Eventually, they can shore up the future of the Democratic Party and have a voting bloc that they created. Okay, I could see that. What about the Europeans? Okay, there's the GDP. They need to raise their GDP. Europe is in the middle of in the middle of an increasing crisis. Things are not looking up for them. Ukraine is not looking up for them. Their economic situation doesn't look good. Maybe they've been hobbling all along, keeping their GDP up with some of this immigration. And finally, the third thing is probably the people that set up these immigration policies, they don't care at all. Like, they already don't look at us as people anyway. We're already like the rabble. We might as well be like dogs to them. So they don't really care if like people are coming in that don't follow all the cultural norms or disrupt the society in some kind of way, except for the unrest part of it, the backlash. But look how much they got done before the backlash, before there was some kind of backlash, and even now it's not like a serious backlash. Sorry, go ahead, Desi.
Yeah, I think it all of it, like, I completely agree with everything that you guys said, and it all comes boiling down to the Western outlook, the Western globalist outlook of what they want the world to be. And it also ties down to the geopolitics, right? If they were responsible and they were really wanted the best for all of humanity, what they would have done and thought is, yes, let's go help all these third world nations develop on their own, right? Let's raise the standard of living. Let's ensure that we don't need to lock our doors in Sweden. Let's try and help India or Pakistan or Tunisia ensure that they also reach a standard of living where people do not go steal in other people's homes, and we can also keep our doors unlocked. But what is reality, what the policy is being practiced is, as soon as another nation does well, immediately you need to clamp down on it, view it as a threat, and try to destroy it. And that speaks to what Bradley just said, is because this is not a notion, this is not the policy of the people. This hegemonic outlook of the world is not the something that comes from the people of the West, but rather from the elites. Because if you look at it logically, a developing third world, a developing east, a developing global south will actually be beneficial. But no, what do you want? You don't want the global south to develop. You want people from the global south to come into Europe and experience what European life is, and then you'll think you'll assimilate. And I also read one of the comments, I forgot, I think it's Cavaggio who said, and it was brilliant. Like, imagine the barbarity of like thinking that the immigrants who come in, they should abandon their own cultures and they should abandon their own heritage and adopt the European ones in exchange for economic benefits. I mean, at least as an Indian nationalist, I find it absolutely appalling. Like, I don't even want, like, personally, I don't want Indians going into Europe and even assimilating, because I want them to, remain in India, no matter how shit it is, and try to improve here, try to improve India.
Can I
If that,
interject
oh, good.
just a quick interjection?
just
When you
one.
go to Rome, you act as the Romans act. This is what you have to do.
That's actually false. When Rome accepted a lot of traditions from the invader, the barbarian, Rome was bearing tunics, for example, and they changed to pants. Why we have pants now? Because of the German barbarian Germans. So I'm here with Odesa. I am an immigrant. I know it's a lot of you maybe are not, but it's very difficult to leave your family, what you know, your references, everything. You leave everything and change to another. Can I just continue?
You need to at least respect. You need to at least
no. I completely Gref. No, I just want to
finish. Can I finish?
Okay, go ahead,
Just
Nika.
1 second.
Go ahead, Nika.
1 second. So it's not easy to change everything. I prefer to have a prosperous country and stay in my country, not to immigrate to rebuild my whole life. It's not easy. It's draining mentally, health wise, everything. I think a lot of people will choose to stay in their country if their country is prosperous, and this is 100% correct.
I agree.
I'm with what Desi said.
And Grey Fox, I wasn't saying like they should not assimilate or they should not respect their culture. I'm saying they shouldn't even be there to begin with. That's what I'm saying, right? If globalist policy really was what they claim to be, these places where the immigrants are coming from, they would have ensured that the places they're coming from, those get developed, rather than the people are coming into Europe to share the benefits of the Europeans. But this will happen because the globalists want profit. The reason is, the motive is not the benefit of these poor fucking immigrants. Is that these immigrants, at least they thought, that they would provide a very cheap source of income, which would reduce European like wage demands essentially, and then
But hold on, let's not blame the rulers for being exactly what they are. It's sort of like blaming the enemy for being an enemy, right? Like the migrants, they have the very same incentive. Why are they moving? Is it like the globalists want something, the migrants want something, right?
The migrants are moving because the places that where they are, those are shit places, right? And a lot of times maybe they're an out group in the nation that there are. A lot of the migration happens because of that, but also because maybe a Western nation has come and completely destroyed it. Maybe it's America with all its invasion. Maybe it's Europe from centuries of colonialism and neocolonialism that has been continuing. Neocolonialism that is not benefiting the middle class or the people of Europe, but rather the corporations and the elites of Europe. And
Correct.
The people just do not even know about what's going on in Africa
and also the neo-colonized states, because they are the ones they are both collaborating on it.
Absolutely.
So like, for example, one can easily, like, let's say from a perspective of a Norwegian or American or someone in the West, one can easily argue that, but it serves our interest. Look, our living standards are better and all that. Yeah, that's kind of true in some regard. That's not to be dispensed with entirely, at least for now. Insofar as there is. But there is another more important factor here, namely that the entities that are sent out to be extracting these resources grow disproportionate amount of power back home. And what do they do with all that they get back home? Well, then they start grabbing it up. And what do you have then? Well, then you have sort of like a plutocracy, essentially. Like, so the it's a wouldn't it be better if we kind of had like the citizens of each country organized and whatever, right? But then you have to achieve it, right? I'm not so like it's a it looks like shit regardless how it twists and turns, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree with you. Like also what Joseph Stalin is saying in the chat, a lot of the blames does come down to why this country is a shit including us in India, it does come down to us, right? We have to improve at the end of the day, our own nations, and but at the same time, it doesn't help that whenever a nation improves, starts improving, it starts getting viewed as a threat by the West itself, right?
It's happened a lot
And
of times. Yeah, it happened a
it
lot of
happens
times.
all the time.
India
Not a
is a
lot of
good
time.
example.
India is a good
is a good example.
example.
China and everyone. But
Everyone, Iran,
Iran also.
China, India, right? Venezuela is a good example. Venezuela was actually doing good until it got all the sanctions that completely collapsed its economy, that
Yeah,
took
but
its inflation to hyperinflation, right? These are
yeah,
the sanctions.
actually, Argentina's inflation is now worse than Venezuela's. Venezuela has been able to actually improve its situation
Yep.
significantly from the shock of the first blitzkrieg of sanctions.
Yeah, Argentina is quite frankly, sorry to say it, but it's doing worse somehow than Venezuela is under Milei.
You know
But yeah,
the Cubans, I call them Kubinsi in Russian. The Cubans have tolerated all the sanctions that the United States could throw at them, and they survived. They survived all the sanctions.
yeah. But no, no.
But
I mean,
also
there
there is
there are
there
there are
is
major powers like India is surviving the sanctions, sure, right? And eventually the nation will survive. But what will that create? Look at Venezuela. What did it create? It didn't destroy Venezuela. It didn't destroy Maduro, but it did send a huge wave of immigrants into America,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
it sent
If
a massive tidal wave of Venezuelans throughout the entire world. They've
exactly.
gone everywhere. They're even in Iceland. It's
So so
amazing.
if so if you want to control immigration, if you want these problems that are rather not emigrating for like emerging from the global south, but rather being bounced back by the actions of your leadership, then you must bring your leadership to accountability. You have to challenge the leadership in the West itself, just as we are challenging the leadership in our places, right? uh, there are, I
Yeah,
mean, it's
Yeah,
easier to do
yeah,
it in
if,
India because we are still a democracy,
If
but
Norway
like
goes down
people
the
are
drain,
challenging the leadership even in autocracies in the Middle East, like what Nika is saying, like in Egypt, like in Jordan, like in even some places in Saudi Arabia, right? And it's way harder. I mean,
Immensely
we
harder.
know
hold
people
on,
in
Becky. That's
AFD
not
are
entirely true. Not entirely true. Look at Norway too. Norway might seem like one of the beneficiaries, but that also means that the United States have us that much more by the balls. So our sovereign wealth fund is like nearly half of it is denominated in dollars. If the US want to if they start sanctioning us like they did with the Russians, we wouldn't last a week. We will be crushed. Speaking of
Same like
having the US on the balls, Gabriel, have you guys so do you pay your groceries with US dollars now? Like, or did that never happen?
It's more and more stores admit dollars, but it's optional. But most people want to keep the dollars and spend the pesos, so it's not like universally. But so like whatever. That's one of the problems that every injection of dollars into the Argentine economy gets sucked in because people want to preserve their wealth in dollars instead of spending it. So spending your dollars in groceries is actually not the best idea. People do that because you usually spend what you got, but it's not like it's 100% that situation.
But hold on, doesn't that mean, in a sense, that maybe I'm not an economist, I wouldn't know, but I kind of get the impression that if the Argentinians are just absorbing a bunch of dollars, unlike what, let's say, Norway and Russia, which had a lot of US dollars abroad, right? So how is the US going to sanction Argentina? Like, if you have all of it in your own internal funds and bonds or whatever, like the United States cannot stop you from using, let's say, cash and whatever you printed out, right? Like if you're having
Look,
already
it's super simple. It's super simple. The problem is the access to goods. literally. Either it can be essential goods.
Wasn't that the case already?
No, yeah, but what I mean is that the problem isn't sanctions in itself. It's not the access to dollars or not. The problem is always the access to goods. The currency that you use for that is irrelevant. And there's two problems, because one is the essential goods, which affects the lower class of the population, but the other problem is the luxury goods, and that affects the middle to higher class. So one of the problems, like this is an argument that I'm trying to construct better, but I'm just going to throw it like in its half-baked form. I think that like Europe was created as an example up to which people can compare themselves. So like I'd argue that European like welfare state and their well-being is not necessarily something desirable. Like,
hold on. The dollar. Wait, let's finish the dollar before you go on that. Because the thing is that when you absorb dollars,
super chat.
Can I interject?
Before you go too far, wait, super chat. The elites want to destroy the middle class and are doing so by bringing in the third world dysphoria, and it's working everywhere.
So on the U.S. dollar, because basically what Argentina is doing now is that they would nonetheless be accumulating a lot of foreign reserves, which is usually a problem for many countries. I mean, Argentina have several times gone to the IMF in order to acquire dollars to buy goods, like you said, because the issue is getting goods. But you cannot do that with the Argentinian lira, whatever you call it, at least not as well as you can with the dollar.
It's a peso.
So whatever, I don't know what you jungle monkeys use. It doesn't matter to me.
The
point I'm trying to make is that it depends. I would say it depends a bit on like how do the Argentinians safeguard their own economy, because they can always use the dollar regardless what happens. But so their reserves. But then you have also like more like the banks, and do they have funds and ways to kind of store it and save it? Because in the event of shit hitting the fan, Argentina is now better apt at using it, because while the dollar is being reduced as a reserve currency, that's maybe only in parts of the world and only in lesser quantities. It's really the matter of who is willing to use it, right, and who can. Like most will accept the dollar anyways.
It's a matter of...
At the end of the day, most of you probably have gone through military training, or money doesn't mean anything. It's all about what you can find to eat, what you can find to sustain yourself. Money doesn't mean anything when there is total war. This is what I wanted to say.
Oh yeah, that's it agrees with what I'm trying to say. That when you have basic needs, things can be relatively bearable. Things can be bearable, and so like countries like Venezuela, Cuba, so on and so forth, they've been forced to reorganize their economy to supply their basic needs due to the blockade. But then you have the second problem, which is the aspiration. So like a nation, the population of a nation has certain aspirations, and so you use those aspirations are by comparison. They're by looking at something that is better than you and aspiring to that. So that can be good because it can lead to progress and all that. But the thing is that most of the well-being of a nation is measured not in how it feeds its people, but rather how much luxuries they can, how much like trinkets,
standard of living.
And
oh no, I mean not standard of living.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's, I mean, people who went through war, they understand that money is nothing. Is nothing.
Yeah, and cars and like an iPhone, smartwatch, big ass TV, like all those things.
They're because you
I don't think that's what he means. I think that a car in war is very valuable.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
need
yeah.
to book it, you can somebody's going to find a way to give you the car, you know, to ask you for the car, and you're going to say your money is worthless. You know?
Yeah.
I need the car much more because this is a war. This is a war zone at this
Yeah,
point.
yeah. It depends on the situation, right? You need a Humvee. You get a Humvee at the right time in the right place. But it's not like you accumulate your money in a bank account and you're like, okay, I'm rich. I have $88 billion. No, that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Can I please buy a bulletproof vest? Nope. Not for $88 billion. What does it need? What do I need it for if I'm going to be dead anyway?
Yeah. You're going to leave it behind anyways.
So what Silver Fox is talking about is basically the
Gray Fox.
The capacity to acquire stuff is what's important, not the particular currency that you're. So it doesn't matter if you have, like, gold can become worthless in a situation of extreme famine or war.
Actually, gold you can use it to bribe someone.
Yeah.
Let's say
it depends on what's the standard value.
Guys, there's this thing called Gresham's law. Okay, so Gresham's law, the easy way that usually hear it saying is good money drives out bad. But the more complicated way of looking at it is when there is a situation in society where there are multiple currencies, people are going to try to get rid of the non-valuable one, and they're going to try to hoard the valuable one. They know which is the valuable one. So when you're in a war zone, you understand your dollars or your credit card that you can't even, there's no electricity. That's not the valuable one, right? Like, whatever. But, you know, a car or a gold watch, maybe that is.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't
You know, when people were escaping from Stalingrad, even the German SS and the others, they had some gold on them, and they were like bribing their own compatriots. They're like, okay, you take gold and let me into the airplane.
Yeah, they wouldn't take rubles. You think the Germans would take rubles? No, because the good money.
No. They wouldn't take it. They would take gold.
Yeah. So, what's up, Maddie? How's it going? Long time no see.
Going good. I wanted to say something where you're saying when there's multiple currencies involved and what the situation you were just talking about, it winds up because the people are hoarding that currency, overinflates that currency's value and no longer is accessible to the market. So that currency just basically starts building its own value like tulips in a way, and it doesn't get spent. And because people are hoarding it for later, and it makes it even more scarce, and it makes it even more valuable. And the problem is that it doesn't circulate. But I wanted to say, I think Gray Fox was coming up with something pretty good about this, because really, to me, about the middle class and what it was coming down to is the destruction of the middle class. I put it in chat. 1950s, a factory job could provide for a family of four, mothers staying home to raise the kids. It is impossible today to do this. Let's look at the purchase price parity between American middle class and, say, a middle class in Japan, or a middle class in Germany, or a middle class in Russia, for that matter. Whose ruble versus the dollar is going further to stretch to feed their family, which is not giving them basically making them go into debt just to survive? You know, and that's part of the problem. You look at, here's something in the United States right now, used cars are outrageously priced. And the reason why is because everybody will sign a paper to pay for it as they go along later. So it inflated the whole market, because you can't just buy one, you know, unless you know a guy or something like that. You usually got to go to a dealer now to get a good one. I'm just rambling now. I'm sorry, but the purchase price parity thing I think is important, because the way you live is dependent on how far your wages can stretch to feed and clothe and house your family. And right now, I think many people outside of America get this false sense that we're all rich. It is not the case. Many of us are just hanging on the edge here. And that's the problem in the United States, is we were talking about guns and stuff like that. Well, that's a one-time thing you can do. And you got to remember, who are you going to be fighting? You know, it's going to be local law enforcement at first, who's usually your neighbor or somebody related to you. So how is this all going to work out? So everybody's saying, well, America's got the guns. They should just,
maybe I want to interject. I want to interject. It's the same. I have my brother. He's in the Tennessee National Guards. He was in Tennessee National Guards, and he's saying the same thing. He's saying that things are not as beautiful as the media is painting it.
Hey, Vaun.
Go on, Vaun.
Yeah, hey, Betty. I was going to ask you what you thought about some of these current battles on the map, like Kupiansk. Let's move down to like Lehman and then Seversk.
Well, you know, I've been looking at Evil Rabbit, and I've been kind of wondering, you know, is this the way the Russians are currently hanging out in space? Do you really think that that is a situation they would normally allow to happen? Especially when they have the reserves they are. I'm starting to think Evil Rabbit is more of Mascrovia. Not even saying it right. I'll spit all over the camera, but it's more to draw attention, I think. Yes.
Maskarovka, that's what you mean?
That's the word. I can spell it, but I can't say it. You try to do it without teeth. It doesn't work out, and I'll spit phlegm everywhere. So leave it where it is. But that's the thing I wonder. Do you get, because they're branching out somewhat, but they're not really moving, and I don't know if it's necessarily the AFU that's got them contained, or are they just purposely hanging out there, just sucking in AFU reserves and making them forces for moves later on that we're going to see? That's my take. I haven't got the
like if you look at Pokrovsk and Murahad, I mean, that's done. I mean, it's getting so tight that it's only going to be a matter of time before that's gone. But you look at the rabbit ears, I mean, more than likely they're probably solid, like the map that Gerasimov had, where it showed it more solid with just a few points sticking out. Because more than likely there's no Ukrainians in between those two areas. And the fact that they haven't been extinguished or cut off or anything means there's probably no Ukrainians of any matter or size that can do anything about it. Supposedly they sent Azov in there to take care of business. They may have stopped them for a minute, maybe even cut through, but whatever they did has been erased. And those guys are probably all gone. And supposedly they're sending some more. There's Azov supposedly on the south side. Supposedly they got Azov up in Kupiansk now, trying to hold the gap around that bridge. So I mean, and the thing is that's what the Russians want. They want these good units to come in and get killed. So why not grind them up in Kupiansk? I mean, that's another one that's a done deal. I mean, that shit's all over but the dying. I mean, they got the whole east or western side, and at some point the eastern side's probably going to collapse just because those guys are going to realize there's no way to get across the river and get out of there unless they run south.
You know what, Vaun? The Russians want to exterminate Azovs and Aidar as much as possible, and private sector, right sector. As much as possible.
I mean that's the whole point. The only units that really give the Russians a hard time are the Azov and the national battalions. They got the money, they got the training, they got the guys that are just dedicated and ready to go. So that's why those guys are sent in. And that's probably one reason why the Russians create these situations, because they know who they're going to send, and that's who they want to kill. You can see where they show a lot more mercy to the territorial guys and stuff. But when's the last time you've seen a bunch of Nazis caught? I mean, not even the saboteurs. I mean, I've seen them captured, but none of them had tattoos or anything, so they might have gave them some mercy. But yeah, those guys just fight to the death. Yeah. They either run away or they fight.
The Russians do it on purpose, the way I think. It's not that they cannot take it, but they want to lure in the Azovs and private sector and everyone. So the Azov grew from a battalion to
now it's a
a
corps.
brigade.
Yeah, now it's a corps.
Yeah, it's actually bigger now.
But yeah, what you see.
Yeah, go ahead, Mehdi. Let Mehdi go. He's been waiting.
Imagine being swept off the street, right? You're walking down someplace in Kyiv, you're with your wife or whatever. Here comes the van, they grab you, they throw you in a van, they stick you in a unit, you find out you're stuck in Azov unit, and now you got to face the Russians.
I don't think that's actually happening. I don't think that's happening. And Azov is recruits. So? No, they recruit. I think they get a lot of guys that are still got a lot of pool to draw from, of nationalists, people that believe that. Plus, those guys are better trained. And from talking to some people, they said
motivated people.
Yeah, they said the Azov shock troops are the troops that they send in to stop the Russians, or beat the Russians. But that's who they said, and they said those guys are really good.
Azov is mainly doing counterattacks. They are not getting grinded down in the front lines and in the trenches, right?
Yeah,
they're the most equipped.
Exactly.
And if you want to be in any unit in the front lines in Ukraine, you want to be in Azov, because those guys survive. Yeah, unless they get encircled, like in Avdiivka and Mariupol, they usually survive.
The Azov
those guys get
they
because they're shock troops, but they're not annihilated because they're all in and out missions. They always get they get replaced.
No, they're not. A lot of the time, they're shock troops going expressly to fight the Russians. Yeah, and and from talking to people in different units, those guys, the Azov shock troops, are the guys that cut through the Russian regular forces with a lot of ease. Yeah. The only time they really run into trouble is if they go against, especially when they went against Wagner or the airborne guys. But regular Russian forces, the shock troops would come in and they could, secure an area, blow a hole in something. They're actually pretty good.
And you have to respect your enemy. One of the things is the Azovs, they get all the funding that gets filtered out when they send it to Zelensky. The minimum they get, it goes to Azov. So they get all the gear.
I mean, and there might be varying qualities of Azov, but they're all pretty good quality troops. They get the best equipment, they get the money, the support, and like I said, they probably still have a pretty good pool of hardcore people to draw from.
Yeah, and they have volunteers too from other countries. They have volunteers. I will call them motivated. I hate the Nazis. I will call them motivated for now.
But I mean, even the fact that they are still needing to send in Azov and splitting that battalion up into several sectors just to hold the line, it means it's
simple.
over. It's over.
Yeah.
Even after the port system came in.
But everyone's getting attrited, because every time you move around, you get spotted at a certain point and a unit gets hit. Every time you go to the front, a couple of vehicles get hit by drones. But you have to saturate the capacity for a response of an area to hit in. So you're always going to get attrited, and you always have a pool of restoration, So that's the reserve manpower and all the recruitment that's going on. If you get recruited, you get priority to go to these elite brigades, which are the stormtroopers, the Azov and the police guard, and so on and so forth. And they get the lion's share of the new recruits. That can be either volunteers or conscripted. If they have experience, they get the lion's share, and the rest, the shitty brigades, they get everything else, all the spoils. And so the Azov, all these elite units, they have positions in the rear. They go in and then they go back to the positions in the rear. It's less likely that they get hit because of that. So they preserve more of their elite manpower, but they still lose it. Every time they go in and go out, they lose a couple of guys. They're constantly losing guys, and they get replacements of the best quality that Ukraine has available. That pool.
Well, it's a lot. Just real quick, and then Mehdi's got to go. But I mean, it's not even so much as they lose a few guys. I mean, they're being forced. They're being forced into situations where they have to go there and they get wiped out and hit hard. It's not just a couple guys and in and out. It's, they're forced to be there because they're the only ones that can stop the Russians, or they're the only ones that can counterattack the Russians. So that's why they're there. So it's a lot worse than just a few people.
No, yeah, it's a lot worse. But let's say average, it's a few people. Like, let's say they lose 10% of their unit every time they go in, and as an average, that's still lower than the rest. But it's still low because they're still deteriorating. Like, they still need conscripts more and more. They don't have enough volunteers to replace their losses, and you see the diminishment in their capacities. But you also still see that they have capacity. They still have a combat effectiveness. And probably they have a core of very experienced guys that have survived the most. But anyways, they still can use them to fight back, but every time they're less effective in their capacity to make the Russians fall back. Like, they went into the ears of the demonic bunny and the breakthrough north of Pokrovsk, and yet they still aren't able to cut it. And it's consolidating, and they counterattack, but then they get pushed back ever quicker. That means that they have less capacity to attack at a certain point. And you can see the same situation in the three hottest spots, which is Kupiansk, Pokrovsk, and Konstantinivka. And then you also have the Liman front, which is also starting to, but that's just starting right now. They're poking at Liman, but they haven't been able to encircle it, to flank it. But in the three places, you see the same thing. They encroach on the exit point or the entrance point, and then they strike through the middle to draw in troops. And so they're constantly, so like the fact that the Ukrainians go in and counterattack, it's a feature, it's what the Russians want. But they're becoming less effective all the time. Like, every counterattack the Ukrainians does has less of a punch and makes less of a dent. Go on, Mehdi or Vaun. I think Mehdi was there first.
Hey, Wyatt, do you think that maybe this would be an idea when we do the show, if we're going to talk about Ukraine, maybe flash the map at first, show the different oblasts and what's going on in them, and then talk about it? Just
every time Vaun shows up there, just put the maps up automatically.
Automatically is a bit hard,
I just think it would be a feature that it could keep the direction of the conversation to one, at least one area at a time, and you could visibly see what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, you guys can actually prompt me to do it. Like, yeah, don't be shy. Let me.
I could share something about Congo.
Go to the Lehman section.
Yeah, I could share something about Congo.
Now, if you go, if you look around Oskol, I think it's Oskol, Lehman, and Yampol. There's a road. I think it's like the P97 or 79 highway. It runs east-west. Maybe out of.
Okay, so there we have.
Yeah. Now, if the Russians are already north of Lehman, due north of it, sitting at around, I can't remember the place. It's like Drisinopolia or something, but they're already north of Lehman. If they wanted to, they could keep pushing west because it's a lot of open terrain along just south of that highway, and they could go from Yampol or Lehman to Dnipro, the city on the Dnieper River, on that axis, and all they really have to secure is, Seversk, which is on the verge of happening. Kupiansk is on the verge of happening. They can kind of bypass Lehman in that area and let it kind of just fall on its own, which it will, because if they start moving north of Lehman, they're going to have to pull troops out of Lehman to try and stop that. And then you've got Konstantinivka surrounded. That keeps them at bay. Pokrovsk is gone. Mirahod's gone. And that, and then the Rabbiteers are threatening Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. I mean, there's a lot of action that can go on.
Yeah, okay. Wait a minute.
The Russians are aiming for Sloviansk and Kramatorsk.
They're probably aiming at multiple places because look at it. I mean, they've got Konstanivka, Kramatorsk, Sloviansk, you know, starting to be enclosed. They've got the north there. I mean, that whole center area around Liman and Seversk. I mean,
wait a second. Just for the audience, in case there's anyone watching, in the center, like, okay, so we have the map, and in the center of the map, right around the second, like where the green patches are, that's the area of Kramatorsk, Slaviansk Kramatorsk, and under the green patch you have Liman. So like, yeah, so there's Liman, and then you have Seversk. That's right in the center of that exactly. So you have these big dents on the map.
Now hear me out. You know, Seversk is gone. That secures the southern flank of the northern pincher that goes around Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. And you push, and actually they're north of Liman, so they could actually bypass Liman and keep going. And then they can kind of angle down, and then you start getting towards that highway that runs out of Liman. It runs east-west. It runs toward, it runs back behind, farther west.
You know,
yeah.
The Russians want to correct the history of 2014 when
Yeah, I'm not worried about the history of 14. I'm just saying an axis of advance. They could advance from Yampol down towards, not towards Dnipro directly, but north of it. Cut the roads. They're at the Dnipro River pretty much, and there's not a whole lot of area there. It's a lot of trees and tree lines and open fields. But I think not right away, but I think a long-term axis might be along that Liman to Dnipro. If you can take out Pokrovsk, Konstanivka, and Seversk, that kind of makes sure that nobody has any real energy left to fight that. Because you can keep them down in the north around the Rabbit Ears. You've got the whole Komar front falling apart. You've got Zaporizhia. So there's plenty of places you can pull people away from that northern flank that goes around Liman and down to Dnipro. And
it's pretty amazing to see the shapes that are forming, because you have a bunch of dents of holdings where Ukrainians are flanked at important positions. And so, like, you see the one in the south, that's in the Komar front, right? It's encroaching on the Dnieper, where, like, all of the southern Donbass got captured recently. Then you have the Pokrovsk dent. Then you have the Seversk dent, where Liman is. And then up north, that's the Oskol front, right? That area in the north is the Oskol front. And so you have all these. But if you look at the larger picture, it's all looking kind of like a huge cauldron. You see, Russia is advancing to the north and in the south, like from Kupiansk all the way to Kherson. No, not Kherson. What's the name of the?
Well, my point is like you've got the Pokrovsk. Once that's gone, you can go west towards Pavlorad and then on to Dnipro, and then from the north of Liman you can flank down towards Dnipro too. And it looks like it might be a lot easier because you can kind of go around any large settlements and bypass them. I mean, because like I said, they're going to have to continually pull people along to try and slow that down and stop it, which plays into your hands anyways. You start meeting a lot of resistance, you can just slow down and attrit those guys and then keep moving, or you can stop and start something somewhere else.
Basically, the Russians are serious right now. They were doing some gaming, and then after the Trump meeting, and they're like, okay, now we're going to become serious.
And don't forget, you've got the Russians creeping along the Dnieper River from the Zaporizhzhia direction. So, if they can get Orikhiv and then get up and kind of flatten that line out along the south, they might be able to start putting some pressure towards Zaporizhzhia too, which is another way to cut all that east-west traffic going anywhere into the Donbass or whatever's left of north of Pokrovsk and all that. I mean, and think about it. The longer
right?
you make, and the more indirect you make these supply lines, that's the longer they're on the road. So it gives you more time to spot them and target them. So it's just another advantage that they can exploit and take advantage of. And maybe you'll see an increase in a lot of logistics strikes or something over the next few weeks.
Yeah, a lot of the traffic. A lot of the traffic comes from
Flamingo missile. What do you think about the Flamingo missile that they created?
Oh, that's bullshit. It doesn't matter.
Missile is a bomb with an aircraft engine strapped to it. Is basically what that thing is.
Yeah, it's useless. It's a non-issue. But the thing is that because most of the supplies come from the east, but some of them come from the sea, from Odesa port, and the Danube, and then the other thing comes from the north, from Poland. But you see, I'm pretty sure that the heaviest stuff has to be brought from the sea. Because traffic.
No, I mean, you got to figure most of the supplies going to the front are probably going almost straight east-west. I mean, at least to the river. Then they're going south, north, east, west, depending on where they're going along the front. But I would bet until you get closer to the front, it's probably a pretty straight line, east-west. Because you can ship in stuff from trains, which they're doing, trucks, aircraft, plus the shipping. Shipping is probably going to come in through Odesa, but that's always under attack. So anything, maybe they can sneak stuff to the Danube and drop it off and then ship it through trains that way. But I would think,
it's not just Odesa.
It's pretty straightforward.
It's not just Odesa.
I think what we're learning now, though, is a lesson in warfare, because Russia was known as a flanking army, and it has always been, and you see it developing. But everybody, I expected they would blow into some place quickly, gather their forces, go there, do it on the other side, and start pushing the front. That's not what's happening. They're slowly creeping forward in one place, then they go to the other flank, and they creep forward, then they push in the center. And it's just constantly grinding them because the AFU keeps feeding into it. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, another thing, too, if you think about it, in these areas where the Russians got slowed down and stuff, that might be where the elite units are in the Azov. So those guys might be leaving a lot more booby traps and stuff like that behind that they have to clear. And they really have to make sure those guys are gone. So it could be part of that. Like if you see stuff going quicker, maybe there's territorials there. But if it's slow, maybe it's an area that, Azov held. Because look at the Sabrinsky Forest. I believe that's all gone all the way along the river. But the problem is Azov and those guys were in there. So maybe it's just taking time to secure it and make sure it's safe before they can do a lot of stuff. Because I've seen plenty of videos of Azov in there, and they had very nice bunkers, and they were obviously there for a long time. So if they had to leave or got killed, I'm sure they left some surprises. And those guys, like I said, those guys are competent dudes, so there's no reason they wouldn't, try to sabotage stuff before they left, especially if they had to leave a lot of stuff behind.
Well, of course, that's like a standard procedure. But to what Mehdi was saying, what do you think are the possibilities that they have beyond what you're saying? Like they're feeding men into these cauldrons and stuff like that, and getting attrited. But what are the options? Like if they don't do that, what else can be?
Well, in the beginning, I said step back. Use the Russian
if they step back
against themselves.
But if they step back,
remember, no, hold on, Gabriel. Let me start from the very beginning of this war. Okay, there was a point in time where there was agreement that if the Russians, if the AFU stepped back from the Donbass, the Russians would step back from the border. At that time, the AFU should have stepped back. Because they still already had those positions in front of them. Second of all, though, it would force the Russians to show their cards. Either they're going to do it and step back, and then we have peace, or they're going to move forward. They should have put the ball in their hand. The other thing is they should have used the Russian tactic of giving space for time. I know that it's not.
I mean, that's a NATO tactic too. That's the same thing. You try to attrit them as much as possible as you drop back. You don't get decisively engaged.
The new school of World War II understanding in America now and in England is that the real reason why the Soviets really won is the entire time while they were getting their butts kicked, they were fighting and attriting the Germans. So they're saying, so this is the new understanding that they didn't just trade space for time, they traded space and lives for time.
Well,
So
there's a lot of factors into that, though. You got to remember the command was basically somewhat obliterated. It wasn't as bad as people think it was when the purges went through. And in 1941, yes, that was happening. But once they hit Stalingrad and the Volga, between 1941 and 1943, the Russian army trained back behind the Urals. They're training full tank armies. And they're not giving them a quick training. Hold on. They're not just giving them a quick training back there. They're giving them the full training. Wait, hold on. You see,
maybe I plus one to you. I plus one to you, Mehdi, because they actually went to Siberia and
they were
forcing the tank crews.
They were forcing people that were in the front, that lived in those regions and area. Yes, they went through quick training and were pushed to the front, but that wasn't what was happening behind the Volga. They were training people fully because they knew that eventually they were going to have to push back. Because if you're going to trade space for time, the thing you're trading is that you're going on the reliability, or at least the thinking that you're going to win it all back anyway. Yes, the people suffer, but what is the idea of a nation? Either to survive or die. You know, there's so many choices that could happen here, and there's so many things.
Well, I mean, think about it too. At the end of the war, what did the Russians use to pound the Germans? They used their artillery. I mean, yeah, they still took massive casualties, but it's not unwritten. You hear about all the tales of just the massive artillery bombardments that they used to prepare before they assaulted. So I mean, it was a horrible war. It was devastating. You know, they used their artillery. You know, if they had drones, they probably would use drones too.
The idea that you're not going to lose, you're not going to get attrited, that you're not going to lose massive amounts of forces only applies when you're fighting against a much inferior force. Like if you're fighting an equal, a near peer even, you have to assume massive casualties, and that's baked in the calculation. Like, okay, we're going to lose 10%, 70% every time we retreat, and we're going to lose 60% every time we advance. And that's baked into the cake.
There's also the thing about Stavka too, because a lot of people ignore the order that went out of Stavka. I think it was in 41, is to stop the massive frontal attacks. Literally said, stop doing it. It is destroying our army. The reason it was happening because you had frontline commanders that didn't know what to do. They got a Russian army coming at them. They got all these men, but they don't really know where to go. They don't know where the units next to them are. They don't know how far the Germans have penetrated through. All they know is what is in front of them. And they got on the phone telling you better stop the Germans or die.
Yeah. I want to defend Zhukov. Zhukov was a really good general. He's the one who captured Berlin, and he's the one who actually captured Berlin, and the Americans are taking credit for it. But it was
the thing I think about the purges, for example, I believe that the purges were actually super useful and necessary.
Yeah,
like the only
I
way
think the purges were necessary. I agree.
Yeah, we're able to react and defeat the Germans was because they got rid of a shit ton of trash, and they had the best fucking generals in the world directing their defense and their counteroffensive. That's the only way they were able to stop the Germans.
They got rid of the corruption and made it a true meritocracy.
And they also used the time they had to build the tanks and the artillery and to train the guys. When they came back out west, they came out swinging from probably 1943 till 1945. Nobody could touch them. They had grads. They had every kind of tube you could think of. Mortars. I mean, they were smart. They got lucky. They dropped back far enough to buy the time. Their suicidal defense held. They got them the time they needed to get everything ready, and then when they came out, they were ready to go. And from that point forward, it was nonstop all the way back west. And most of that was done with the tube at the end of an artillery tube.
In terms of the purges, though, the purges only made it was a transition from a Trotsky's force to from Trotsky's army to Stalin's army. That was the purpose of Convergence, right? I wouldn't say it was like necessarily it made the army competent or incompetent, but
let's look at, there were a couple of really good Russian thinkers got swept up in it.
Yeah.
And
that,
that is a shame. But also, the politics of the time. What do you do if you got a nation at war and you got half of your military command that you can't trust? What do you do?
It's
I'm not saying it's here I am spitting. I'm not saying it's a good choice. I'm just saying it's a choice.
Stalin used to exterminate
Gray Fox, the finger. Respect the fucking finger, bro. You keep butting in. So anyway, I just want to say that this is, remember when during the Great Ukrainian Counteroffensive, what do they say about the Ukrainians? They said that they were too casualty averse, right? So it's almost like a kind of a grudging, like you guys weren't willing to take the kinds of casualties that the Red Army.
It's a reproach.
Yeah, so you guys weren't able to take the kinds of casualties that the Red Army was going to take. We thought you guys were more badass than that, kind of like it was almost like a air of disgust, because they didn't want to take the casualties that we thought were necessary. So yeah, the Soviets took these tremendous casualties, which is, like I was saying, the new line of thinking is that they didn't just trade space for time, they traded a bunch of lives for time, and we were willing to trade Ukrainian space and Ukrainian lives for time. So the problem is that the Russians played it smart. We ended up playing into the Russians' hands. The Russians took this positional battle that the Ukrainians were willing to fight, and they transitioned it into a fight that they wanted to have. And that's really, that's what we're still seeing today. Go ahead, Gray Fox.
Oh yeah, the thing is, when you're facing a massive army that is as strong as you, then like you have, let's say you have three options, okay? One option is to preempt, attack them first. And that's when you're like, you might have the element of surprise, which can be an advantage, but you're also fighting in their home base.
This is what Israel did. This is what Israel did.
Then the second option is to stop their attack. So you wait until the attack and you stop their attack. And so then you extend their logistics a bit further, but you're still fighting closer to them, and you have an equal level of, you have like a parity. None is on their like home base. You're both fighting near to the home base. So both have good logistics. But then the other option is
good
to let them in.
is the best defense. Good offense is the best
to
defense.
let them in. Yeah, but Russia inverts that, because Russia does the opposite. They let them in, they trade space for time, and they stretch the logistics of the enemy to a point where they are more likely to lose entire like groups of forces, which is what happened with the Central Group of Forces. And so that's the best way to, like, if you have the space, it's the best possibilities you got to actually. So like, if you see it in those terms, what the Soviets did back in the day was the best possible option to destroy such a magnificent fighting force as was the Wehrmacht. Go on.
Yeah, the other thing is, like right now, it's kind of the inverse, because the Russians are trading time and space. I mean, they have all the time in the world. They have plenty of time to take the space. They're obviously taking the space when they need to, and when they pretty much want to at this point. And I mean, as far as like these Ukrainian units, a lot of these units are taking upwards of 85% casualties.
Yeah, I get the impression,
especially with elite units and stuff. So I mean, it's just a continuing cascade of events. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Go ahead. You're muted again.
I got a bolt for a little bit. I'll be back.
Okay.
Guys, you know what? At the end of the day, we're just losing people. It's very sad to lose people.
Oh yeah, come on! Your bleeding heart is a terrible thing. Like, let's all cry. Let's have a moment of silence.
Yeah, I mean, it's a war. It's a war. People chose to do it. That's what happens. I mean, it's sad, but You know, it's sadder that it could have ended like 10 times already, and the one side keeps skipping their off ramp. So, you know, that's what's sad. I mean, think about how many hundreds of thousands of dudes would be alive and not missing arms and legs if they would have took that fucking deal back in April of 22, or probably any other time since then. How many hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers would have whole bodies?
Yeah.
You know, and if you want to start counting the dead, how many hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers would still be alive?
Well,
I mean,
exactly.
bullshit. Don't feel sad. I mean, they made their bed. They know what they're getting into. I mean, yeah, a lot of people getting dragged off the street maybe don't, but maybe they should have paid more attention back in 2014.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, I'd say that the autumn offensive of 2022, the Oskol offensive of the Ukrainians would be the equivalent to like the German blitzkrieg into Russia, into Ukraine. And now we're seeing like the aftermath, but it's different this time because Russia doesn't have to get to Berlin. Russia would actually have to get all the way to Washington if it wants to repeat the scenario. And that's very impractical. So like what they're doing is they're extending the period of attrition. They're encircling the enemy, but at a very slow motion pace because they're draining Europe and America from their fighting power and their fighting will. So that's the difference. So like first they let them in to make them feel like they were weak. You know, it was the Maskarov. Let them feel overconfident and think that it's a done deal and overinvest. Let them overinvest, and then you attrit them gradually while you're advancing and taking better and better positions. And now it's a sunk cost fallacy. They cannot walk away. They already have too much invested. And so you see Europe, the collective West, and America breaking at the seams, America's diplomatic power and soft power, and Europe's economic power and soft power, and their social cohesion is falling apart while they keep on investing in this failed project. So Russia, what it's doing right now, it's destroying the real enemy, which is the collective Western alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty. That's what's starting to be attrited right now. So the Ukrainian army, the more that like Russia would even want to preserve their manpower, so like give them back their prisoners, let them escape so that they can keep on sucking in more equipment, more resources.
Actually, it's very important to exchange prisoners' bodies. It's a respect. It's a respect. We exchange prisoners' bodies.
I'm not just talking about the exchange of prisoners. I'm talking about the way out of the cauldrons, like not closing the cauldrons and destroying the entire Ukrainian army, leaving them a way out so that they can retreat, dump their equipment, and then come back with more equipment. So like, I think that that's what's actually going on right now. And that explains to me the pace of advance, but it's still the same plan.
Like if you look at Pokrovsk in the Mirahad section, I mean, I've been talking to some people, and you know, they said that entire airspace is completely saturated with drones. I was talking about it earlier. That everything moving that's military gets hit or attacked or identified. You know, stuff moving in and out. And they said basically it's nothing more than a kill box. I mean, look at how tight that is around there. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard, and it wouldn't be anything more than another bad day in a 4-year war for them to push out of Kotini and cut that last highway out of Pokrovsk that runs kind of northeast, northwest out of the city. You know, cut that and they're pretty much done. I mean, it's a wrap. They're cut off. But they have fire control over it. They can leave it open. They already control the airspace. They said it's, you know, they strike it with artillery at will, fabs at will, and drones are everywhere. So everything, like I said, anything spotted can be attacked by any number of things. And it's just a kill box. And that's why they haven't finished off Pokrovsk, because there's a lot of people there to finish off. There's stuff coming in, stuff around there that's going to come in to try and support it, maybe with artillery or something, so they can target that. Drone teams are going to move in and out, trying to help them out. They're going to catch people trying to retreat out. You know, they're going to get the logistics going in and out. So it's, you know, they probably could have finished off Pokrovsk already. Same thing with Kupiansk. It might not be that way now, but if they hold where they are on the west side and they could push in from the northeast side of the river and, kind of close off the city. It's the same thing. There's only one way out, and that's to run south along the river on the west side. And then hopefully, but that's the same thing. You're going to get hit with drones the whole time, artillery, aircraft.
Yeah, the freaking drones.
Think about this, guys. Riddle me this. Batman. If Russia had conquered Ukraine already, like before the Shanghai Cooperation Summit, do you think India would have joined with China?
No, because I think if Russia ends the war right now, they end in a bad place. Because they don't even have a buffer zone. I mean, to me, anything less than the Dnieper River is kind of the loss. Just because you gotta. I mean, I would even probably want a DMZ on the other side, but I'd at least want the river barrier. I mean, and I'm willing to figure out something around Kharkov and Sumy and Kiev.
It's always about the river Vaun. The river.
Oh, I know. And think about it. You're going to want to go across the river and all the way over to Odessa and over to Transnistria, because you're going to want all that. Because you're going to want to have all that connected up. I mean, that might be the dream scenario, but I mean, realistically,
we're not interested in that. But
you personally may not be, but I bet you there's a lot of Russian people that are. Because think about it, you got to do that if you want to eliminate the problem. Yeah. I mean, it's your backyard. You need to have the say in it. And the only way you're going to have total say is if you have that map, which means you have to have Transnistria, you have to have Odessa, Mykolaiv, Kryvyi, Dnieper, the city, the river, maybe Kiev is some kind of open city. Maybe you figure out something around Kharkov and Sumy, but, definitely all the way up to Kupiansk. To the Dnieper, that's all Russia. I mean, you got to have a barrier, dude. You can't trust these motherfuckers not to come back. And if you leave Odessa open, NATO's going to come back. You might as well control it, because you control the money. Then you control all that. You control the money, which means you can make whatever's left of Ukraine heal and do what they're supposed to.
Have a buffer zone. You needed a buffer zone from the west anyway.
John, go ahead, John.
No, I was just going to say, what is the point? I mean, if the Russians take Odessa, which I agree with Vaun that is their goal, and
your volume fell, John. Speak up.
Yeah. Are you having trouble hearing me?
No, I hear you.
No, I can hear.
Okay. Yeah. So, you just screwed me. My point is, what's the point of Ukraine if the Russians take Odessa? It just becomes basically landlocked for all intents and purposes, right? So just let me finish, please.
Let him finish, please. Gray Fox, finger, if you want to speak.
And then, so if the Russians take Odessa, then the rest of it falls apart, right? Like logistically, it's done, right? The Russians get pretty much everything they want. I mean, Vaun would argue they'd still want to have some sort of corridor to Transnistria, whatever. But I mean, it's really Odessa. That's what it's all about, right? Because if you take Odessa, then you control the river, right? I mean, everything is blocked then. I mean, that's the ball game. And then Ukraine pretty much becomes nothing can move in or out of it without the Russia's okay. So I mean, I'm thinking that, my fear about this war getting larger is that NATO, if Russia really looks like it's going to take Odessa, I think there's a bunch of psychopaths in Europe that'll put troops in the ground to prevent Russia from taking Odessa. I'd love to hear what Wyatt thinks about it. Well, and Vaun too thinks about that.
I think like I've said before, I don't think they'll actually go fight Odessa like a city fight. I think they'll literally wait till the Ukrainian army is so depleted that they can pretty much roll towards it and across the river and everything with minimal opposition. And think about it, in a couple more months, 6 months, let's say it goes all the way to next summer. I mean, you could send 500 drones out ahead of your assault forces, your air assault forces, your river crossing forces, coordinate that with airstrikes and artillery, and just blast a path through and go hard. I mean, it could happen at any time because, think about it. They know where the SAM sites are. They know what they're trying to They know what they're trying to shape. I mean, I do think if Odessa's ever like wide open enough to make a move, they probably should make the move, because I agree. I think if NATO gets a whiff that like the Ukrainian army is going to collapse and Odessa is going to be up for grabs, I think that's where the peacekeepers go, because if the West and the EU or NATO or whatever the fuck they want to call it gets their foot in Odessa, then it complicates it. Because Russia might attack them, but at the same time they might be like, well, it's not the worst thing that could happen. We can still work a deal. But I think it's gonna have to be up for grabs to see what happens.
Vaun, I want to interject. If we are going to capture Odessa, Odessa is not going to be easy to capture. It's going to be difficult.
It depends when you go. If in a year the Zelensky regime is dead and the army is like under different leaders and scattering or running away, you might be able to cross and get pretty far and pretty close to Odessa before you really meet any resistance. And then maybe you'll run into a few hardcore Nazis that want to die. But I bet a lot of guys will be like, yeah, I'm not going to fuck with the first. I got an RPG and 2 mags. And what am I going to do against the First Guards tank army or the VVV or whoever the fuck shows up? And if you're the Russians, why wouldn't you just wait until you have the best chance of success, like minimal opposition? Like if you clear out everything within, let's say, a 50-mile radius, and you can put bridges and pontoons across a skinny part of the river since it's down, and nothing's going to hit you. You got EW up, you got fighters dropping bombs, you got guys dropping in farther with helicopters and stuff, and everyone just bum rushes. It can happen. It just has to be the right scenario. It's on the table. You just, I don't think they're going to do amphibious assaults. If there's an amphibious assault on Odessa, I think it's because they're going to showboat. Like there's nobody on the beach.
Amphibious.
Like if you're gonna have one last flex and you won the war, why not do the amphibious assault and the river crossing and all that with no opposition? Plus they're gonna love watching hundreds of drones fly overhead and FPVs and shit. It'll be insane.
Let Greg finish, because you technically cut him off before Wyatt goes. Go ahead, finish, Grey Fox.
What's that? What I was trying to say is that amphibious assault is difficult because the Ukrainians they sunk the Moskva. The Moskva. They sunk it, and we are afraid of it. They sunk it. So what do we do?
Well, like I said, dude, if the situation's right, they'll do what they want to do. If you got Marines that snuck in and they can verify there's no Ukrainian, suicide boats there or drone boats, and before they got there, you hit it with 12 Kinzels and bomb the living shit out of it, so everything's flattened, everybody's buried, there's nothing there. And you got other people in the city saying, yeah, they're all running fucking northwest out of here. It's not like they can't figure out what they want to do. They're not going to go in there if it's like D-Day and shit. That'd be stupid. But if you play your cards right, maybe in 6 months to a year, you can literally just walk into Odessa. Maybe there's a few snipers or something like that. But if the writing's on the wall, most of those people are probably going to be like, "Fuck it," and they'll probably point, "Hey, there's a guy up in the tower there." Or, these guys used to be. There'll probably be a lot of that going on. Plus the reprisals. I saw a video today of 2 TCC guys chasing a guy in Kherson. And the drone attacked them, and he got away, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
So, and think about it. The Russians could start encouraging people to do stuff. They could start crossing the river. And
how did a drone attack them? A drone attacked TCC guys?
Yeah, it was like along the river somewhere, and there was a drone with a charge on it flying. And you see the single guy running down the road, then you see 2 guys in uniform chasing him. And the drone dove at them, and he was probably 50. He was probably 50 yards ahead of them, so he probably got away. They probably took shrapnel and quit chasing him for sure. But yeah, it was that motherfucker's lucky day. He should go play the lottery.
Yeah.
Sorry, Wyatt had his finger up. Let Wyatt go.
Yeah.
So go ahead. So just now, John was asking about the Odessa thingy. My opinion is that the first thing, of course, militarily, I don't think they can do an amphibious landing. All the landing ships are kind of damaged and destroyed, and then there's an anti-ship missile problem as well. So, but notwithstanding that, I think the Russians, if you look at the strategic picture or what the Russians is doing, they are avoiding giving the Europeans excuse to enter the war. I think they are trying to minimize the provocation. So they don't kill. They don't try to go for the politicians. They try not to hit government buildings. They don't hit the radar. They don't destroy the power plants. No, so they and then they try to let the Ukrainian people continue to live life generally normally. So there is some kind of a restraint in that. Taking Odesa, cutting Ukraine into a landlocked country so early on, I think is a bit of a no-no. I think the Russian strategy right now is to wait to attrition the Europeans until the point where they give up on Ukraine. I think when the Europeans entirely give up on Ukraine, United States also totally give up on Ukraine, because the war have drawn on for way too long. The Europeans are all having political crisis and economic crisis. I think that's when they try to eat up Ukraine entirely, including Odessa, or at least all the parts that I have been projecting for 3 years now. So I think until the Ukrainian military entirely collapse, which is probably come before the Europeans having political and economic crisis. That's my opinion. Nika, I think.
Hi, yes.
Or is it
Hi.
Bradley?
I was holding finger. I don't know.
Okay, Nika go.
Okay. About Odessa, I think the leadership now in Russia is doing it. If we can get a deal now and conserve what we have, we will accept it with the conditions they met. Otherwise, they will continue. This is my opinion, of course. Otherwise, they will continue until they get a deal that they accepted. They attrition the Ukrainians until they get a deal, or they get the territory they accepted without like a fuss. I think the territory they accept without a fuss is the map that they accidentally leaked in the portrait of I think the general, the whole Odessa and the link to Transnistria, and maybe
I mean that's the best security arrangement for Russia.
Exactly. I think if they reach that map, they will stop by themselves, because Ukraine will be dead anyway. And even in even the craziest of crazy political European leaders, if they started to send troops, and body will come back in coffins. So the European will not accept that.
Well, I mean, think about it too. I mean, what better way to fuck with Europe and drain their resources by letting them deal with the leftovers of Ukraine? The worst part.
Exactly, it will be worse. That's why they accept the European Union. They accept Ukraine to come back to European Union. So the most craziest one, European leader who will accept to send troops and bodies will getting back, I think they will be finished. They don't even have the army or the equipment to support those people. They will be fighting against. Plus the European are not like hardcore and not like as a population who's that? They not be like acclimated to high casualty as the Ukrainians. So John goes on.
Yeah, no, kind of dovetailing on your point. My fear is that if it gets to the point where you ever heard the expression like, how did you go broke? First very slowly, then very quickly. It's kind of like, well, like I think that's
little
kind of
by
like
little, then all at once.
Yeah, well, yeah. So my fear is that when it looks like, and let's be honest, that the United States and NATO, they know exactly what the condition of the Ukrainian military is. They probably know better than Zelensky does, because he's in another world. But my fear is that when it gets to that point, and it looks like the Ukrainians are going to have terms dictated to them, but the Russians are not in Odessa or something like that, that NATO just might take it upon themselves. Some of these guys are just nuts. That they might like try to occupy Odessa, and it might be like the Russians are saying, well, we can't allow that, because that's I mean, I don't know how realistic it is, but that's my fear. That's how like the psychopaths, like the Newland types, you know the people, the ISW types. These sickos would want to do that. They would try to get these guys to, put forces in Odessa. They would do that. You think I'm crazy? They would.
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, let's be honest. If they were to do that, everyone knows they wouldn't have the capability to really stop the Russians in a fight that quick, without some kind of uninhibited buildup. So basically, I mean, what they'd be is human shields, and they know damn well that's where they are. They're going to try to shove these guys into Odessa or someplace and use them as human shields and think that they can bluff the Russians not to hit them and hope that the Russians blink. And they might, or they, and if they don't, it's going to be bad. But I think that's the only thing they are. They're just human shields. That's what they're going to try. If they put any French troops or UK troops or whatever kind of troops into Odessa, it's basically just as human shields. Because they're going to it's kind of like Kosovo all over again, the airport at Pristina. The Russians are going to go in there, or they're going to go in there and basically try to dare the Russians to kick them out.
That's why nobody wants to do that, because what's the backstop? Like,
yeah, but the thing is, like John said, there are people that think they can pull that kind of stunt off. I mean, think about it. There's just people in Ukraine and there's people in the West that convinced Ukraine that they could take on a nuclear power and beat them in a war of attrition and have some new Nazi regime and Fourth Reich wonderland. And they believed it. So, I mean, there's people that believe, they can do this. I mean, think about it. There's people that think that you can use tactical nukes on Russian formations and, Russia will stop.
And where are those people? What are they doing? I get
they're making YouTube videos.
I get the impression that the Europeans would really want to do that, but that they can't agree on doing it because they don't know what's there or else. Like you say, don't shoot my forces in Odessa or else. And what is that? Who's going to throw a tactical nuke at Russia in case they attack the reassurance forces in Odessa? Who are those? What's it going to be? Is France going to throw a tactical nuke? Is UK?
No, I didn't say anything about nukes, Gabriel. I don't think anyone's going to use nukes. I just meant that it could be a way to actually bring NATO ground troops into the war. Like I don't know if this is going to happen. I'm just throwing it out.
They really want to do that, but they're always saying if the United States gives security guarantees and if there's a ceasefire. When there's a ceasefire and if the United States, that's Macron basically, but also Starmer, but Starmer is always but we don't have the troops, we might send some planes or we might send some ships into the Black Sea. But they're always saying we're going to send troops if the United States provides security guarantees and the Russians agree to a ceasefire. So basically what they're saying is that there can be no ceasefire. Because if there's a ceasefire and the United States doesn't look particularly, in on the idea of giving security guarantees to whatever troops the Europeans want to send into Ukraine. So
I got an interesting thought. I wonder what you guys thought about it. If the United States is increasingly ditching Ukraine and leaving the bill over on the Europeans, and the Europeans are happily complying. I mean, they're at least so far. They have already committed until 2027, and they're already talking about going on longer and adding on more and what have you. And they're ramping up their military production, all that kind of jazz. Now, will that tantamount into any reasonable victory against Russia? No, maybe not. But if the Americans are pulling out, the Europeans can be the ones who are offering security guarantees. What's in it for Russia? The European market, of course. Just open it up, and as a compensation for all these expenses we had to go with Ukraine and all that, we had to sell our oil to India on a discount. So how about you now? You're going to be selling it at, slightly above market price, but it's still more beneficial because of the logistic positioning. That's going to be a good thing for Russia, because that means that not only are they going to get more revenue and they get their Ukraine likely on acceptable terms, but it also means that they have now re-linked with Europe and can make them more dependent. Europe, generally speaking, is being eaten by every single bigger power, be it the US and China. If Russia gets its opportunity to do so, I mean, by proxy, it's kind of Russia enabling that to happen so much. But it's not only Europe. The EU has a lot of internal problems that are making this happening. So, and Turkey as well, right? So, yeah, Europe
like
is going to be everyone's bicycle soon.
Coming Europe's way.
Yeah, but the thing is the whole idea of a security agreement. Russia's idea of a security agreement is different than Ukraine's, is different than NATO's, is different than the EU's, and then different from different countries in the EU, and different from the United States, different from China's idea, different from India's idea. So I mean, there's a lot of other things at play. I mean, and the only real security agreement that matters is what Russia wants. And I don't think Russia's interested in any economic exchanges or opportunities until they have a security agreement, which means denazification, demilitarization, no NATO.
We made a recording
basically
a couple of years
complete
back.
subjugation of Ukraine, and then when that's done, then they might be interested in making deals.
Let me bring us back to Yellow Brick Lane. A couple of years ago, we made a recording trying to estimate if we thought that NATO and if NATO would survive for 5 years or something like that, because it takes one country to pull out and then you have a domino effect, right? And we were talking back and forth on how that could work, but what if it ends up being like, okay, if the domino effect comes into play, because now the Europeans are really going to show that they are going to be holding their own European army that they've been talking for ages about, right? Well, then, they can offer the security guarantee. Ukraine might not consider it to be all that much of a security, but then what are the Americans in this regard too, right? For the Russians, this just basically means like the Europeans are that much easier to get to terms, right? Because now the Ukrainians are going to be having one last option. Either you do it with somewhat favorable term, far from what you wanted, but somewhat more favorable because you have the EU to kind of negotiate for monetary, whatever, reconstruction, all that kind of jazz, or you want to face the full brunt of the Russian forces against you. Like they know, like there's no doubt in their mind that they know they cannot resist the Russians by themselves. So they will either capitulate or, either they yield to some, even the EU. You can say whatever you want about the EU, but that's pretty much what they got. So if it turned into be something like that, yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have that option. They would either be wisely taking it, or they would be taken completely by the Russians, which I mean may also be the wise choice. But then you should surrender rather than just fight a guaranteed lose war, right? Because you're guaranteed to lose if you have no backing. I mean, you're kind of guaranteed to lose anyways. There, shall we go for closing? I think Wyatt
Shall we do closing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
sure. I agree.
So yeah, Nika, go first. Closing.
So I thank you, Wyatt, always for the opportunity to express our minds. And again, the situation in Ukraine is always the same, will be the same, and will gonna be the same. Russia will determine based on its conditions what will happen. America and Europe can cry all their lives and can do whatever they want. Russia will do it because it can and it will. This is one thing. Secondly, hopefully, the situation in Arab countries improve, and there is the fleet that is going. We didn't talk about that. That's going to Gaza. 15 plus, 17 plus ship will go to Gaza and try to break the siege. They got delayed a bit in Tunisia because of the weather and some conditions, but they are planning to go from Tunisian port to Sicilia, I think, and then go into Gaza. Hopefully, if nothing happened. The weather is a bit fuzzy in the Mediterranean. That's why they stopped and delayed for many reasons. There is some tries to find another concessions from Hamas by Trump for now before going to inside the troops going inside Gaza. But if they go inside Gaza, I think they will make the conditions more like atrocious than it is now. But they will suffer, and their cracks is going deeper and deeper. What happening is destroying the Gazan population, yes, but it's destroying the fabric of the society in Israel. It's already fractured, but it's getting more and more fractured. What happens also in the West Bank is crazy. If it happened, if we don't delete what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in West Bank is crazy, and like the settlers are going wild as rabid dogs with weapons, with everything. People because of the horrors that happening in Gaza are not seeing that. Hopefully it's the situation hopefully the crazy Netanyahu accept it, but I don't think so. I think that he will go into Gaza, and the thing, I think if they suffer big blow, like if some soldier got captured or big ambushes succeed, I think that maybe there will be a big push from the army and from the Israeli society to stop the war, because America is not stopping it and the West is not going it, and hopefully no more people gonna die. But we are human. We are human. We are human. We will kill each other. That's our history from the first, from the beginning. We will kill each other, but at least we can kill adults, killing adults, not adults killing babies and sucking their weenies and stuff. Coping.
Before coping, super chat by TechDub. Wyatt, thank you for hosting Open Mic. Thank you for the super chat and coping. Close.
Yes. Nika is being so negative and so depressing. My name is Mike Gans. I'm going to bring something a little bit more uplifting in this regard. So this will be the second time that Greta Thunberg has been trying to take her clown show flotilla over to Gaza. She has been arrested, and she's been sent through. She's been asked to watch the films that the Hamas made when they made this October 7 attack. No, she refused. Be asked regarding what does this Palestine case have to do with climate activism, and the short end of it, we all know. It's all just performance. It's all just to kind of get attention, but it kind of didn't go so well. It didn't grab enough attention. So now she's going with the other clown show. Then cause that's what I'm going to view them. I'm sorry, Nika. They're not going to break any siege or anything like that. They're just going to be apprehended symbolically and get to feel self-entitled and feel good about themselves. But Greta Thunberg is going to be there, and this time, I think we can all appreciate it if the IDF just arrested her and just forgot where they had arrested her and put her. Maybe she just doesn't come back again. Pay back. People have gotten traumatized with all this kind of things with war and everything. Take a little bit of the trauma away. Keep Greta Thunberg, please. So yeah. Anyways, the open mic. I love it, Wyatt. Thank you so much. I want to say something to you folks in the audience. So what some of you may have noticed, but for those of you who have not, Wyatt has started making more shorts and clips and whatnot, which are from these open mics, trying to be, either funny or entertaining or part of the topic and what have you. He does this for us. Don't forget it, right? He sets this space for us to come on here, right? So when he makes the effort of making them shorts, it makes it easier for us to share it. You care about the open mic, so if you're sharing, you're caring. And that's what you should do, okay? And give suggestions. Maybe go on the Discord or Telegram or whatever. You know, like if there are parts that, you know, try to hey, if you can even do rudimentary editing as well. Just clip out like this part I thought was good, and try to highlight, for example, you know, the dorky face of Vaun when it freezes, for example, and stuff like that. That would be fun. You know, things like that you can do. And for, you know, open mic speakers, hey, I said it before and I say it again, go to, you know, YouTubers you like to watch for whatever other reason anyways. And then you kind of, if they are of the type to interact with the audience, you know, they have live streams and they're like responding to chats and whatever, you can be in the chat and maybe even just super chat them and say like, hey, have you considered inviting the audience on and we can exchange opinions on whatever we're talking about, be it carpentry and so forth, right? Because they're in that audience. There are going to be those who are also interested in geopolitics. I mean, and what is geopolitics? We've been talking about immigration, for example, quite comprehensively, I would say. And that is also something that there are more people who are going to be interested in. Maybe they weren't so interested in geopolitics, but they were interested in the immigration. They get to see it from our perspective and like, huh, I haven't viewed it like that before. Okay, so I'm rambling on and on and on in order to keep the open mic too long, but, you know, I'm going to be kind to Wyatt and let this go. Folks, please, just like, it's easy. You should have done it before the stream started, but, you know, better late than never. Subscribe with your notification bell on. And to those of you who have super chatted, thank you very, very much on behalf of all my fellow guests. And of course, like, when you give Wyatt to money via super chats here, you are validating us, our presence here directly. You are validating what Wyatt is doing. And there's, of course, this heartfelt gratitude go to all of those who financially support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty, which you can find on the links below this stream. And yes, Trump should definitely give a big, medium-sized hotel for each DPA member. There you go. That's one of the perks of becoming a DPA member. And if there's enough of you, then we can get Trump to kind of give a little mid-sized hotel for you. All right, I'm rambling very much. Everyone, thank you for the view. Thank you for your lovely little slithering degenerates in the live chat. And yeah, until next time. Thank you again, Wyatt. Thank you.
Thank you, Coping. And super chat by Mr. Eric. Trump met hotels. Here we plan. Yep. So next is John, closing.
Oh, yeah. Wyatt, thanks again, as always. Congratulations on your YouTube plaque thingy. Cool. Yeah, you're going to have that always in your, when you're on. Nika, thanks for mentioning about what's going on in the West Bank. You're right. That's not getting almost any coverage at all in American media. I don't know about European media, but they're not talking about it. And it's horrific, the kind of shit that's going on there. Because you're right, everybody's focused on Gaza, and they don't. And I agree with your sentiments. I'm not trying to be a pussy or nothing, but like, yeah, let's keep the killing to the adults and let's leave the children out of it. You know, like, yeah, we're adults. We can be killed. We get it. It's an adult game, but leave the fucking babies alone. You know, I mean, that's, you know, whatever. That's my thoughts on it. To everybody listening or still around, just hit the like button, man, and leave a comment. And it would be really cool. Like, the more people who come in, you know, it's better. More people, more opinions, stuff like that. That's what this is about. So I just want to keep it short. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Wyatt. Take care. Peace.
Thank you, John. Vaun, closing.
Yeah, I want to say congratulations also to Wyatt for the 100,000 mark on subscription. That was awesome. And as always, if you like what Wyatt's doing, you know, support him on Patreon or a super chat or super sticker or anything. You know, make sure you like, subscribe, and share. Drop the link all over the place. And you know, if you like what you see, come on, share your opinion. We're always looking for people from different parts of the world, different fronts, whatever you want to call it, whatever's going on. That way, when something does happen, you know, we can hear from people that are actually from there or know somebody there, or maybe have family there that calls them and lets them know what's up, so we can find out what's going on. So, you know, don't be shy. It's not a big deal to come on here and express your opinion or let us know what's going on. I mean, the world's an exciting place and there's always something happening. So we're always looking for new faces. So don't be afraid to come on. And on Ukraine, real quick, I mean, I think Pokrovsk is just going to be kept the way it is, like a kill box, if that's true. Kupiansk might be that kind of thing too. If Azov's up there, they might want to keep them around for a while so they can kill them off. But I do think that you'll probably see a lot of movement down around Komar, maybe even around Zaporizhzhia and Orkhiv, while the Kupiansk and Pokrovsk and Seversk kind of take up a lot of attention right now. And I mean, Seversk and Kupiansk look like they could go at any time. Same with Pokrovsk, but I mean, if they're getting all the attention and drawing all the support units there, why not keep it going? I mean, they're all, you can tell they're all on the edge, so the Russians could probably finish them off pretty quick if they wanted to. So I think they're just going to rope-a-dope them out for as long as they can. And then, you know, once something else starts breaking loose, like Orkhiv or along Zaporizhzhia, along the river, you know, maybe they'll switch and head that way, and then all of a sudden you'll see the opposite up there. You'll see a lot more movement. I also think they're going to fortify those rabbit ears if they're not already solid, and kind of keep trying to move up behind Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. And then once they do finish off Pokrovsk, they're going to move towards Pavlograd along that road probably. That would be the easiest thing to do. And then on to Dnipro also. And then, like I was saying, I think they could go north around Lyman in that area and start working their way down towards Dnipro from that direction. But that's more of a long-term thing. But I mean, it's going to be another bad week for Ukraine. I would imagine there's going to be some pretty big days and some more surprises and a lot of updates, especially around Komar and Kupiansk.
Sorry, Vaun, it sounds like you're doing closing. Is this closing?
Yeah.
Yes, it's closing.
What? It's 5 hours.
You
Why
have
are
a
we closing?
Everybody have a great week. Take it easy. I'm going to stay and watch Archimedes.
I'm not going to close, dude. I'm going to be on for get an hour 7 at least. Come on, Wyatt. Your wife is going to have it too good, man. It's ridiculous. 5 hour open mic. This is a fucking travesty, man. Come on. What is this?
I didn't sign up for this. Yeah.
Look.
Thanks for showing up, Archie.
Have you fuckers even talked about Venezuela?
Not at all.
I've been listening in and out.
We talked about the ship being hit. Yeah, we mentioned.
Okay. All right. Well, sounds like we need to talk some more about that for another 2 hours. Okay, let's be real, Wyatt. If you actually need to fucking sleep or something, let me know. But otherwise, I'm
just gonna do Frontline Changes report after this. So.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Archie.
Do we actually need to close? Because I can just make a closing and go, but.
Yeah, I think he's burnt out, Archie.
All right.
But I'll stick around if you want to have some.
At least stick around and do a closing.
I'll do a closing.
Yeah, well, anyways, great closings. Nika did a great point, and I second the sentiment that John Steele expressed very prudently. And I think that the opposite of what you said, John, is exactly the intention of what's going on. It's like an expression, you know. They're making a point to the entire world, like you guys are boys, and we're coming for you. This is what we're gonna do to you whenever you stand in our way, or whenever we have enough power to do it. And that's kind of like the point they're making. Like this is your destiny in our hands, and we got to keep a lookout for that. And to what Coping was saying, my police state is worse than his. And yeah, he was talking about Greta has been an interesting character. She seems to have had some sort of character arc. You know, like all of her career, she was a phony activist. You know, like you're not a
and
rebel.
Now she's got a great rack.
When you're not a rebel when you're supported by the major world powers, you know, the hegemonic powers, but now she's gone against the hand that feeds her, and that's an interesting transformation. You know, who knows? Maybe she becomes some sort of Joan of Arc.
No, I mean Archimedes is right. She's got a fucking smoking rack.
To liberate superficial degenerates. Anyways, maybe she's a new
causing
Joan
climate
of
change,
Arc
man.
that's
Greenhouse
gonna lead
gases, bro. All the smoke coming off of that shit.
crusade.
It's
She's
closing.
gonna
Come
lead a
on.
crusade to liberate the Holy Land again. Or maybe it's what Kopi says, and she just disappears and becomes some sort of, you know,
Liberate them breasts.
Banner, you know, some sort of martyr. But she's got a point though. Like
Israel will be the holy land of Eurovision and liberal values. Okay, European values in the Middle East. Once Greta's done with it.
Well, that's what it is right now, actually, and it's the most honest expression of liberal values. You know, liberal values were designed and created for that purpose. You know, to
Liberal
whitewash
values means listening to the complaints and cries of 15-year-old girls, you know, and making that the highest order of political discourse. And this is why, like you said earlier, that Scottish woman, that Scottish, you know, 12-year-old girl was the you know, the last man in Scotland. That's liberal values.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sorry, it's closing. My bad.
It's closing.
Look, I just got here, man. This is my opening, bro. I'm all mixed up. I'm sorry. Look, and FCS is here. How can it be closing if I'm not even the last guy that arrived? You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Okay.
And I joined to support
we're on
you.
the way up, bro.
5 hours is pussies. That's why I
Let's
joined
go.
you to extend it to 6 hours.
Look, Wyatt, you take a chill pill. You fucking work on the frontline changes. Me and FCS and Gabriel and Vaun and John, we got it from here, okay?
I mean, if you ended it now, it would seem kind of racist. I mean,
that's true.
Exactly. Just when the African got coined.
You see what happened, Wyatt?
Oh.
You see what happened, Wyatt? You let these immigrants in, and then they want to control the joint, you know, and they always say you're not going
to. Hey, listen, all right? If I'm gonna be a real immigrant, you see this JBL speaker, all right? I'm gonna go on a public transport on a bus. I'm gonna start playing music fucking loud out of this, all right?
Oh my God, that also happens over there.
Oh,
wow,
dude.
high five.
Bro, have you guys seen that Shane Gillis joke? You know, where he says he's dressed up as Trump. He's doing a Trump impersonation, right? And so this black guy, asks him, "Oh, Mr. Trump, you said that immigrants are taking black jobs. What exactly are black jobs?" And this motherfucker, he picks up the microphone. He says, "They're being extremely loud on public transportation." It's like, classic.
Yeah,
I'm here all week, people.
Yeah, they're chimping out also randomly for no apparent reason. But see what happens, Wyatt? That's why you have to control the borders. Anyway, something that
No. You don't need. It doesn't matter about the borders, man. I came here on an H-1B. Okay. Look, I didn't get in here through the fucking border. I didn't go on YouTube and get the link there. All right. I'm a high value immigrant. I went on the Telegram chat and I took the link directly from the fucking commander's office. All right. Yeah. So you know.
I bet you didn't.
Yeah, I'm a legal immigrant.
I bet you didn't.
I just want to say I pity the 20 viewers who quit the stream the moment we started do closing. So 20 people left the stream because we were doing closing. See, they missed out. No.
Call them back. They missed the African moments.
Yeah,
call them back.
Never quit. No, just because people do closing. No, that's a bad. No manners.
It's not over. Oh man, some of these closings take freaking like an hour. It's ridiculous, and nobody can interrupt you. You know, imagine that open mic and nobody can interrupt you. What could be worse? Yeah, no, it's horrible.
Well, I guess it's for people to get off whatever they had in there that they couldn't say because they were being interrupted. But I'm fine.
Exactly.
I mean, I can hold a thought. So yeah, I think it's important for us to realize the risks that we're all running in the game that's being played, and it's not like we actually have a say in what's going on. It's like we're basically ants in a hill, but there's a lot of things that you can do for yourself and for your family, you know, and that eventually can add up into some greater good. Remember what Gandalf says in the Lord of the Rings, You know, Tolkien
A
says,
wizard is never late. He always arrives exactly when he means to. Is that
yeah,
the
he
quote?
says that it's not the great deeds of like glorious wars. I'm paraphrasing of glorious men or kings that keep the evil at bay, but the small acts of simple people, of good people, like doing small things for their kindred, for their.
You know, I'm pretty sure Gandalf was transphobic, man. You know, his most famous line, "You shall not pass."
He was talking about bathroom.
No, he's talking about immigration, illegal immigration. You shall not pass. No, he stand at the border.
Oh yeah, so there's definitely a madness in the world, in society. Like I don't know exactly what the cause is. There's different theories. You can talk about the like the conformity of comfort societies. That might be a possible reason. You can talk about like the bottomless greed of capitalism, or the submission of the population to that allows leaders to get carried away in whatever bullshit they come up with. All these things can be attributed as a cause. Maybe it's all of them, you know. And in a more, like, I don't know, metaphoric or mythological sense, you can see nations and peoples as creatures, you know, like as a longer term organisms than like individual humans, acting as cells or as accumulations of cells, like multiple celled organisms, or even extremely complex and huge bodies of government and logistics and institutions. And I guess in that sense, you can see a certain psychology, right, to communities of people. You can attribute character to peoples and nations and empires, and there is clearly a form of intelligence, a form of thinking, a character that is extremely self-destructive to its own people, almost like a parasite. You know, maybe it's the same people that accept it, you know, and maybe it's also an inserted idea, an inception, like some sort of virus, you know, fungi that has taken over the command centers, the nervous systems of the Western nations, and has made it like completely suicidal, like an ant, you know, climbing up to the top of a plant so that the fungi can sprout from its body. And nature is full of those types of phenomena. I don't know what type of corporality an equivalent like that might have in terms of society, but you can clearly see the effects of that phenomenon. You know,
Yeah.
there's a
Gabriel, I've told you
parasite
this
that gets.
before, but you really must read Spengler, man. You would love it. You'd love it. You really
I'm
must.
trying.
Oh, good.
I'm on my way. I've been reading excerpts and stuff like that, and it's really interesting.
Good.
He has a really profound perspective. But anyways, if there's anything we can do about that, and that's why I was talking about this Gandalf quote, Tolkien, about like the only way that a body can combat its internal enemies, you know, infections, intruders, toxins, is by the individual actions of its cells. You know, you don't direct your body to use its immune system against an intruder. It's the cells that have to do that. You can indirectly help your body by having good habits, you know, getting sunlight, good nutrition, and that's going to improve your condition, your probabilities of defending from an invader. But it's still the individual
Comes down
cells,
to yourself.
the macrophytes.
And I'll tell you what, the worst disease known to man is cancer, which is the disease of the traitor, where the cells themselves become enemies within. You know, and so it is about individual cells. I mean, the great political battles of our time are, you know, great reflections of, you know, in macrocosm, the battles that we have individually in our families, in our friend groups, you know, in universities and schools and workplaces. Oh, probably not workplaces, but in our societies, right? In our little societies, you know, we're working this out, you know, and then the what we see in the real world is really the magnified effect of it. You know, there are ultimately politics is driven by elite groups, but the elite groups are responding to what's happening with the population, and they can only pull the population in a direction. I mean, the trouble is that the elite groups have a lot of control over the population these days, you know, and so they're affecting millions and millions and millions of people. So it's not so much that, you know, millions of people can't do anything. It's just that millions of people are total sheep, totally subservient to small elite groups. And this is why, you know, the first step is to free your mind. This is why places like DPA are so important, because, you know, the only elite in this particular group is Wyatt. You know, we've formed around him he's a little node of his own mainstream media. You know what I mean? His own node, an independent
He's a
source.
benevolent tyrant. He's a benevolent
Exactly.
tyrant.
And it's not just white. It's the entire you know, the entire ecosystem that we have in society, right?
Yeah,
for this stuff.
and if you look at it that way, the group of people who actually come out and speak is a tiny minority of the overall audience of this community. And even though we're all nobodies and stuff, that still has some certain level of effect. You know, that we're still at least sharing options of thought, possibilities of thought, even if it's wacky or ridiculous or completely wrong.
Yeah.
We're still broadening the scope of options of thought, and hopefully it continues like that, and we can broaden still the possibilities of thought. And yeah, thanks, Wyatt, for all this. With that, I conclude my closing, but take it on from here,
Closing?
RT, and I'll
closing?
answer back if you want, if it's required.
That was a very
No,
funny
just-
closing. Out of
Just
nowhere.
to let
that's
go,
a
because
closing.
I feel like I have an unwarranted authority, you know, like I can monopolize the conversation, but we're actually having a conversation.
Listen, as
So
long as you're in the middle of your closing, Wyatt can't end the stream. All right. So the rest of this conversation, it'll go on for another 3 hours. It's all part of Gabriel's closing.
I already forgotten that it's a closing.
What closing, man? Who's closing? Closing what?
Yeah, it's that people were hardly interrupting, so I thought that I was having like undue authority over the
Yeah.
I'm gonna open and close at the same time. Hey Vaun, hey, long time, brother. Holy shit, Biden what? Biden 2029? Gotta be dead.
I'm swearing. Biden 2029.
Is that what it says?
Yo, that's hilarious, actually. Can you imagine somebody having a freaking Biden 2028 sign? That'd be so funny.
He'll be dead. He'll be dead before then.
Yeah, for real, bro.
I'm not even sure he can live to 2028.
No, maybe they're talking about Hunter, bro. Hunter Biden. You guys see his interview that he did with that one guy? What was the name? Andrew something. That interviewer, and it was amazing, bro.
He's actually better than. He's actually better than I thought.
Smart. Dude, did you listen to the way that Hunter Biden talked about cocaine and crack cocaine? It was like listening to a elite violinist talk about their craft. You know what I mean? I mean, it was like listening to a sommelier talk about wine. You know, my goodness, it was like a jazz musician. You know, just talking about the history of the music. You know, the man he's a national treasure. You know, honestly, Hunter Biden has made me realize that, you know, crack cocaine should be legal. All right. And all this stuff going on with
trolling now, man.
No, I'm serious.
That's your segue?
Yeah, and that's why we should go and, you know, take over from all the cartels in Latin America. This is what we're talking about. You know, I think Vaun was talking about that last week.
Maybe that's what Trump is doing, trying to take over the cartel supply line.
Exactly, dude. I mean, you know, it's so
maybe
much money that we're leaving on the table.
It's a super clever, maybe it's a super clever like ADD chess, you know, to defund the CIA. So like the
ADHD chess.
The Department of War takes over the cartels and takes them away from the CIA and from the DEA. And then Trump can have control over the country and actually do the policy that he promised.
Now that's a 25D chess right there. invisible.
You said
thought about that, did you?
Yeah, it could be. It could be. I mean, Trump is going to do something. I think something is going to happen in the Gulf of America basin. You know, I mean, this is the place where the drug trafficking is happening. No, something is surely something will happen, man. I know nothing ever happens, but sometimes something does ever happen, and something I feel like is going to happen. But I'll say this, you know, something that did happen, even though nothing really happened, is the change of the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War. I'm a huge fan of this change. First of all, I'll say that right now. It is. We are in the West buried under layers and layers and layers of euphemisms. Okay, and a euphemism is just a euphemism for a lie. All right, we are unable to speak the truth because our language is so covered in fucking euphemisms. I mean, do you guys listen to
euphemism for hypocrisy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you guys ever listen to geopolitical stuff from CSIS and these various types of, you know, very mainstream, very proper, high class, Georgetown educated international relations scholars, right? You know, they talk in such an unnecessarily jargonistic way. There's so many euphemisms. Oh, bilateral defense cooperation. Okay, it's called an alliance, nigger. Okay, that's what it is. All right, bilateral defense cooperation. Why? Okay, first of all, somebody answer me this. Why do they say vis-a-vis so much? Oh, Azerbaijan's relations vis-a-vis Armenia. Vis-a-vis. You get me? Okay, is anybody else pissed off about this? They seem to always be talking about vis-a-vis. All right, just use a normal ass preposition. Azerbaijan's relations with Armenia. That's all you need. You don't need vis-a-vis. It's ridiculous. Okay, I mean, get it out of here. I'm sick of it. Okay, and another thing, bro. I bet these motherfuckers feel so galaxy brain. Okay, when they say some shit like, "Oh, Tehran has been communicating with Beijing." Oh, Tehran and Beijing. Iran and China, bro. Just say Iran. Why do you say Tehran and Beijing? Okay, you feel it's ridiculous. Okay.
The reason see the same. Sorry, the reason see the same thing over and over vis-a-vis everywhere because they all have the same script writers, and people hate to do extra work.
No, is the teacher?
First of all, how dare you interrupt me?
500 words. No, so they have to keep up with the number of words they need to write, right?
Guys, this is my closing. What the hell is this? You people are interrupting me in the middle of my close. Look, come on, ridiculous. No respect. You got here. All right, no respect for the finger. I'll tell you what. All
right. Which one? Which of the fingers?
Super chat by Mr. Eric.
You know which finger.
Van conflict is war betwixt CIA/Deep State versus Trump.
Did this motherfucker just say betwixt? Holy shit.
Betwixt is high class, no think
there's a high class language.
You don't understand. It's higher than vis-a-vis, you know.
There's two.
Listen, any super chat cannot misgrammar, misspell anything. If it's a super chat, everything they say is English language is correct.
Yeah, true.
So betwixt is a new word for DPA.
Man, I like betwixt. People need to say betwixt more often.
And there's a betwixt you and I.
Yeah.
Yes, scrap vis-a-vis and use betwixt.
Betwixt, let's go, dude. Yeah, I don't even remember what he said in the super chat, to be honest. Really.
Oh yeah, he said that he was agreeing with me basically that it was a conflict between the
CIA and Trump.
Deep State.
And the control of the drug supply to America.
Hey, I think Trump is trying to gain more power relative to, you know, I mean, the president is sort of a figurehead, you know. He's like the first among equals. He's not really that powerful, but, you know, he's trying to, but it's sort of an open-ended, you know, job description. And so different presidents have had different levels of power. You know, Trump is trying to gain power, personal power for the presidency. That's for sure going on.
My one question to all fellow Americans is this: is there any procedure in place to remove him if he says I'm not stepping down?
Yeah, it's called old age. You know, he'll die soon enough.
No, he's gonna die. But I mean, everyone's gonna die eventually. But what I'm trying to say is, if you say next election there'll be no election, or I'm not stepping down, who's gonna remove him, and what's the process?
No, it's great. We'll vote for him, bro. It'll be great. He'll probably lose if he does that, but you know, I'll vote for him. That's for sure.
I mean, if he lost, all he wins, he said I'm not stepping down. Then what's the case? What's the procedure? I want to know if there's any. Where I'm from, there's a procedure. It says take up
Ultimately,
arms.
procedurally speaking, if he is able to just intimidate the electors of the electoral college, then procedurally speaking, he wins, right? The president, procedurally speaking, constitutionally, is the person who gets the electors to vote for them, and the electors are just supposed to go and vote in the direction that the majority vote of the state goes, right? But there's no actual constitutional rule that they have to. Okay, there's no constitutional rule at all. It's just that that's the convention, and that's why you do see a couple of states breaking with that convention, and you have split electors in Nebraska and Maine, which are very minor. But the point is still that. Oh
shit! My
The
fucking
reason-
headphones just died.
The reason I asked the question.
It's
Trump-
okay, we can still hear you. And super chat by Tech them. Archimedes, I agree.
Yeah. Trump may not
let's
do
go,
this.
Bridget.
Yeah, Trump may not do this, but my point is, somebody crazy in the future might do this because there's no really procedure to say this is the steps in case you refuse to step down. I've been looking to see a solution, but if some, let's say in the future, or Joe Biden comes back as a zombie and wins the election, he say, I'm not stepping down. So you're stuck with Joe Biden for 1,000 years. Be careful.
No, yeah, that's
someone will probably kill him from behind, no? Like he will meet a Lannister, like
well,
a Jamie
that's something
Lannister.
that I wanted to say about it. That the reason why the American presidents don't have that much power is literally because they get whacked, and when they don't get whacked, they get a pretty stern warning that what's going to happen if they step in a line, and they can also get politically assassinated like Nixon. And so it's not like they don't have that much power because they don't want to, because it's rather because there's structure around it that's been strangling the position consistently up to the point where you have like these ridiculous clown figureheads like a zombie or a reality TV show star. You get these weird these weird creatures in places of power because there is no power in that position. Now, can that be changed? That's a rather interesting question that FCS pointed out. What is the mechanism against it? And fundamentally, the mechanism is the de facto monopoly over power. Who has the monopoly over violence? Are they okay with it, or are they against it? In South America, that usually is the army. In the United States, it's more like the secret services, secret police. So I don't
But
see
doesn't
how
it seem like
Venezuela.
doesn't it seem like Trump is sort of building a Praetorian Guard for himself? I mean, he's at least moving slightly towards that with the with what he's doing with the National Guard. I mean, ICE has a bigger budget than most countries' militaries. I think if ICE was a military, it would be like the eighth or something biggest military in the world, just in terms of budget. And this is people that are directly loyal to Trump, and moreover, there's a lot of rhetoric from the Democrats saying, "Oh, if we ever get back into power, we're going to go and or make sure that every single one of these ICE agents, these fascists, come to justice. We're going to make sure that they get what's coming to them."
Yeah.
I mean,
they're going to get hit by the light post.
Yeah, well, if they're giving that kind of rhetoric, then if I was one of these horrible fascist ICE recruits, maybe I'd look at the gun in my hand and realize that maybe I don't want to let them come back to power. Maybe I don't want to go to jail. Okay, maybe there's a opportunity here for another January 6th, but this time, with a personal army that's been built for 3 years with hundreds of billions of dollars. Okay, it's a little bit of a different situation. Exactly right. So and I don't think he would be without popular support at this point, because clearly the institutions that we have are falling apart. Okay, and so a lot of people point at these right wing sort of destructivists that want to tear this down and bring something new in, and even the left wing ones say, "Oh, you're destroying the institutions. You're destroying the institutions that make Western civilization great." And no, it's not that they're destroying the institutions. They're recognizing that the institutions have fallen apart. You pretending that the institutions haven't fallen apart. Okay, the institutions are already gone.
It's just a question of if we want to recognize that reality or not. And this is what the meaning of the Department of War is as well. The change from the Department of Defense to Department of War. Defense is a euphemism, man. I mean, we should call it Department of Ensuring American Prosperity Abroad and at home, at home and overseas. How about that? Okay. We could call it that. Okay. That sounds even nicer than Department of Defense. Okay. But the reality is it's the fucking Department of War. That's what it is, man. It's not anything else. So why shouldn't we call it the Department of War?
They actually have
and sorry, my audio's messed up, so I gotta fix my thing.
It's good actually. Yeah.
You actually sound better. No, why you have to fix it?
Yeah, you sound better.
Yeah, you can hear me just fine. Maybe it's your sound.
Yeah, it's just because I don't have my headphones back. Now I'm using my phone speaker, but tell me if I have to push back to headphones.
It's probably perfectly fine to use your phone.
Yeah, the phone actually have better mic sounding than what you had previously.
Man, it's amazing how the infrastructure is falling apart in the Western world. Like everyone from the first world countries are having technical issues all the time.
Bro, what the fuck?
And we here in Wakanda is doing just fine.
Yeah, dude. Well, you don't even have Wakanda in Latin America, Gabriel. At least FCS has Wakanda. Like, what the fuck do you have? Okay.
What do you have? What do you have?
Latin America, just so you know, is home to
you
El
have
Dorado.
Wakanda,
But that's
like
something
guacamole.
too ancient and noble for you to understand. All you know is Hollywood.
All right.
We have the El Dorado before Hollywood ever existed to invent stuff like that.
No, for Hollywood, it will exist for the next 1,000 years. It's a petty empire, so it will exist. El Dorado is gone, Wakanda is gone, Hollywood will stay around.
No, actually, FCS, the first signals of the fall of the American empire, I first saw them in Hollywood. Like the first notion of the decadence of the empire, it first started to show in the decadence of Hollywood, like the falling apart of its like capacity to influence culture, its capacity to create hits, to like shock the population with awe. That started to fall even before the American political system and its economic system and its military started to very clearly fail on the geopolitical stage. So Hollywood is actually like the canary in the coal mine of when all this shit started to go south. You can see that with that kind of started with Trump's first term, but before that, the predominance of the Marvel, the superhero genre, that was a massive crater in Hollywood's prestige as a culture.
Yeah.
The fact that was the best that they could churn out. Go on, Archie.
Yeah, no, it's so I mean the idea of the superhero, right? It's such a
the epitome vulgar of your euphemism.
Yeah. The idea that you're literally just going to be saved by a hero, that there's no greater principle that's causing the world to be saved, but it's just some magical deus ex machina, this guy that has superpowers, some individual person. It's the caricature of the Ubermensch, It's like the Ubermensch being like the entire idea of a superhero.
Even more than that, it's the absolute moralizing of America's geopolitical interests.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what the superhero is. It's like
look at Iron Man.
All of our interests, our military programs, our military strategy, our defense system towards the world is actually these highly moral, heroic figures that are doing it for justice and for humanity, and that's the essence of the superhero genre. So it's the
one thing
you're talking about earlier.
So one thing I've not seen recently is the white superheroes saving Africans. I've not seen any movies recently for the past, I guess, 5-6 years. I guess they don't want to save Africa anymore.
What do Africans need to be saved from, bro? They already live in Wakanda.
No,
they need to save us.
Wakanda came and finished that. Since Wakanda, I've not seen any Save Africa movies anymore.
That's crazy. The vibe. Yeah, that's the real vibe tip.
I've been really cool for that. You're right. Wakanda came and saved us from the. Guess what? There was a white guy in Wakanda that saved Wakanda. There was always a white savior.
FCS, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I did not watch Black Panther. All right, I don't know if that makes me racist.
You're
But
racist.
That definitely
Sure.
makes you
well,
racist.
look,
You are
I'm just saying
just
I don't know if that makes me racist. I am racist. That's a given. I'm just asking whether or not
okay.
that one
That's an
is.
addition to your racism. That's an addition that
Yeah,
qualifies to your racism.
yeah,
Everybody
yeah,
has
yeah.
to watch it. If you don't watch it, it makes you a racist. If you're already racist, it amplifies your racism.
That's like if
Yeah,
you don't
that's
kneel down before you play any sports game, you are racist, right?
yeah,
Exactly.
dude. Bro, we need
You
to
have
do that in the DPA Open Mic. Like every time we fucking start it, everybody needs to kneel down with the Black Power fist. Yeah.
how
Oh, are you
do
doing
you kneel down if you have 3 legs?
some Naruto shit over there, Wyatt? Hey,
Is it
yo.
like this?
Which one? Which one
Listen,
goes first? Is it the left or the right?
my
It's
heart
like
goes out
that.
to you.
Right? It's like that.
I think so. The
Wait,
I
best
don't know. I
the
always right on left. That's what I always do.
Oh,
is it
Wyatt,
right
you
on
have to
left?
do it with one
You
arm.
just
Okay. The real Wakanda salute. It's with one arm, straight up at a 45-degree angle in front of you,
you mean like the
with a
way how
flat
the
hand.
Romans
Yes,
salute?
just straight in front of you.
Oh,
Exactly. No, it's the
Hey,
Wakanda salute, man.
hey
There you
taxi.
go. Yeah.
hey taxi.
Yeah, the taxi salute. The taxi
That's what I
salute.
do when I need the bus to stop. The public bus is like, hey, bus.
What? YouTuber to come for you.
What come for me? I will upload 1 hour worth of video of people flagging the bus in Singapore.
That's right. That's right. In Africa,
And
that's
then I
what
will
that's
and then I
what
was and then I'll launch a lawsuit against YouTube, for pulling me down and showing people
hey,
how they actually
SCS, I just screenshotted that shit. Okay.
in
I'm sending you to
Africa,
the authorities.
this is for giraffe, this is for lion, and this is for hippo.
Oh, is this elephant? You go like this?
Right, the height is different, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
This is
elephant.
the higher
Like
you go.
you talk to your kids also, like one day you'll be this tall,
Exactly. Like my daughters, they were this tall, now they are this tall.
Man, they don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's the ridiculous thing, right? The Elon Musk, like he was so happy, and then he was like, "My love goes to you," and then the people, oh, it's not seriously. He's like, "What the fuck, man?"
Oh, dude, you know what that was? It was like you guys have seen that movie Doctor Strangelove, at the end, right? When the nukes are about to fly and you've got that German scientist in the wheelchair, and he's paralyzed, right? But at the end of it, his arm, he can't control it, and he just has to howl, "Mein Führer." And it's just a bodily reaction, the spirit of the Führer coming through. That's what happened to Elon,
Hey
That's
man,
what he was possessed, by
that's
the
an old
feeling
guy.
of Hitler speaking to
That's an
the
old
Volk.
guy that's an old guy from Germany, and something magnificent trigger his old memories. My fear.
Exactly, bro. This is what happens in Argentina all the time. It's because like half your people are descendants of the escaped Nazis, right, Gabriel? Yeah, that's why you guys are so based.
Mille is a perfect example.
And that's why today Argentina is the whitest country in the Americas. It's the spirit, man, of the right who's still there.
The fourth dragon succeed this
Yeah,
time
but
around.
like they're still bending the knee. Like I could believe you, but the spirit is not here because it's still bending the knee. Though there is a social backlash to that. People are getting pretty unsettled by this, and a lot of sentiments are starting to resurge. That's a hopeful thought. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
it is.
talk about the bombing of the Daya of the embassy. There was like a microcosm of 9/11 in early 90s when like a car bomb, demolished the Israeli embassy in Argentina, and that was a massive watershed moment for a change in policy towards internal discourse and external relations with, and it was kind of blamed on Iran, back in the
Of
day.
course.
But
Of
everyone
course.
knows that it was an inside job, that there was no car, there was no car bomb, and it's a discussion that's starting to reflourish right now for some reason.
Well, euphemism is powerful, and the left have been masters of euphemism for a long, long time. They've been reformulating our language step by step. It's literally 1984. It's literally 1984. But they reform language, right? And one of the main ways that this has been, the question of anti-Semitism is covered in layers of euphemism, right? You can be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic, right? But being anti-Semitic refers to being opposed to a certain group, which does not mean being opposed to the Semites. It refers to being opposed to a certain subset of the Semites, right? It's kind of interesting. Oh my God, I started talking about Israel for 10 seconds and this guy comes back. It's ridiculous. But listen, what I'm trying to say is that the left, right, in their mastery of euphemism, they have arrived at a marvelous euphemism, right? Which is, we're opposed to the Zionist settler entity and all that stuff, right? And then all the Jews will say, well, this is anti-Semitism, this is anti-Semitism. But the left is still saying, oh, it's just anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic, right? But in practice, it is anti-Semitic, right? Because 95% of the Jews are Zionists, right? And so, this is a situation now where there's a very powerful euphemism at play, where it's become, the taboo around anti-Semitism has not gone away, but the taboo around anti-Zionism has gone away, which is only a euphemism for anti-Semitism. See the power of euphemism here? This is, so things are, things are really changing. This is a scary time for a lot of groups. Very scary time.
Not to interrupt you, but the same way they have taken
lovely times.
They have taken rephrasing for the past almost 15 times, repeating them back to back to back.
Nice. Closing, right?
That was my closing. That was my closing. That was the funniest thing ever did. But yeah, anyway.
I did want to talk about euphemism and stuff. I'm glad I got the chance to do that because I think that's important. This Department of Defense, Department of War stuff. There's a deeper meaning to this. The removal of euphemism. This is the thing about Gulf of Mexico and Gulf of America. Let's be honest. Who owns that water at the end of the day? Who really has sovereignty over that water? It's America. It's not Mexico.
No, it's Mexico.
So it's literally the Gulf of America. At the end of the day,
Mexico, because it's the only Gulf of the continent named America. So it's not technically incorrect. Now,
what we should do is call it the American Mediterranean Sea, the Gulf of America plus the Caribbean Sea. That's what it should be. The American Mediterranean. Yeah.
Mexico was the name.
The Red American Sea.
Yeah.
Before it was named.
Not the Red Sea, the Red American Sea.
So, anyways, to close a bit this issue of the Venezuelan thing, I can't see what the connection is between attacking Venezuela and taking a hold of the traffic, except having a full marine, not actually attacking Venezuela, but using the excuse of Venezuela to besiege the Gulf and the Caribbean, and control that way you can control the actual traffic that comes from Panama and Ecuador.
I don't think Venezuela is their target. I think Venezuela is more of to subdue them to target something else.
Yeah.
I'm thinking something in the Caribbean about to fall. But they know support will come from Venezuela, so they want to subdue them, hold Venezuela at bay while they go after what they want in that region. I think Venezuela is just hold you hostage, go after somebody else.
I completely agree. Look, at the end of the day, Venezuela.
Just report is late. It's not my fault.
Hey,
we'll accept that. We'll accept the delay.
We have to redo the open mic. It's a redo. It's a redo of the
Archimedes said oil 3 times. I was summoned.
Yeah, I know. All right. Okay, hang on, guys. Okay, let's try something. China. All right, now let's see if Drew shows up.
Well, someone say, guys, Poland.
No, please, no. Please.
I just want to. I'm actually pretty happy that the Americans actually changed the name to Department of War.
This
is it's basically what it is.
Let's be honest with ourselves.
That was a previous name, right?
Because because only of that most countries don't go to war that much. If we call ourselves Ministry of Defense, it makes sense. Like Singapore Ministry of Defense, it makes sense because our job is deterrence. But in America, it's different. For big powers, they are always asserting their force to basically, for their national interest because it's global power, right? It's very different from a small country, So Department of War makes sense, and everybody take it seriously. They're worried. Oh, Maddie's
war
back.
3
You
times.
see, this closing is
Department. You know what would be fire actually? Like somewhere in between Department of Defense and Department of War is Department of Deterrence. That has such a nice ring
There
to
you
it,
go.
And it's
Yeah,
like it's
Department
still a
of
euphemism,
Deterrence,
but it's kind of better, and it's kind of honest, like because strategically speaking, what you
No.
do want to achieve
The
is
best one,
deterrence,
Archie,
not
you
defense.
need to call it the Department of Aggression. That's what needs to be. That's the real name.
Well, then we would have to have two. Then you would have to have the Department of Defense, the Department of Aggression, the Department of Deterrence.
Yeah.
No.
The Department of Injustice.
Department of FAFO. No, Department of FAFO.
How about the Department of Evil? All right.
Oh, isn't that what Homeland Security is?
Oh, yeah. There you go. We renamed Department of Homeland Security to the Department of Evil.
I don't know why we named it something Soviet-esque.
We could call it the Department of the Secret Police. That'd be pretty good.
There you go.
Yeah,
the
honestly.
Stasi.
Yeah. No, Americans that don't know what Stasi is, They'd be like, well, is that like some fucking Serbian basketball player? Stasi,
Yeah,
someone remember?
Is it a rapper? I think 100 years ago, there was this mercenary group, right, where the big, all this oligarchy they hire to go and clear all these rebelling workers. What's it called? I forgot.
Where? In the Caribbean?
United States.
Yeah, in the Caribbean, right? In inside America.
No, it's in America. Let me search. I find the name.
It happened in America?
I'm trying to remember, but all I'm thinking is the banana
I'm aware
company.
outside of America, but I'm not aware of.
Yeah, but the banana wars don't count. That was just, that wasn't even Boxer Rebellion level stuff. That was going down there and controlling the trade of bananas coming into the United States and even to Europe.
Yeah,
well, that's how the name Banana Republic comes to existence.
Sure, but that was smaller than the Boxer Rebellion.
Well, yeah, that's the limitations of the South American unit.
Isn't it crazy that they made Banana Republic into like an actual clothing brand, like a clothing store? Like imagine going to a clothing store called like Military Junta.
Well, that just shows you the lulls that were involved.
For real.
Again, euphemism, as I said earlier, euphemism is a crazy word.
Yeah.
And they do some very good clothing, though. To be fair, there's some very good clothing. I have some
but isn't it fascinating that the addition that Latin America has given to the world lexicon is Banana Republic, Military Junta, Caudillo, and stuff like that. That's.
I found the name. It's called Pinkerton.
Well,
Pinkerton?
you've also given the world Shakira.
Oh yeah, no. That was 1800, right? That was 1800.
But the Pinkertons, the Pinkertons were a private entity. They weren't a public. They weren't a part of the public.
Yeah, it
was. But they do the job. They whack people.
Yeah, they were the first military contractors. That's what they were between them and Wells Fargo Security.
Wells Fargo.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
That's
all the way back into the 1840s.
That's fucking tight, dude.
I completely forgot that history. Yeah.
No.
Pinkerton,
I'm gonna bank with Wells Fargo forever, dude. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, they're the ones in charge of transporting the gold, and anytime any of the gold was stolen, or anytime there was a bank run, they were.
Imagine if
they had their own. What people don't realize. What people don't realize is the Pinkertons and Wells Fargo both still have their own police force, right? They're like the railroads. Most people don't realize that the railroads have their own police force.
Yeah, I can see why. Even a company will have their own police force.
So I think it's a good exercise, right? We let's rename all the departments in the United States. As bluntly as possible. Like
Department of War. Hold up real quick. Michael Holloway, what a little depressed man. He's saying, "Oh, nobody's reading the chat." Fuck you, man. We're all reading the chat, okay? You're just not saying anything interesting. So do better.
Came up with Pinkertons.
or come and say it to our face.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't become the FBI, Holloway. No, it's a completely separate entity. He's just talking shit. That's why we're not paying attention to the chat.
How will you rename FBI? No, now FBI is like,
internal spy agency.
Is it?
That's what they're doing.
Well, that wouldn't. Well,
but they do investigation, right?
That's what the NSA is. That's not what the FBI is.
Oh, you see.
So there's a federal police, FBI.
Yeah. Well, that's the U.S. Marshals. That's the U.S. Marshals.
Oh, the FBI is not a bad name. Federal
US Marshals
Bureau
are
of
just highway
Investigation.
police, right?
You know?
Those are
They
just
do
highway police. They are
investigation.
not federal police.
Look, FBI actually stands for fucking behind individuals.
Well, I mean, there's no lie there either.
Wyatt, were you closing?
Yes, we were.
That's the reason why I popped on, because I saw you were, and I was like going, I'll be an asshole, pop in, because everybody else was.
Archimedes said oil 3 times, man. We're gonna talk about oil, whether it's P Diddy or whether we're talking about Venezuela or both.
Well, look, Mr. Eric, at least I didn't say soil compaction 3 times.
Well,
no, please. Not again.
If we're talking Venezuela, I hope somebody in the Pentagon's looked at a topo map and remembers Vietnam.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, right? Vietnam.
But then also
Vietnam is on the other side of the world,
right?
man. Venezuela is next door, Makes a big difference.
I think the rumors is that they just want to kidnap Maduro or something, If it's very limited, then it's not Vietnam. But if you want to conquer and run a puppet government, then it's going to be Vietnam. I don't think that's going to
always start like that.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I mean, this is just a regime change. This is just a regime change.
I mean, just a missile strike would do, right? So,
no, but think
I mean, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do a couple of drone and missile strikes and be done with it.
Venezuelans, with the help of the United Nations and the different ONGs, have been systematically exporting out all of its opposition. So keep that in mind.
They've been
we are keeping that in mind.
Sorry, what do you mean? You mean that there's a bunch of Venezuelan opposition leaders in foreign countries going and talking about Venezuela?
Every Venezuelan who is opposition has been given a free pass to go into any fucking country in the world that they want.
Yeah.
They've been
it's true.
deported.
A huge part of the migrants that have come are because people have been fleeing Venezuela. Venezuela, has collapsed. It's kind of crazy. Like,
why did it collapse?
Well, I don't know the whole story. I'm sure others can enlighten us more. But yeah, I mean, Venezuela has definitely been hemorrhaging people for a long time, and it's. Yeah,
there's probably more Venezuelans in the southern states of the United States than there is in Venezuela.
It's the same thing that Cuba did once the Soviet Union fell. It opened its borders, and it immediately, since the situation was going to crash economically, it immediately exiled all of its fucking opposition, and that's how it was able to withstand the collapse of their economy after the Soviet Union fell. It was able to withstand a massive collapse of their economy and the degradation of a lifestyle because it was able to expat all of its opposition. And that's what Venezuela has been doing systematically. So I don't think it's going to be really easy to regime change them at this point. They all ran away.
Well, they could be brought back.
If you take them back, and if Venezuela takes them back in enough quantities, then it can make a difference. But imagine the logistical proposition. You have to grab all these guys that have cushy jobs and cushy whatever, social security in random countries.
Based on my warlord experience, when opposition leave the country, they are going out to basically create a cohesion and come back against the government as a reinforcement. They don't leave the country on vacation.
They're already back. That's why the United States is willing to move on Maduro now, because the opposition has spent a lot of time outside the country and is ready to return to take control of the place.
And that is
this is a regime change, folks. If you guys didn't see the writing on the wall on this, then you guys are behind the script.
Yeah. But I think it's a springboard for further operations around the region.
But here's one thing:
change Department of War to make sure that they're going to declare war.
But here's one thing: if they go and failed for the next 20+ years, America will lose Latin America. They have
you're not going to say for 20 years. But bro, also you got to realize, man, like literally, dude, these wars that we fought, Vietnam, Afghanistan, I mean, this is literally on the other side of the world, you know. It's a whole different story. Look, if Russia was trying to fight a war in Somalia, you know, they would not be as effective as they are in Ukraine, yeah? But, you know, and yet for some reason that same calculus doesn't apply to America, that, you know, when we're fighting a war literally in our neighborhood in Venezuela, it's
Trump,
much easier.
I don't believe Trump going to do a whole invasion and what happened in Iraq.
Yeah, we don't need to
stay in the sea and bomb them, thinking that will collapse the country. The same thing trying to do in Iran. If that does not work in Venezuela, they have a whole different bullshit. If he invade Venezuela, they can destroy Venezuela overnight. But if he stays in the sea, thinking bombing the country will do what he want to achieve, if that does not work.
Look at the oil exports from Venezuela over the last month. They've already taken a nosedive.
Of course, there are a bunch of military gear in the sea, just off the coast. So yeah, it would definitely.
Not to mention all the planes and drones overhead.
Planes and drones over where?
Over Venezuela.
Oh no, I don't think any plane flying yet.
Then you need to play. You may need to pay more attention to FlightAware. I've been watching them for a month.
Yeah, you put any military plane over Venezuela, they will shoot it down.
No, the thing about...
Are you high on drugs?
No, I'm high on reality.
The thing about the distance...
You believe in you believe in the falseness of Wakanda, so I can't take you serious about anything.
Wakanda is real, man. Don't do that. Wakanda is real.
Yeah. Dude, you're literally a Mormon, which is basically like you believe in Wakanda for white people, okay? So, you know, let's not go there.
Oh, look at Israel. Isn't Israel Wakanda for Jews?
Yes. Except the difference is Israel is actually real for now.
The United States already set up Wakanda. It's called Liberia. That's why it's one of the poorest countries in Africa.
Well, it's from Liberia, man.
Liberia,
you know,
is untouchable. Liberia is untouchable.
Untouchable. Yes, it's like trying to pick up a turd from the clean end.
No.
That's why it's untouchable.
Liberia is beyond this world.
It's as untouchable as a turd. No, but seriously.
I mean, you know why Liberia still exists as the country at all is because those people sneak into the United States. They get just a little bit of education, and they realize, you know what? Instead of being an insignificant fish in the big sea of the United States, I can go back in Liberia and be a big fish and be part of
Four times a year, the U.S. government pick up certain Liberians to do certain job here. I'm one of those Liberians.
That's also why it has one of the longest runways in the world.
Why?
Who built it? And who built it? The United States. Why is it built there?
That's a lie.
It's a money laundering entity existing for the FBI and the CIA to do all kinds of black things.
Leave Liberia alone. Liberia is like
Wakanda and Liberia.
Well, we want to leave Liberia alone. Like I said, it's like handling Liberia is like trying to pick up the clean end of a shit.
No, look.
There is no way to keep the feces off of you.
The thing is this. Liberia, you can't mention Liberia because mention Liberia.
I did mention Liberia. Liberia.
Liberia is above your spectrum of understanding and reasoning. Leave Liberia alone.
Liberia. I know Liberia better than I know Guyana and the Gambia for that matter. And you want to talk about failed nation states?
No.
Design a country along the banks of a river. That's what the Gambia is.
Liberia cannot failed. Liberia cannot. No, leave the Gambia.
You know why Liberia won't fail? It's because the United States funnels a lot of dark money through that place.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot talk about Liberia because
It's just
Liberia
like the Ukraine. Why is the Ukraine still going on? The reason the conflict in the Ukraine is still going on is because the EU needs to launder money through the Ukraine conflict.
Again, this is a 70 chess. You don't quite get the whole
your
concept
mind.
of it yet.
Make up your mind. Is Liberia failing or not failing?
It's the only reason it's failing instead of failed is because the United States is keeping it alive. It's been on life support for 100+ years. And the only reason it's been on life support is because the United States needs a foothold into the central part of the West Coast. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason why Liberia gets billions of dollars pumped up its ass.
Completely
So you're telling me Liberia is like the African Israel?
No.
It is. It is.
Wakanda times 10.
It is the chrome turd of the west coast of Africa.
No, Liberia is like Wakanda times 10. It doesn't even exist in Africa. What you see on the map and what is Liberia is two different
Every
things.
time I go to Florida, I can smell Liberia from there.
Yeah, well, Florida is basically the Liberia of America. I mean, to be fair.
That is fair. That is a fair assessment. Yes. Yes.
Is the
No.
Liberian molested you? Maybe a Liberian molested
And guess
you or
what?
something.
Guess what? Just Google Little Miami, Liberia. You see what I'm talking about?
I think a Liberian.
No, if you're going to Google something about Liberia, guys, if you don't know this, you have to. Google General Buck Naked, Liberia.
Oh.
All right? Greatest story of all time.
Guess what?
It's seriously worth it.
It's probably where the idea of Wakanda came from.
Yeah.
No,
this guy.
Wanna know
Wakanda is off
did to Ted, so he can talk shit like this. I need to
What?
know what Liberian did to him. Maybe someone molested him when he's kid or something.
General Buck Naked, dude.
Who knows?
General Buck Naked chased him around when he was a 4-year-old.
I think what happened was one day he landed on Liberia one day on the map. What is this thing called Liberia? And out of curiosity, he read a bunch of articles that doesn't exist, and he think Liberia. Forgetting to know Liberia, what you see on the map, Liberia is under the sea. Liberia is like Wakanda times 10. What you see on the map and what is there is two
Liberia is Atlantis?
Atlantis times 10, I'm telling you.
No, see, Liberia can't be Atlantis because they can't swim. Everyone knows that.
You see, that's
let's be honest.
That's why they don't have a public swimming
swim
pool
either, Mr. Ted. That's why they all died. All right. So actually, maybe there's something to this. Maybe they actually were Africans, and that's why they died because they couldn't swim when it got flooded, man. If they could swim, then they would have swam away and they would have told the tale, dude. And it wouldn't have been a legend.
You know what? I think I can give you that.
Yeah. I'm down for this. Atlantis is was Atlantis is Wakanda.
If Atlantis was Wakanda, if Wakanda was Atlantis, then people would actually be wanting to look for it. And
no, it's like this, right? Atlantis and Wakanda, it's like Rome and Byzantium, okay? And then Liberia is like the successor of Rome today, you know? It's like how Moscow is the third Rome. Liberia is the third Atlantis.
Liberia is
and
it's Atlantis times 10 because they're 10 times worse at swimming.
Oh, God damn it. God damn it. So hell, I'm an Olympic swimmer.
It's not 10 times, it's probably like 100 times.
Hey, listen, look, every year we swim from Liberia to America. Come on.
Look, we know that's not true. Otherwise, when we threw them off the slave ships, they would have swam back.
Why make it exist? How can they get back? They get back by swimming.
You said they could swim the whole way, and we threw them halfway back, and they drowned.
Yes, and they swam back. And every year we swim. Don't remember, they're so failing. They have no airport.
That's why the Mohammedans had to gather up more of them to load the ships again.
No, Ted, you're wrong. The reason they didn't swim back was because
they didn't want to be in Africa. That's why they didn't swim back because they didn't want to be in Africa.
They didn't swim back. No, they didn't swim back because they found that there was a bunch of niggers to enslave in Africa.
Well, Cassius Clay said it correctly when they asked him, "What did you think about Africa?" And he says, "I'm glad my grandfather got on the boat."
Huh?
You don't remember that famous quote from the Rumble in the Jungle?
Mm.
Yeah, famous American black boxer.
What's
You
his
guys
name?
probably know him as Muhammad Ali.
That's
His name
his
was
name.
Cassius Clay. No.
That's
His
his
name is Cassius
His
Clay.
name is Muhammad
His
Ali.
mama named him Cassius Clay.
His
That's
name is
good enough
Muhammad
for
Ali.
me. He was
His
a
name is Muhammad
draft
Ali.
dodger who changed his name to
He's
keep
not going to go
his
fight
career
people
alive.
that don't do
He's
nothing.
a piece of draft
Your
dodging
president is a draft
shit.
dodger. Your president is a draft dodging shit. Your president currently is a draft dodging shit. Your president, your commander in chief.
And when he went over there to box, someone asked him, "What do you think about Africa?" And he goes, "Man, I'm so glad my grandfather got on the boat."
You know why?
Yeah, it improved his life.
No.
It improved his life.
No.
Yes. Do you think he would have ever become an international boxer had he been born in Africa? Of course not.
Let me tell you why. Because he came here and got more white bitches to poke. That's why. You have to be happy for that.
Yeah, look at how poor America is. That the poor kid had to fight for his living. You know, he had to become a boxer because he had no opportunities for higher education or any of the finer things in life. Oh, what a shame!
Because mom's spaghetti. He got punched so many times he ended up with Parkinson. Poor thing.
I know.
Well,
Knees
anyways,
weak,
guys, I
arms
have
are
to
heavy.
leave. It's been
He
a
still ended
pleasure.
up a punch drunk.
Thank you, Wyatt, for your patience. You are the true hero.
And that was my closing.
Good luck with these illegal immigrants here. Hope they don't take over your house eventually.
All right. I want Gabriel to leave just so that once Gabriel's gone, every single person here will have joined after the closing ended.
I don't think that's ever happened before.
I know, dude. Run it back, baby. Run it back.
What time is it? It's 8 hours. Damn.
It's only been 6.
No, it's 6 hours, dude.
It's only 6 hours.
Bro,
see,
look at this African
he can't
work
even read the
ethic here.
clock. He can't swim. He can't read the
he's
clock.
like he's worked 6 hours, and he's like, oh man, I worked 8 hours. You know, come on.
It clearly says up here 8 hours, 6 minutes, and 42 seconds.
What? It says 6 hours.
It says 6 hours and 13 minutes. 6 hours, 13 minutes.
I see 8 hours,
Maybe he's running on African time.
No, bro is literally looking at the clock. You know, is like it's like it
doesn't.
In real life.
I would explain it to him, but he's not capable of understanding.
Oh.
Again, for you to explain something, you have to understand it first.
Yes, and you don't. We just established that.
You cannot explain it because you don't understand it either. That's a problem.
That's true.
Yeah, again, this
there, Ted.
right here, you spend all day getting heated, so of course everything evaporates over time. So
hey, you think if you think I'm jealous over Velcro, I'm not.
No.
Look,
no,
this is a shiny head.
No, here's how the theory goes, right? As you get heated more things escape over time. That's why all these things exist.
Is this an African theory?
Yo, check this out. Look at how you have the hair having Giga Chads on the top row, and then the fucking bald Untermensch on the bottom row. It's amazing.
I've got more hair on my ass than I could weave an Indian blanket.
You have more hair on your ass than me. Than I have hair on my head. Is that what you're about to say? That's not something you want to be proud of, bro. What the fuck?
I've trimmed more beard in the last month than this kid's ever grown.
It looks like
that's kind of gay.
When Santa Claus get told not to go to the mall anymore. That's what it looks like right now. I don't know why I seem like that. Like Santa Claus, hey, you're not allowed in the mall, you're not allowed in the playground anymore. You kind of give me that kind of vibe. I don't know why. Why is that?
Allowed in the playground.
Yeah. You're not allowed around the playground, you're not allowed in the mall. Kind of give me that kind of vibe. Why is that? Like, hey, Santa, don't go to the playground, don't go to the mall no more.
Like an Israeli?
Every time you go to the mall, Santa is there in Christmas.
No, you look at the Santa that's not allowed over there. That's
You look like a Santa that's not allowed at the playground. What an insult!
No, serious. It's out of curiosity.
No, he does look like Santa. It's very true. You know. And do you ever dress up as Santa for Christmas, Mr. Ted? You should.
Not allowed to.
Yes, I do.
He's not allowed to.
Oh, fuck yeah. What do you dress up? Hey, FDS. What do you dress up as Christmas? The lump of coal?
Wakanda. Remember, Black Panther. I'm already black. All I need is just what I need. Nothing else. I already have the suit on.
I'm sorry. That was uncalled for, man. I'm sorry.
I already have the suit on. I don't need a costume. I already have the suit on.
The stream just got
the place that no one wanted.
Hey, you can edit it out, huh?
No, the stream. I will not touch the stream, man.
Okay.
Because once I edit, the whole live chat will be gone. So it's okay, I'm gonna clip it anyway eventually. So no. Yeah.
Yeah,
you could have a backstage version and YouTube. Do not take my money version.
So
dude, that's just the Telegram, man. FCS, that's what it is, bro. That's the. If you guys want to know Open Mic After Dark, just fucking join Open Mic, and then you can be privy to the real conversations.
Come to the Telegram.
Unfiltered,
that's where all the
uncensored.
That's the uncensored place.
Yeah,
that's where we really share what we think.
Yeah. Come to the Telegram channel. That's where the juice. That's where the meat and the bones meet.
Yeah.
That's where Ted take his Santa Claus pictures and post them.
Yeah. Halloween's
I've got a standing offer to duel if I ever show up to a place in Utah, and I've got a standing duel offer for the kid from the UK. So right now I'm actually collecting duel challenges. So I think I'm up to 6 or 7. I haven't been keeping track. Has anyone been doing that for me, Archimedes?
No, man. You gotta stop letting them sit there, man. You gotta redeem them. You gotta work them out.
I'm waiting for Sleth to come from Australia. He was talking about coming up to be my second.
Oh, it'll never happen.
Bad idea. Please, no more people come up. I just now you were saying, the Fresh and Feed, the other podcasts, Fresh and Feed. So that what they do is that they on YouTube, they will do like 2 hours, and then after that they will cut the stream and continue only on Rumble. That's what they do. Because in Rumble they can go totally unrestricted. I believe that's what they did. Yeah,
that's one place.
Rumble have no censorship. Yeah,
that's one place.
Censorship.
I've not been on Rumble since they created one. Since they came to
But it's really not worth my time to do that.
I'm too much effort.
But anyway, right, let's do closing.
All right,
for real.
I'm first in line.
Rumble is the place I found Wyatt, so just keep that in mind.
Oh, man, how did I even find Wyatt? I don't even know how I get across. I don't know how I came across this channel. Oh, I think I know why. I know how I got it.
Yeah, I was watching Military Summary on Rumble, and I got a recommendation on Wyatt's channel, and I quit watching all other commentaries. Because I realized it was actually neutral instead of being one sided or the other, and I was like, "Oh, this is a whole lot better." And one of my children thought it was hilarious that he did the emotional damage.
Emotional.
Yeah. Defense Politics Asia.
Hold on. I came to DPA through a conference we had. Somebody mentioned DPA in passing. Then I rewatched the video. I saw the DPA. What is DPA? I look up DPA, and you showed up. I'm like, what is this guy? Then I watched one of your Ukraine summaries. I'm like, okay, fair enough. At least seems somewhat trusted. Then first I follow the channel. Then I find you on Twitter. Follow you on Twitter. And stay in the background for almost a year. Then finally I just come on board. But yeah, anyway, let me close. It's a beautiful day in Wakanda. The sun is shining. The elephants are at bay. Giraffes are poking their dick out.
Giraffes.
And that was my closing. Yeah, and that was my closing.
Yeah, all right.
Again, all just watch it. Again, just subscribe. Again, keep tuned. Every now and then we may have the African warlord to show up and do some warlord thing. Hey, Mr. Ted, if you ever come to Africa, this is war.
The last time I went to Africa, I brought big guns, and they told me I couldn't hunt the natives, and I was so disappointed.
You don't need guns. All you have to do is just walk down the street before and die.
So if I wanted to hunt natives, I'd go to Detroit.
You can try. It's still legal. You can try if you make it out.
Well, I live in a state that has the castle doctrine.
Every state in America have a castle doctrine.
No, some states don't let you use it. In my state,
again, use it and go to court. Every state, every country, every corner of this world get a castle.
Who says I haven't already?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Flex your right. Either you use or you lose it.
Oh, I have.
Exactly. I don't believe it, but yeah, you can claim it. We're on YouTube.
That's fine.
Anything is
I
possible on
don't need
YouTube.
to. I don't need you for verification of my existence.
You can't. You can't verify that either. But anyway, hey, it was that was my closing, and I think I got something to do, but I'm not too sure of that yet. But after that, okay, hey, whoever's watching, subscribe, tune in to DPA. The wall I don't come often, but when I have some spare times, of course I do show up. As you can tell, if you see this background, I'm in the state. That's what that means. And I come here as often as they need me. But anyway, that being said, adios. Hey Ted.
Thank you,
Get a
FCS.
haircut.
You can really tell that he's in the States because he's speaking Spanish.
¿Qué?
He's saying adios.
Me molesta, pendejo.
No hablo inglés. Me no peggy.
No hablan eso, pendejo, pinche cabrón.
I always ask him, get the shovel?
I have no idea what happened. What was said, man.
No, okay. Well, as far as closing is concerned, subscribe to Wyatt.
Thank you, Archimedes. Nika, do you want to do closing? No.
I already did one, so I don't want to waste everyone's time.
Okay, Mr. Ted, closing.
Oh, like everyone said, like, share, subscribe, troll Telegram and the Discords, and encourage people to join. The more people join, the better chance we have at a actual exchange of real information. I've learned more in the last couple of weeks trolling people on Telegram that are in the Ukraine than I have from the last year of interactions. That's where true dialogue comes from. And yeah, there's always lots and lots of noise to filter out, but the more information you expose yourself to, the better chance we have of actually knowing on what's going on. So yeah, I would love to see a lot of these people that comment join the discussion, because the VC and the open mic would definitely benefit from having a larger diversity and a larger range of discussion. So I appreciate that. Thanks again for the platform, Wyatt. Congratulations again on the silver button, and yes, we do look forward to the golden button in the future. Maybe on the next conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Ted. The goal is a bit difficult. It's
Goodbye.
1 million.
I know. It's a big goal. It's just the nuts iteration. So, from 100,000 to 1 million, maybe it'll happen faster.
Yeah,
I hope.
I mean, History Legend haven't even got his 1 million, man. So I'm not going to dream that far enough for now.
We can hope.
All right.
We probably want more people in the Patreons and other places. So I'm encouraging people to go there too. Anyway, that's my comments.
Okay.
See you guys
Thank
later.
you, Ted.
Yep. Bye-bye.
So my turn to do closing. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 144, where we don't talk about the topic as usual. We always talk about everything else usually except for the topic. So we follow this proud tradition, and once in a while we have a failed closing, like just now. It's not the first time, but it happens before. But yeah. It is still entertaining. So anyway, that's it. I'm not going to drag on more because it's going to drag on the Frontline changes report. I already finished the mapping. I just need to record. So anyway, that's it. Archimedes have successfully drained my energy. So that's it. Thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and also I dropped. So is there any super chats I forgot? Okay, I think don't have. I covered all the super chats. And the top fans for today. Can I share this? Let me see. Share screen. Tick tock. Mr. Eric is number 1. Salgat, then Tech Derp is 3rd, and then we have Bedoinka, Dented Helmet, Glenn, Zircon, Rune, Joe, and off. and then Violet. So basically, I'm actually tracking and I'm actually screenshotting this every week. Actually, I'm gonna do something, like the F1, F1 point system is also like. I thought it's gonna be fun, but I haven't done anything on it yet. So yeah. So I said a lot of things, and I say I want to do, but a lot of things I never do. So I try to do when I can. But I think this is fun. I almost wanted to not do this open mic today because I was feeling really down. But I think the open mic made me feel happier. So yeah. So yeah, it's often when I'm really tired. Like sometimes I'm just like no mood to do the open mic. But often I just plow through, and often I ended up like saying often a lot. But often I'll end up like feeling, yeah, it's worth the time and worth the effort. So hopefully everyone enjoyed yourself. So that's it. Thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. I'm going to drop the outro and see you guys in the next update, which is basically just later, Frontline Changes report on the main channel. Bye.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like lovers, yet alive. A world where every voice decides, debating the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice decides, debating the future, unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.